find out, but it needed coaxing. I'd have liked to make things better, just a tiny bit, if I could. I remember his laugh, the big one, the real one. It's brave and occasional and brilliant. I can smell his cologne. I walk through the corridor that leads landside and cross my fingers that there'll be a bus into the city. My $150 cash won't go far if I have to pay for a cab. I have to stop thinking about Dean. Think about Martin. Yet I keep hearing Dean's voice repeating my name. Joe. Joe. It strains above the noise of airport greetings, clanking trolleys and the endless bustle of countless busy people dashing across the polished tiles. Joe! The tone is persistent, insistent. In fact, so persistent and insistent, it doesn't sound as though it's in my head. It sounds real. I turn to where the voice is coming from. And there he is, like a great, big smile. Dean. He waves to me from the glass doors that lead outside to the taxi rank. Joe, do you want to share a ride? I can drop you off at the hotel, he yells. As my eyes land on him, rest on him, I suddenly feel wrapped in certainty and strength again. I fight down tears of relief. With him by my side, I am sure I can do anything at all, including destroying a wedding. I hurry towards him, towards his smile and the sense that he'll look after things, sort things out. I beam at him and he beams back. I tell myself that what I'm feeling is all about relief and friendship and nothing to do with falling in love. I thought you'd be long gone. I started to worry that you wouldn't be able to find the hotel, or maybe there wouldn't be rooms and you'd need somewhere else. He shrugs, trying to downplay his thoughtfulness. I'd have managed. I lie. I doubt I would have, but I don't want to appear too pathetic. Dean doesn't look convinced. And this wedding you're going to, this non-wedding. He rakes his fingers through his hair. He looks uncomfortable, unsure. I wondered whether you brought anything with you to wear. No, I haven't. I was just thinking about that. And whether you knew where to go to shop. No clue. I could help with that, offers Dean with another shrug. I could show you where my sister likes to shop when she comes to visit me. You do that? This doesn't mean I'm endorsing what you are doing. Okay. I think what you're doing is suicide. Right. I just want you to look your best as you are going to your death. He grins. Without overthinking it, I rush at him, fling my arms around him and pull him into a tight hug. Thank you. Thank you so much. More cautiously, he pats my back and mutters, No biggie.
24. Eddie. I recognise her the moment she walks in, which is a miracle because my vision is letting me down and, well, it's been forever. Some might make something of that. There isn't anything to make of it. I recognise her because she hasn't changed. Inevitably, there are a few more lines around her eyes. The skin underneath her jaw has slackened a fraction, and she is perhaps 3 or 4 pounds heavier. She carries it all on her stomach. But on the plus side, her clothes are even posher than they were, and they were always refined, a cut above. She's wearing white linen trousers and a thin woolen navy top, probably cashmere, I'd guess. The top wafts gently around her as she walks towards me, caressing her shoulders, hips, breasts. Her hair is a little longer than I remember, softer, feathered. Yes, not bad at all. She has that air, the air of a woman who was once something, awake and aware, desirable when we really knew how to desire. If you've once had it, you're forever conscious of it. Some wear their past glory with bitter disappointment, that they're so far from their triumphant conquests now. Others with blithe ignorance that this is the case. She wears hers with a quiet dignity. About her is just a whispered hint that she was once fabulous and is now a woman who is not bad for her age. She has definitely aged better than anyone else I know. Certainly better than I have. I'm jabbed by a lawless spike of admiration mixed with miserable anger that this should be the case. The moment I see her, I realise that this is what I wanted. Her here, one last time. What I've secretly hoped for ever since I sent the letter. But in the instant I realise as much, I am infused with another thought. I wish she hadn't come. It would have been better if she'd remembered me as I was. I'm not usually one for feeling sorry for myself, but this reunion, this stroll down memory lane, or whatever we're going to do, will be a damn sight easier if that bloody catheter wasn't so prominent. She can see my piss. Who wants that? No one. Not after what we were. The bloke in the bed opposite me hears her shoes clip-clattering through the ward and strains to sit up for a better look. It's obvious he doesn't get enough. He's a shadow of a man. I've seen his wife. She's big, bespectacled and bossy. She comes here with bags of grapes and her cheap magazines, hair perpetually tied back in a greasy ponytail. She gobbles the grapes while reading the gossip and lecturing him about cutting back on cigarettes. I've never seen her offer him the fruit. I think he's going to have another stroke when he clocks Clara. He beams like an idiot. I gave her that. Before me, she was pretty. After me, she was noticed. She was more. Hello, Eddie. There's a pity in her eyes, shining where longing, lust and hate have been. I try to ignore it because it's embarrassing. The last thing I want to see. Well, hello, sweetheart. I try for the old confident swagger in my tone. It's swallowed because I haven't breath to spare. It's been a long time. She sits down, back straight, head up. Has it? Suddenly it seems like yesterday. She smiles. And there it is. Bang! The same smile. Slow. Starts on one side of her mouth, the right side. At once provocative, teasing, and true. And I know the facts. I'm a dying old bastard. She's someone else's wife who, despite expensive haircuts and makeup and whatnot, has seen better days as well. But her smile hasn't changed. It's all there in her smile. And fuck, this woman loves me. 25. Dean. Dean had often shopped with women, as he had plenty of style and plenty of cash. He liked dressing women up, watching them become what they secretly hoped they could be, their best selves. Women, on the whole, appreciated his generosity and were happy enough to be indulged. So he often brought dates shopping. The expeditions were normally missions, a performance, a ritual, foreplay. Dean's shopping party with Jo was a completely different experience. Of course, she wasn't his date, so there was no question that he should pick up the tab, but the main difference was that she viewed shopping as an opportunity for fun, not a killer hunt. Despite their time constraints, she gamely tried on the most beautiful and ugly pieces in each shop, just to see. She had clear opinions of her own, and she saw potential in pieces that he might have overlooked. Besides, she looked pretty good in almost everything, and so it was simply a pleasure to see her emerge from the changing room, grinning and giggling. Initially, Dean had considered visiting a number of expensive, upmarket shops, the ones he usually frequented. But then he remembered that she'd only travelled club class because she'd got an upgrade, and so he tactfully asked what her budget was. Modest, she'd replied. Like $500? closer to 2. But you've packed shoes, right? No. So $200 including shoes. He hoped he hadn't betrayed his shock. He didn't want her to feel bad about her cash limits. Even after years of being financially comfortable, he still remembered that miserable feeling keenly. Actually, $150, and I also need a bag. If I spend more, I'll have to slam it on a card, and my cards are just about maxed out with the cost of the plane ticket, and I still have to pay for the hotel. She'd explain with a shrug and a smile. There it was again, her rare and amazing honesty. It wouldn't be fair to Martin to start married life with a load of debt. And there it was again, her dangerous self-delusion. Dean had thought they'd wander the Magnificent Mile, a stretch of North Michigan Avenue between Oak Street and the Chicago River, an area that was a mix between New York's Fifth Avenue and Beverly Hills Rodeo Drive. Once he heard her budget limitations, he Googled outlet malls. Wow, that's quite a drive, Joe commented nervously when he showed her the location of the mall on his phone. I'm not going to abduct you, if that's what you're thinking. We'll take a cab. I wasn't thinking that, she paused. Although now you've said it, I feel foolish, because maybe I should have been thinking that. But I wasn't, because I trust you. I was just concerned that I'd be taking up your whole afternoon. Don't worry about it. I don't have any plans. Well, if you're sure. He knew she was tempted. It's that or a thrift store. She lit up. A thrift store sounds fun. Yeah, doesn't it? It's not. I don't think an XXL pullover will cut it at the wedding. Let's go to the outlet. I think you're going to need to wear something designer as armor, even if it's last season's design. He hadn't intended to hang around the airport taxi rank. He certainly hadn't intended offering to take her shopping. The problem was, every time he tried to leave her, he found he couldn't. It was the craziest thing. Chicago was a busy, confusing city. At every moment it was sliced like a cake by countless trains rattling across bridges, hurtling people from A to B and back again. She'd never find her way around. It wasn't just her big harp seal eyes and her big come-to-mama breasts. There was something far more elusive and far more intriguing about her that he couldn't quite shake. He was fascinated by her what? Her romanticism? Her idiocy? Different names, same thing, surely. He'd encountered plenty of women who'd flashed their eyes and their tits to catch his attention, or played the helpless female card so that he'd felt duty-bound to pay for dinners and cabs. But he'd always found it easy to simply walk away whenever he chose, as the waiter brought their coats, as the cab door closed, before the sun came up. Rarely later than that. He never got involved. But Joe was different. He was involved. Not in the traditional sense, obviously, but in some indefinable, elusive way. She wasn't an archetypal damsel in distress. That would have irritated him. She wasn't asking him to save her. The opposite. She was determined that this Martin bloke was going to do that. She didn't need Dean, which was great because he didn't like to be needed. Yet he couldn't walk away from her. He certainly hadn't planned to take her to dinner, but what the hell? The light had started to fade from the day by the time they agreed to go to the restaurant at Millennium Park. Families with kids in buggies were going home for a night in front of the TV, and packs on the pull were emerging. She demurred when he first suggested dinner, but he knew she was worried whether she could afford it. I insist, my treat. I can't let a fellow Brit come to Chicago and not see some of the sights, let alone fail to taste a colossal Chicago char dog. Sounds good. What is it exactly? An 8-ounce hot dog with sweet relish, tomatoes, onions, pickles, and celery salt, served with southwestern coleslaw. It's really not your average hot dog, I promise. Come on. You'd be doing me a favour. I need to eat too. They decided to take advantage of the pleasantly warm spring evening and chose seats outside. They flopped back in the leather tub chairs and watched as the sun sank, and they waited for the stars to begin to glisten. Dean noticed that they were surrounded by couples eagerly embarking on date nights. He grimly predicted that by the early hours the streets would be rammed with the disappointed casualties, bitter men, weeping women. A normal Friday night. He tried to tune out the hopeful glances, the tentative jokes and the desperate plunging necklines, and instead concentrated on studying the cocktail list and appreciating the jazz band that was sizzling nearby. Joe glanced from left to right, taking in the animated, dazzling surrounds, and beamed. "This place is amazing! Have you noticed that it's full of lovers?" I was trying not to. You never think of Chicago as a romantic city, do you? No, I don't. You think of Paris or Venice or Rome. No, I don't. She grinned at his interruptions, assuming he was joking. But Chicago is romantic. I wonder whether Martin's fiancée will agree with you tomorrow, commented Dean. He didn't want to burst her bubble, but he couldn't pretend that what she was doing was right. Joe looked crestfallen. Why do you have to bring that up? It spoils everything. Can't we just enjoy the evening? Okay. You know my position. I won't say another word. He held his hands up in mock surrender. She was right. He should just enjoy the evening. What did he care if she ruined some other woman's big day? It wasn't his business. So what if she gave this Martin bloke a heart attack? Or if she simply made herself look like a damn fool? Why should he worry about that? Not his concern. He should just enjoy the evening, not let her shake his world. He didn't have to think of anyone other than himself. Tonight didn't have to be any different from any other night. Let's get a drink, he suggested.
26. Joe. Dean orders a couple of different cocktails. I don't catch their names and tells the waitress that we'll take dogs and beer later, or maybe wine. He glances at me as he says as much, presumably eliciting an opinion. I shrug and smile, happy to leave the decision with him. The waitress glances in my direction just once. She swiftly and enviously praises me. From her disbelieving and disapproving expression, I can practically see the thought bubble above her head. Why is this cute guy with such a plain girl? She's not even wearing lipstick. I just stop myself saying, "Hey, sister, I too wish I had found time to apply. I know I look a mess. Who can look good after a transatlantic flight, daytime drinking and insufficient sleep?" As a nod to personal grooming, I hitch up my bra strap, which has fallen off my shoulder. The waitress rolls her eyes and then turns back to Dean to give him the full power of her smile, cleavage, and knowledge of the jazz band's playlist. When he treats her to a bright grin, she practically crawls onto his knee. He isn't my date, and I have no reason to resent her flirtatious ways. But I do. Truth is, I want him to myself for the evening. I need moral support. Tomorrow is a big day for me. The biggest. I feel jittery. Nerves and excitement clash around my gut, making me feel sick. I decide to think and talk about something else. When the waitress finally wrenches herself away from Dean, I turn to him and ask, "So, tell me, did you always dream of being an advertising executive?" I dreamt about a lot of things. Like most boys, I wanted to be a superhero, a footballer, fireman, cowboy. He counts off his ambitions on his fingers. "They didn't work out for you, hey?" I say, fighting an image of Dean dressed as a fireman throwing me over his shoulder and carrying me to safety. Dean as a cowboy galloping over the plains. I shake my head to clear the not quite just friends visions. Well, mostly I wanted to be rich and certainly to get away, adds Dean bluntly. So what part of the UK are you from that made you want to get away so badly? Before he has a chance to reply, the waitress returns to our table with the cocktails, and I have to endure more eyelash batting. When she stops creating a draft and leaves us alone, Dean doesn't give me an answer but instead asks, "What about you? Did you always want to be a journalist?" I always wanted to be married. That's been my enduring ambition. Dean is sipping his cocktail and so his laugh explodes into his drink, causing it to spurt over the table. "Hey, don't waste good alcohol," I chastise. Still grinning, he replies, "Actually, it's a virgin cocktail. I don't drink alcohol." Really? I'm surprised. This doesn't fit with my image of smooth, tall, dark and handsome Dean the ad man. I assumed he spent his life ordering martinis, shaken not stirred. But thinking about it, he only had orange juice on the plane. Why don't you... Before I can finish my sentence, Dean jumps in and asks, "So how did you end up a journalist?" It's a good question, yet not one I've ever given that much thought to. I spend most of my time wondering how I've ended up failing to marry. Well, I sort of fell into it, I suppose. I was good at English at school. I particularly loved reading novels. Let me guess. Romantic ones? Yes. So? I tried to ignore his amused sarcasm and his point. I read English at university, and then when I graduated, I didn't really know what to do with myself. One of my lecturers suggested that I do a postgraduate course in journalism. It seemed as good an idea as any, so I did. I am aware that I don't sound very impressive. I have a great job, or at least I did have until yesterday, and yet I've sort of shuffled into it rather than striven for it, and then I let it slip away. I feel a faint flush of embarrassment. I need to deflect. Look, we're always talking about me. What about you? On the plane, he talked about his work a lot. I managed to establish that he lives in a swanky apartment, adores his sister, and is allergic to shellfish. I guessed his favourite films and was surprised by his book choices, but I didn't discover what his 5 best memories are. And whilst he was indiscreet about his mates' love lives, he gave me no hint about his own. By contrast, he knows practically all there is to know about me, including all the gory details of the last half-dozen guys I've dated. The fact that my favourite childhood toy was a doll called Bridie. He has a brilliant way of eliciting confidences, and he clearly prefers to talk about other people's lives rather than his own. He's the one that should have been the journalist. What do you want to know about me? What do I want to know about him? Everything? Yes, everything. But mostly, I want to know if he has a girlfriend. Not that it's any of my business, but naturally I'm curious. Don't read anything into that. It's just that I like talking about relationships. It's my thing. I hunt around for some subtle way into that conversation. What do you do in your free time? I eat, make money and have a laugh with my mates. No mention of a girlfriend. I'm a demon for adrenaline rushes. I snowboard most weekends in the winter and I go mountain biking in the spring and summer. Grass sledging, water skiing, you name it, I've probably tried it. Something about the way he says that last sentence causes me to feel a bit flustered. I can't help imagining that he might mean he's tried all manner of exciting things in other walks of life, namely the bedroom. Images of him tied up, tying up others, licking ice cream off women's buttocks and then systematically working his way through the Kama Sutra spring to mind. I'm not a prude, far from it, but suddenly I don't know quite how to reply. Is he being flirtatious, or am I imagining it? Do I want him to flirt with me? No, surely not. I'm bigger and better than that, aren't I? Why would I want that level of complication? Well, besides the fact that when he accidentally nudged my boob outside the plane loos, I nearly exploded with sexual tension. A devastating, blatant attraction that I haven't felt in I don't know how long. Possibly ever. Besides that, it's all deeply impressive. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done? I stutter, trying to stay on track. I've swum with sharks. Is that a metaphor? No, I literally have swum with real sharks. Although, thinking about the politics in my office, yeah, could be a metaphor. And I've been abseiling a few times, I've tried bungee jumping, skydiving, and rafting. I really want him to shut up now. I'm actually intimidated just listening to him. He's making me feel like a great big gap. The most adventurous thing I've ever done is limbo under quite a low bar at the Notting Hill Carnival. I also ate finger food there without a napkin, but still, it's not exactly living dangerously. He's the complete opposite to me. Besides the fact that he's a scary daredevil, he doesn't drink, whereas I'm a wimp who is so athletically challenged I might literally drown in a cocktail one of these days. We'd never make a couple. I always look for at least 85% compatibility in online dating tests. Totally mismatched, just saying. His energy exposes my apathy in a startling, not at all pleasant way. I raise my hand above my head and wave frantically to the waitress. She ignores me. Dean raises an eyebrow a fraction and she's at our table in an instant. Can we order some bread? With dogs in rolls coming? The waitress looks aghast, clearly much more concerned about my carb intake than I am. I'd suggest olives. I don't like olives. Have you ever tried them? Asks Dean. I glare at him, much like my nephews glare at my sister at the dining table. Then I have to admit that no, I haven't tried olives, at least not since I was about 12. I know what Dean is going to say next. How do you know you don't like them until you've tried them? We'll take the goat's cheese stuffed olives, he adds, turning to the waitress. Good choice, she smarms, and then swooshes away back to the kitchen in a veritable cloud of glossy hair. I stare after her perky buttocks. I think she must be a decade younger than I am. You'll love them, Dean reassures me. I hold my grin. I hate the thought of having to eat food that looks a lot like greasy slugs, but having heard what Dean does with his spare time, it is impossible to admit that I'm scared of trying an olive. We stay silent until the perky waitress returns with the olives. Do you know what? When I was a kid, I was a Queen's Guide, I say as I take a gulp of my margarita. And what does that entail? Dean asks politely. I could change a plug by the time I was 8. I climbed Snowdon when I was 11. I put on theatre productions with my friends and we performed them for pensioners in their residential homes. I went on trekking holidays with youth groups in Turkey and Norway. I could build a washing-up stand out of sticks. What? Actually, thinking about the last one, I wonder about its actual usefulness, but it was bold at the time. I pause. What I'm saying is, there was a point in my life when I never said no to an opportunity. I'm thinking specifically about opportunities that had nothing to do with netting a bloke, but I can't bring myself to admit that aloud. I wonder about my motivation for trying the olives. Am I hoping to impress Dean, or do I want to show myself I'm not afraid? It's almost impossible to decipher which. Dean nods, but doesn't add or ask anything more. I have a vague feeling that he's managing me, waiting for me to draw my own conclusion, a conclusion he has probably reached before me. I should be doing more. Why are you such a thrill-seeker? You only get one life. Yes, but it seems to me that you're behaving in a way that is likely to shorten that one life. I guess I'm making up for lost time. Things didn't take off for me until a bit later than most, he says with a shrug. He's avoiding my gaze, which is unusual for Dean. He's normally so direct. Did you flunk out of uni? I never went to uni. Are you going to try these olives? Dean has already greedily gobbled up a quarter of the bowl. You didn't go to uni? I probably shouldn't be shocked. It shows I'm sort of small-minded with a limited repertoire of friends, but everyone I know went to university. Kids who go to private schools have to work really hard to avoid it, and those inclined to dodge tertiary education just can't be bothered to put in the required effort to fail. Some of my friends studied PPE at Oxford, others messed about with home economics courses at colleges that had academic records equivalent to a 1950s finishing school. But regardless of the quality of the actual education, everyone I know had 3 years being a student and all that entails. You know, staying up, throwing up, growing up. Why not? Dean seems startlingly clever to me. I'm certain he could have had his pick of unis. Oh, the right opportunity didn't come along, he replies, telling me precisely nothing. So that's why you snatch at every opportunity that comes your way now, hey? I suppose. Is that something you got from your father? You could say that. Dean doesn't look happy about the similarity I've drawn. From what I understand, my father certainly likes an adventure, and he taught me to stand on my own 2 feet. He picks up his glass and takes a big gulp. I get the feeling that just for once he might have liked there to be alcohol in it. Maybe I'm emboldened by the cocktail, but I decide to take a chance. I honestly think it will be good for him to talk things through. Why did your dad leave? I probe. The usual reason. He met someone else. In fact, he was always meeting other someones, but apparently one came along that was a bit special. I see. The thing is, Joe, in the world that you live in, the one that was a bit special should have been my mother, and then that should have been it. Yes. That's why I struggle to believe in your theory of the one. Isn't there just a new one every so often? I can't argue with his logic, even though I dearly want to. You think relationships are a bit like buses? I joke. Yeah, nothing, and then 3 come along all at once. Dean grins, but inexplicably I feel a flash of jealousy. I try to maintain a jokey tone. In your dreams. The fact is, I'm irritated by the thought of these 3 women that Dean may or may not be dating. The thought of him kissing other women, stroking their thighs, licking their nipples, jumps into my head. That's not right. I think about the waitress, who has suddenly become a conduit for my irrational irritation. She reappears as though she's a genie. Hey, how are you doing here? Would you like to order any more drinks? I glare at her and want to shoo her away, but she's oblivious to my wishes. It's all about Dean. She actually goes to put his napkin on his lap. He orders another round. The moment she leaves us alone, I blurt, "That waitress likes you." I know. She slipped her number into my jacket pocket. She did what? I'm outraged. But you're with me. Well, not technically. But don't you think she thinks we are a couple on a date? Probably. I don't think she cares. I think she's the audacious type. Does that happen a lot? People pressing their numbers on you? Often enough. I have never slipped my number into a man's jacket pocket, let alone a man who was dining with another woman, but of course women would press their numbers on Dean. Look at him. He's gorgeous. He has the sort of face that movie producers scout for. His skin is clear and fine. It rests on his strong and sculptured bones. He's blemish-free, with no signs of ingrowing stubble, whiteheads, or even those tiny red spots that come out to play after a chocolate binge. He's tanned, and his tan suggests good health and a wealth of experience. He says he's hardly slept in days, and the slightly darker skin under his eyes testifies as much, but even the purple-hued bags manage to somehow look sexy. You see, this world is too competitive for me, I say with a sigh. What does your girlfriend say when women slip you their number? It's a pathetic and transparent question. I'm pretty sure Dean doesn't have a girlfriend. Pretty sure. But for some reason, that's not good enough for me. I want to be certain. I need to be. I can't bring myself to form the words, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I know from bitter experience that the question can't fail to sound anything other than stalkerish, weird, needy, or nosy. It's much better if he thinks I'm pathetic. I don't have a girlfriend. We share that look. The look millions share when this sort of fact is revealed. The look that challenges promises and questions all at once. There's a small but undeniable flicker of something in my belly. I know it is delight. But I can't get carried away. For many, many reasons, I mustn't get carried away. Oh yes, it's different here in America, isn't it? People date non-exclusively and then they have the talk, and then it's fast-tracked to the wedding department at Bloomingdale's. Right? I wouldn't know. He shifts on his chair and stares over my right shoulder. I pause, waiting until he drags his gaze back to mine. But you date? Yes, well, sort of. Sort of. You either do or you don't. I know I should not be pursuing this line of questioning with such vigor, yet I'm helpless to do anything other. I'm not sure what I do's date. What is it you do? I fuck. Oh. Hearing him say the word causes an intense and overpowering shudder to ricochet through my body. It starts in my gut and radiates outwards, lower towards my thighs and upwards too, stopping my breath and quickening my heart. Martin, Martin, Martin. I say the name over and over again like a prayer or chant. I have to stay focused, that's all. This attraction I feel for Dean isn't real. Well, it is, but it's fleeting. The result of the cocktail, jet lag, and the champagne on the flight. Martin is real and enduring. Suddenly, Dean leans forward, and for a mad moment I think he's going to kiss me, but instead he pops an olive into my mouth. His thumb lingers on my lip. I can't spit, so I swallow. Do you like it? Delicious, I admit. Dean looks at me carefully, then lets out a sort of sad groan. He holds my gaze and then says, "Joe, you should know I'm not a nice guy." I cough, find my voice and reply, "You seem like a nice guy." That's the trick. I don't want to accept it. You've got to be a nice guy because not nice guys would never confess to being such. They pretend to be nice guys until... I am talking from experience. And suddenly I realise it is impossible to finish the sentence and retain any dignity. Until after... Dean suggests. Well, yes, until after... I mumble. After sex. Normally I follow that rule too, but... This time I finish his sentence. But we're not in a before position. Exactly. I can't hold his gaze any longer. I study the menu, giving the impression that I am seriously interested in the daily specials. I shouldn't care that he doesn't see me as anything other than a friend. Friendship is what I want from him. And yet, a dull ache throbs through my body, replacing the wonderful shard of lust. The dull ache feels a lot like disappointment. I bluster. So as there isn't going to be an after for us, you don't need to lie to me, and that's why you're telling me you're not a nice guy. Correct. But the fact is, you have been nice to me, I insist. Exceptionally nice. Well, I can be nice to you. You're different. Before I can get excited about the fact that I'm different, every girl's dream, I understand in what way he thinks of me as different. The disappointment solidifies. You can be nice to me because you'd never, ever want to sleep with me, I state. Dean shrugs. Let's just say we're not in that place. Right. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. I force myself to smile. Dean not wanting me in that way shouldn't be a difficult thing for me to accept. It should be a matter of total indifference. Surely it's only my pride that's dented, isn't it? Because Dean should not be on my radar. I ought to be totally focused on Martin. So we can be, already are, good friends. Dean grins. Yes. I raise my glass. To friendship, and you being nice to me. Dean clinks his glass against mine. I drain my cocktail, not giving a thought to the fact that not only is Dean footing the bill, but he is stone-cold sober and planning to stay that way. I look around impatiently for the waitress to appear with the refills. To friendship. What else? After all, you're here to break up a wedding and marry the groom, so whether I want to sleep with you or not is irrelevant, surely. Dean is smirking as he says this, which hurts. You have a way of making my plan sound ridiculous. That's because it is ridiculous, Joe. I have your cocktails. This time I'm thankful for the interruption. I'm probably as willing to kiss the hot waitress as Dean is. Should I bring your dogs now? Yes, Dean and I chorus gratefully. I have to rally. I will not let Dean bring me down. I have a plan, and it's a good one. At least, it's my only one. I need things to work out with Martin tomorrow. They have to. Of course, when this is sorted out, I'll be very busy again. I'm not sure how much time I'll have to keep up with friends. I look at Dean meaningfully. I want him to know that what we have, whatever it is, will be finite. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to accommodate my relationship with Dean into my new life with Martin. It would all be too complicated. I'll have to visit venues, shop for my dress, and pick out cars and flowers. I'll have to go to menu tastings. Can't you just use all the stuff you bought for last time? Same venue, etc. Don't be crass. Yeah, it's me that's being crass here. You are planning a wedding to a man who is probably on his stag. I pretend not to hear him. I will not be using the old stuff. Fashions change. Besides, most of it was borrowed. I add reluctantly. I really don't want to get into this. And those suppliers think I married him last time. I'm not even going to ask. No, don't. My point is, Dean, I'm not a very good correspondent, so if I don't email often, don't feel bad. You mean you're not planning on inviting me to your wedding? I can hear the amusement in his voice. He wants me to. You're teasing me. I am. Suddenly a thought crosses my mind. You've done it again. What? You've shifted the focus away from you and onto me. Well, you are the heroine here. You're the one doing the big romantic dash across the Atlantic to stop a wedding. I'm just some guy whose estranged father is dying. The pesky and perky waitress pops up at the side of our table yet again. I really don't know why she doesn't just pull up a chair. I have your dogs. She means sausages. Can I get you anything else? Her orthodontically enhanced beam is flashed exclusively at Dean, obviously. Mustard. Then, as an afterthought, his mind is not on the dogs or even the waitress. He remembers his manners. Please. I added to my list of things I know about him. He likes mustard. He has good manners. This time, I really hope she hurries back because we sit brooding and speechless with nothing to listen to other than the sound of other people's good times, the clink of bottles and cutlery, the buoyant murmur of happy chatting and the odd screech of laughter. When she does return with the mustard, she touches Dean's shoulder twice. Twice! Do you think your dad has done everything he wants to with his life? Probably. He has a selfish gene. Can we talk about something else? We could, but I really think you need to talk about your dad, Dean. I really don't. Talking about how I'm feeling isn't my thing. How do you know until you've tried? Hilarious, coming from a woman who hadn't even tried an olive until today. But I did try it, I point out. Dean bites ravenously into his hot dog. Ketchup squirts down his lip. He wipes it away with the back of his hand. It takes every ounce of self-control I possess not to pull off my t-shirt and toss my bra onto his plate. He has appetites for food, life, sex. I shake my head. What am I thinking of? I shouldn't care about this man's sexual appetites. I feel disproportionately agitated, frustrated. I want to help him. Our relationship has been uneven so far, and I owe him. I don't accept that he's as impervious and unaffected by his father's terminal illness as he's trying to suggest. I push on. Families are important, worthwhile, such a support. Well, maybe some, not mine. But you can't deal with losing a member of your family by just blanking it out. I lost him a long time ago. But shut up, Joe! Dean's voice is suddenly loud enough to catch the attention of a number of diners sitting close by. Heads swivel in our direction. Dean looks flushed. He bites his lip and then adds more softly, Please, leave it. You don't know what you're talking about. This isn't something you can fix. I wish it was. Despite the fact that he is so obviously a fully fledged adult, he somehow transforms under my gaze, following his confession that he wishes to be fixed, that he wishes I could fix him. His face softens. It loses its angular adultness. I have a sudden and undeniable longing to kiss him. It isn't the firmness of his words that finally silences me. It's the fact that he reaches across the table and puts his hand on top of mine. His touch scorches. I feel tattooed, and stupidly, insanely, I fight the idea that I'll always feel his touch. Normally I blunder and clatter on, persistently demanding answers, but for once I clamp my mouth shut, respecting his privacy. His hand stays on mine. 1 heffalump, 2 heffalump, 3 heffalump, 4 heff... He lets go. Under the table, I pinch myself sharply. It has no effect. I still want to kiss him. Kiss it all better. 27. Clara. She wouldn't have known him. Was it the cancer or the time that had passed, or her memory that made him unrecognizable? A combination, probably. Clara thought that forgetting him seemed the biggest crime. Bigger than cancer, which was ridiculous, of course. She'd have walked by him in the street. Very well might have on a number of occasions. How could that be, considering she'd searched for him over and over again? For years, she'd scoured crowds, people picnicking on the beach or in the park, masses at concerts and in galleries, always hoping for a glimpse, a chance. Many a time she thought she'd seen the back of his head on the tube or in the street, and chased breathlessly down a platform or across a road, feet pounding, scents flying to tap him on the shoulder. She was always cruelly disappointed when he turned out to be simply someone else. Someone with slightly less lustrous hair. On close inspection, someone without challenge in their eyes. The disappointment would crawl all over her scalp, making her want to scratch and scream. Now he was a thin sack of skin and bone and cancerous cells. The little hair he had left was whiter than the sheets he lay on, and his pallor was grey, like a pitiless winter sky. She doubted he'd live well. He probably hadn't looked after himself. She'd never expected that, but she had expected someone to take care of him. Some woman must have wanted the job. She'd often thought, as she made fish pie with responsibly caught cod and a minimum of 3 organic vegetables for her own clan, that no doubt someone was doing the same for him somewhere. The thought had always comforted her and tortured her. It was a surprise to find that there hadn't been someone. This man didn't look as though he'd had the benefit of a woman picking out his ties, buying him his favourite cheeses, telling him to make an appointment at the doctor's when he first had pains in the upper abdomen, when he started to inexplicably lose weight as he developed a jaundiced hue. He'd been neglected. Why? Why hadn't there been someone? Had he driven them all away? Had he perpetually run away? Clara thought about what she ought to say next. He hadn't taken his eyes off her from the moment she'd walked into the ward. She'd sensed him before she saw him, as she had always done, and now she couldn't turn her gaze away from him either. His eyes were pleading with her. She knew he wouldn't want her to ask him how he was feeling, if she could get anything, whether he'd like some water. Others could do that. His eyes begged her not to let him down now, this late in the day. Not to fall into the abyss of normality. "Do you remember?" Clara asked. Her voice rang clearly through the ward. She didn't need to be specific. She meant all of it. Did he remember the intensity, the impossibility, the immeasurable need they had for one another? She thought perhaps he did remember, because why else would he have written? But she could not be sure. Not with Eddie Taylor. The only thing one could count on with Eddie Taylor was how unreliable he was. She reached across his bed and threaded her fingers through his. His skin felt papery. Could she damage him? Still, it felt natural to hold his hand. She'd always been consumed by him. Her skin had always melted into his. "Oh, the sex we had," he chuckled. The laugh was raspy and laboured, but authentic. "Yes, the sex. Clara nodded, although that was not all. He'd rarely called it love-making. He'd had her, taken her, done her. They'd had sex furiously and frantically in the afternoons. They skipped out of work, took a hotel or borrowed keys to a colleague's home. They did it in spare beds, strangers' beds, hallways, and, if needs be, alleyways. In and out and in, hands all over, lips, legs, hips and tits. She had never seen a future for them, nor did she have a past when she was with him. She began and ended in those snatched afternoons. She knew he was married. He knew she was. She knew it but never thought of it, could not, or would not. She had never allowed herself to picture the wife or the son. "You were perfect," Eddie murmured. The compliment settled on her, took effect like the first sip of crisp champagne. It trickled through her, causing her to dance on the inside, as his rare but coveted compliments always had. "The perfect mistress," he added, immediately fast-forwarding through the delightful, drunken haze and flinging her into a regretful hangover. He had not changed then. She leant close to him and heard him whisper, "You never asked awkward questions," clearing up his definition of perfection. No, she had never humiliated herself or embarrassed him by asking questions. She never asked if she was his only current mistress, or whether he was still sleeping with his wife. When she first found out through gossip in the office that his wife was pregnant with a second child, she thought she would die. The jealousy ripped at her innards, tore at her mind, lacerated her body. She thought she would not be able to touch him again. She stormed into his office and threw a hole punch at his head. Before then, she'd never given him any hint at how she felt about him, how she was his. She hadn't ever said she loved him, although he said it to her often enough. She had doubted him. She thought he was the type to be quite loose-lipped when it came to saying as much to women. He'd been mesmerized by her apparent indifference, but her obvious jealousy captivated him entirely. For the first time in his life, he wanted to please a woman more than he wanted to please himself. He'd slammed his office door closed, silenced her angry yells with hot-hearted kisses, and then he'd had her up against the wall, just yards away from where their colleagues were typing and filing. "You were awful," she said with a smile. "Wasn't I?" he replied with eminent pleasure. "Not in the least perfect by anyone's standard." She made sure she sounded as though she was joking. That was always her way with him. But as she said it, she realized she was still angry. She hadn't thought this was the case. She told herself she'd reached a state of indifference years and years ago, immune. The letter had exposed her as a fraud. She was not immune, to him or to the consequences. "We had something for a while there, didn't we?" A dying man could say it as it was. Yes, we did. A liberated woman could admit that much. They'd carried on for another 1.5 years after she'd found out about him impregnating his wife. "We could have had more." Eddie squeezed her fingers with his own, but it wasn't an affectionate squeeze. He was trying to hurt her. His grip nipped spitefully. If he'd had more strength, he might have caused some real pain. Was he angry too? More angry than she was? Or was he simply sulking because he hadn't got his own way? She had never known whether Eddie's longing for her was genuine love or a complex mix of selfishness, desire, and convenience. It was true that he had talked of a life he could imagine for them, but she would not let him leave his wife. She told him time after time that that wasn't what she wanted. But he hadn't listened to her. He hadn't believed her. He'd been sure she must love him. No doubt he'd reasoned what woman could resist. But it wasn't just about the two of them, was it? Or even about them and their existing partners. When Eddie Taylor had talked about their future, he had a cornucopia of dreams and plans. They might live abroad, America, France, or even Australia. They might move to Hollywood and pitch his scripts. They might drive around Europe in a camper van, or they might just rent a flat in W1 and make love every day. In none of his visions did he mention their children. She would not leave her girls. It had been horrible. He'd turned up on her doorstep in Wimbledon. The girls weren't even in bed. Lisa had answered the door to him. Clara had sobered up in an instant. It was as though someone had plunged her into an icy sea. Her first thought had been horror, then disgust. His selfishness had astounded her. Why hadn't he listened when she told him she was never going to leave her family? How could he have left his own? She felt ashamed, deeply, darkly ashamed. She told herself that she'd never love him, that it had simply been a case of her weak body commandeering the situation, because how could she have really loved such a wild and selfish man? She begged him to go away, and when that didn't work, she demanded it. "I'm not sure we could have had more, really," she commented. The expression in Eddie's gaze shifted an infinitesimal degree. The happy reminiscing shifted to something harder and colder, like frost solidifying a tumbling brook. Not everyone would have noticed, but Clara had always picked up on the nuance of his moods. She suspected that part of the reason he had found her so attractive was because she found him so interesting. She'd always feared that ultimately his feelings for her were really all about how he felt about himself. How awful, as she believed this to be true of Tim as well. "So, what did Clara do next?" Eddie asked. The curiosity was shaded by a hint of sarcasm. Eddie probably still believed Clara ought not to have had a next, at least not one that didn't involve him. Tim had been very understanding and had accepted her apologies and explanation. Magnanimously, he'd even recognized his part in bringing about the crisis. He admitted that perhaps he hadn't fulfilled his role as a husband on every level. "I stayed." Eddie made a sound. Clara wasn't sure if it was due to the fact that breathing was obviously difficult or because he was disgusted by her answer. "As I always said I would," she added. She and Tim had agreed that breaking up the family was the wrong thing to do. They'd been very adult, very sensible. Tim had started to pay her more attention in the bedroom. It wasn't passionate. He did not consume her. He did not crawl up under her skin. But it was well executed, careful, thoughtful, and, most importantly, fruitful. They conceived Mark. "I had another child, a son." Very nice. When Mark was 3 months old, Tim had told Clara that he was sorry, but he didn't think he was going to be able to have sex with her again. He explained that he was gay, that he'd finally come to terms with it and wanted her to as well. She had heard the doors slam shut. She was trapped. She could not pack up the 3 children and chase after Eddie Taylor. He did not want her 3 children. By that time, he might not have wanted her either. No doubt he would have moved on. And she did not want anyone else. She'd been struck with inertia. After an extended bout of exhaustion and confusion and a profound but relatively brief bout of depression, she'd agreed to Tim's suggestion that they just carry on as they were. One big, happy family. And they had been happy. There was a lot of love. Tim was her best friend. Not every wife could say that about her husband. The children had everything: a stable home, devoted and loving parents, private schooling, foreign holidays, sunny picnics, seaside visits, happy memories. She'd had a sense of order, a sense of place. Everything other than the sense that she was desired. But nothing was perfect.
28. Dean. "Tell me some more about Martin," said Dean. Joe stared at him and blinked twice. "He wasn't in your favourite moments." "Sorry?" "When you listed your happiest moments on the plane today, You never mentioned him. Can't a girl be independent? Jo bristled. She was so clearly stalling for time. They can, and it's lovely when they are, but you're not. So why didn't he feature? Dean really wanted to know. He really wanted her to think. Oh my God, I don't know why. She answered with an anguish that could be nothing other than heartfelt. She put down her hot dog, as delicious as it was. It clearly stuck in her throat. I mean, we did have great times, obviously. We used to go to the movies, trendy bars and smart restaurants. We were always having friends around for dinner parties. Those evenings were such fun. We went on mini breaks and compiled a wedding list. Great times, fun times, she repeated firmly. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be here, right? She held up her hands, indicating that she was taking in the bright, light city. Wouldn't you? Dean tilted his head a fraction towards her. His fringe flopped in front of his eyes, and yet he held her gaze. He knew what effect this particular move had on women. He'd been told before that his gaze ran through them, that his eyes were amazing. No doubt Jo, with her shamefully romantic imagination, would be thinking about diving into sparkling Mediterranean seas or similar. Though he'd actually prefer it if she was thinking about the question he'd just asked. No, I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that he was the one for me. This is it. This is my big romantic moment, she muttered. He wasn't convinced, and from the way she was nervously fidgeting, he doubted even she was. So tell me how you know this Martin guy is the one. You really want to know? I wouldn't have asked otherwise. Jo took a deep breath and thought about it. She tried to be truthful, as far as she was able. Dean could trust her to be that. The issue would be, was she being truthful with herself? You see, I felt it so keenly when I was talking to Lisa in the London bar, and again in my mum's kitchen. Right? I was convinced I had to stop Martin marrying someone else. That I had to have him for myself. The intensity and certainty of the decision was clearly eluding her now. As she glanced around, aware of other couples laughing and bickering, chatting and joking, she looked panicked and frightened. Dean almost felt sorry for her. Well, he's decent, you know? Kind. And so many men aren't. You've just said as much yourself. He wasn't ever unfaithful. He didn't so much as look at another woman once. That didn't seem such a big deal when we dated. I took it for granted. But 5 years of single life has taught me that fidelity isn't a given. She sighed. In fact, the opposite is the case. Fidelity is as rare as pixie dust. You can't imagine how often men ask me to be discreet. Meaning? They want me to be their mistress. Or not even that. Sometimes just a quick lay. And is that tempting? Dean knew women who were happy to be both, or either on occasion, sometimes in the hope that something bigger might blossom, or as a last resort. He got it. It blanked out the loneliness for a while. But he found he didn't want Jo to be one of those women. Never, she replied firmly. I tell those guys to take a hike. I've never been the bit on the side. She paused, and then looked momentarily guilty. The encounter you mentioned on the plane, the one you said was married. She picked up her cocktail and drank a healthy slug. Okay, I've never intentionally been the bit on the side. Sometimes they don't mention they're married until after they roll off the Durex. Charming. Isn't it? Jo looked weary. Dean was confused. He was glad, even relieved, that Jo wasn't the sort of woman who was prepared to share. On the other hand, he was irritated, even revolted, by her faulty reasoning. Wasn't this further proof that the dream she hankered after simply didn't exist? Married men slept around. Single women sucked it up. How could that be the recipe for happily ever after? It wasn't even as straightforward as that. His father's mistress, the important one, the one Eddie Taylor had abandoned his family for, had been married too. Immorality and disappointing behaviour wasn't gender-specific. Indeed, it was the widespread nature of it that depressed Dean. How could Jo know all this and yet draw the conclusion that somehow she'd buck the trend? Somehow she'd fall madly, deeply, truly in love? How could she think that was going to happen with a man who was planning on marrying someone else? She was so blinkered, so self-deluded, so frustrating, so hopeful. Dean shook his head. Hope wasn't something he usually admired and certainly had never harboured. Being hopeful in the face of such overwhelming evidence was simply idiotic. He felt he had to explain as much to her. It was his duty. And you think it follows that because this guy wasn't unfaithful to you, he must be the one? That's part of it. How old were you when you dated? Late 20s? So you were at it all the time? I'm sorry? I'm just saying that most healthy dating couples in their 20s have a lot of sex, and so he probably didn't need to mooch about. Lovely. You're saying the only reason that a man would be faithful to me is if I shagged him senseless and he didn't have the energy to look about. Jo was offended. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this Martin guy was untested. Maybe he'd have been different in his mid-40s. No, I think he's the faithful type. Then how are you planning to lure him away from his current fiancée? Jo looked shocked. She clearly hadn't given her plan enough thought. Flustered, she began to loudly list her ex's other attributes. And he's good-looking? Well, at least good-looking enough. Maybe he isn't the sort of guy who makes girls stop in the street. But he's tall. You mentioned that, said Dean calmly as he sipped on his drink. He oozed the confidence of a man who did make women stop and stare. He was the recipient of many double takes. I'd like to have tall kids, and he has a good job. I'm not really too bothered about cash, but I do want to be with someone solvent, Jo sighed. I know I am coming across as shallow, but I'm not. My reasons for wanting to marry Martin are complex. She reached for her cocktail and took another enormous gulp. Dean doubted she could even taste the drink. Amplify, he insisted. Must I? Can't you? Dean waited for her response, prepared to bide his time but not prepared to let her off the hook. There was no such thing as fate or destiny. She and Martin were not meant for one another in some magnificent way. Life was chaotic. How could she put so much faith in one man to have dashed across the globe, chasing a wispy concept? He marvelled at the self-confidence that was required to have such thoughtless hope and blind faith, even as he disdainfully mocked it. I guess the truth is, I'm 35 years old, and I'm lonely. Jo allowed the word to settle on the table between them. It was a humiliating but truthful and clear word. Have you ever thought that the only thing you really want to do is screw up your life into a tight ball, like you might screw up a piece of paper and chuck it away? She glanced at him from under her eyelashes. It wasn't a flirtatious move. It was genuine shyness. Even this strangely guileless woman with a penchant for oversharing was struggling to admit to such gloomy despondency. He had thought this himself on many, many occasions, but had never heard anyone divulge as much. He did not dare move in case she thought he was nodding, empathy would expose him. She tried to smile, but he knew it was one of those painful, necessary smiles that was entirely about outward appearances and nothing to do with inward emotions. Have you ever thought there's nothing you can do except start again, but in the same instant realized that there's no chance of that, as few of us ever get the chance to start again? Except Buddhists, said Dean with a gentle grin. He would never own up to having had those thoughts, however long ago he had them. He'd never disclose as much, so he hid behind humour. Jo grasped at the straw he'd offered her and tried to jest too. Yes, but even then there's a lack of control that bothers me. I don't want to start again as a cockroach. Plus, they're not supposed to drink. She reached for her cocktail, sipped it as though to make her point. They fell into another silence. But this one was sharper than those that had gone before. It had an edge to it. She wasn't finished. She had more to say. I'm sure you think I just want a big wedding, that I'm hung up on the day itself. Well, he had the decency not to finish the sentence, which would have involved either lying or hurting her feelings. Everyone thinks the same. I'm a joke to my friends and sister, probably to my parents. They think I'm some desperate man-hunting bridezilla, without sense or reason. But it's not about the day, isn't it? I could take it or leave it, truthfully. I mentioned my parents have been married for an eternity. Yes, and I told you I think the families are important, worthwhile, such a support. Yes, that's what I want. She paused, relaxing and revelling in the simplicity of her statement, and at the same time determinedly fighting the mounting despair that she'd ever accomplish her ambition. I want a family of my own, a husband to love, who loves me in return, who'll love me when I'm tired or cross or wrong, when I'm old. And I'll love him unconditionally too. We'll have kids, 2, possibly 3. Our house will be noisy, chaotic, but happy. We'd have friends and family around for Sunday lunch, and some days it would just be us, snuggled up under the duvet watching a movie on the TV. I'd be good at it. I have a lot of love to give. That's what I yearn for. Yearn was such an exposing word that it almost hurt Dean to hear her say it. He didn't take his eyes off her throughout her speech. He couldn't. He was mesmerized by her frankness, her surprising self-awareness, and her old-fashioned ambitions. His quiet seriousness encouraged her to carry on. My mistakes are overwhelming. I've had chances, and it's not just that I've let them slip away. I've actively shoved them away, run away from them screaming. I hate hindsight. Foresight is the hot one, the must-have. She tried to smile again, but he still wasn't convinced by its authenticity. Martin was a chance. A big 6'2" chance with blonde hair and brown eyes and a relaxed smile. A maths degree from Bristol and a career as a management consultant. He had good legs too. Genetically, he'd have been a winner, and he wanted me. He did. He loved me. He really did. I don't doubt it. Dean could imagine such a man loving this woman. Suddenly, under the stars on this clear night, he thought that most men would love her if they got to know her. You'll meet someone else, he muttered. It wasn't just a platitude. He believed she would. He still didn't believe in the happy ever after, true love thing, but he did think someone might do as well as Martin for her. She shook her head. No, I've tried. There isn't anyone out there. I've looked. I really have. She waved her hands into the evening. Bright lights outlined the buildings, bridges and rail tracks. Laughter and music cracked the darkness. But Dean knew she could no longer see or hear variety and possibilities. Confirming his thoughts, she added, I don't have it in me anymore. I've been battling and fighting for so long. Years. It is exhausting. Being eternally my best self on the off chance I might attract someone for long enough for them to be comfortable with my worst self is exhausting. It hurts to be such a big failure, of course. But having had chances hurts more. Martin and I may have some sort of salvageable history. I say he is the one because, well, he's my best chance. She pushed away her plate. She'd hardly touched the hot dog or the mountain of fries that had arrived as a side. She paused and fingered the stem of her cocktail glass. "Shall we get the bill?" she suggested, defeated. Dean nodded and swiftly caught the eye of the waitress. As he put the cash on the little silver plate, he turned to Joe. "You know what? I think you're wrong. Martin isn't your best chance. He's just your best chance so far." It wasn't much in the way of consolation, but it was all he had. She shrugged and wouldn't meet his eye. Dean was touched by her honesty, touched and a bit embarrassed. He had been planning on just seeing her into a cab and sending her on to her hotel. After all, by anyone's standards, he'd already shown extreme consideration. He'd taken her shopping for a new outfit. He'd fed her. He'd fixed up the hotel. Surely his work here was done. But suddenly he was drenched with a sense of anxiety and foreboding. He wasn't sure if sending her off alone in a cab was still the best plan of action. He couldn't quite decide whether her obviously fragile state was the result of her alcohol intake, her jet lag, or her sad heart. Whichever it was, he thought there was a reasonable chance that she'd be refused entry into the hotel unless he accompanied her. He didn't want to think about her wandering the streets of Chicago alone late at night, so he hailed a cab for the two of them. They didn't say much as they sat side by side in the dark. She shivered, and so Dean handed her his jacket. She didn't hang it carefully around her shoulders, the way women tended to do when they wore a man's jacket. Instead, she slipped it on properly, preferring to benefit from its warmth rather than caring whether she looked cute. They both stared out of the window, watching the bright and the buoyant, the edgy and the inebriated who littered the streets. It was a bustling, vibrant city. Dean wished Joe could see the opportunities he could see, the people she could make friends with, the career she could pursue, the conversations she could have, the places she could visit. But he thought it was most likely that she was still thinking about hijacking Martin's wedding, her only ambition. He waited while she checked into the hotel, and then it was time for them to say goodbye. They lingered in the elegant marble-clad lobby, trying to keep their voices low, but aware that the bored and fatigued man on reception was following every word. "Thanks so much for all your help today. The outlet shopping, dinner, finding this place." Joe trailed off. Dean waved his hand, dismissing her thanks. He pretended not to notice how much effort she was putting into enunciating her words correctly. She was quite drunk. "Hey, it's been..." He paused. "Lovely," he concluded, borrowing her word. "It has, hasn't it?" She beamed back at him. "Although all day I've had to ask myself, why are you even here?" "What do you mean?" "With me. Haven't you got better things to do?" Dean considered. "I have no idea. Maybe I'm fatally attracted to lost causes." "This is not a lost cause." She poked him playfully in the belly. She had to have noticed his hard abs. "This is a cause so deeply and darkly lost that I was thinking of buying you a miner's torch and a canary in a cage," replied Dean. "Ha ha, very funny." Joe paused and then asked what Dean had known she would and hoped she wouldn't. "Come with me." "No, I can't." "Yes, you can. Why not? It would look so cool if I had you on my arm when I walked in." You'd be a confidence boost because you are so very good looking. She bestowed the compliment in a slightly shy slur. Her desire to be genuine had forced her to abandon all attempts at appearing sober. He responded to the compliment in his usual way. He smiled charmingly, not touched. Thank you. Wow, Joe looked startled. You're like totally overwhelmed. Her fake American accent dripped with sarcasm, which was not something Dean had found her to be before. The way he accepted the compliment told Joe that he'd heard it too often. Dean was almost ashamed of his good looks, certainly indifferent to them. Yes, of course they had helped him to bed countless women, but he didn't value them. Joe made the leap. So do you look like your dad? I thought we agreed we weren't going to talk about my dad. I never agreed. You suggested it and assumed I'd gone along with your suggestion. You do have a way of being, I don't know, slightly supercilious. Or maybe I assumed you would concede because you have a way of being submissive. Ouch, that's not nice. You shouldn't confuse submissive with polite. Jo waved her finger like a teacher telling off a pupil. Dean assumed her alcohol consumption was responsible for the fact that the banter had suddenly taken on a somewhat dangerous, volatile, even flirtatious tone. It's a good job you're clever too, hey? So you don't have to rely on the good looks that obviously irritate you, she added. Sharp. Yeah, I'm often underestimated. Whose fault is that? Are you always this rude? I'm not rude. I'm probing. Come with me, she implored. It's +1, and they are no doubt going to serve something delicious. Even if it is chicken, it will probably be posh chicken. You know, chicken supreme filled with brie and apple, probably wrapped in bacon and a white wine sauce. But if your plan works, there isn't going to be a wedding, let alone a wedding reception, Dean pointed out. Oh yes, of course. Stupid me. For an instant, Jo looked flattened. The colour drained from her face and she vanished against the marble walls in the reception. Had the weight of the reality of what she was planning to do finally crushed her? Was she really capable of ruining another woman's wedding day? Another woman's marriage? This wasn't just about Martin. Dean sighed. She was a conundrum, was Jo. Totally insane. Really quite irritating on many levels, certainly exasperating, and yet he felt for her. She was a 30-something woman, desperate to be married and deluded by the whole circus known as romance. He was also 30-something, but he was deeply, darkly cynical about the ongoing propaganda that sold false hope, wrapped up in a bow and labelled happily ever after. It simply did not exist. It was a pity she was wasting her entire life relentlessly pursuing it. If she told people she was hunting down leprechauns or pots of gold at the end of the rainbow, they'd have her committed. She was delusional. And yet he understood her. She was lonely. She wanted a family. He got her. No. He shook his head with genuine regret that he couldn't help her with this. I'm sorry, Jo, but I just can't watch you do this to yourself. There's going to be a train crash. Jo nodded, the tiniest fraction of a movement. He knew she was being brave, hiding the fact that disappointment ripped at her guts. Of course not. Why would you want to get involved in my mess? Why would you even want me to? I shouldn't have asked. I can do this alone. Yes, you can, if you must. I must, if I can. Jo forced herself to grin broadly and declared, Martin will be pleased to see me, delighted. He wants to rescue me. That was why he sent the invite. If you say so. And I want to rescue Martin. That you have certainly said. It's Martin I want. Dean nodded his head. He felt suddenly overwhelmed with weariness. He leant close to her ear to ensure that the receptionist couldn't hear any more of their conversation. Joe, you know you're going to get rejected, don't you? He hoped his warning would convey his regret and his sympathy, but most of all he wanted to convey his certainty. I don't know any such thing. He sent me an invite for a reason. Yes, to rub your nose in it. He's happy, you're not. He's not that sort, she insisted. Dean drew away and shrugged. He was certain that she was wrong. Dean, the wedding is at 6 p.m. at the Luxor, East Walton. Have you heard of it? Yes, it's quite a prestigious hotel. Joe shrugged. She didn't look exactly thrilled to hear this. Dean was glad that he hadn't elaborated and explained that it was the sort of hotel that boasted large but elegant rooms and suites, gracious service and stunning interior features, including hospitable fireplaces in the winter and expansive terraces in the summer. He'd had sex there at least twice. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me, she added. Joe, go to the Museum of Contemporary Art instead. He leant a fraction closer. It was time to say goodnight and goodbye. He'd decided against going for the 2 air kisses that were customary, opting instead for one thoughtful kiss. It rested lightly on her forehead. His lips burnt. This is goodbye, right? Yes, Joe. Take care. Will you wish me luck? He thought about it. He didn't much believe in luck. But she did. Yeah, be lucky. Then he walked swiftly out of the lobby, refusing to look back over his shoulder.
Saturday, 23rd of April, 2005. 29. Joe. I hoped that when I woke up, the weather would offer me some sort of omen as to how things might pan out, or at the very least a dramatic backdrop while the action was taking place. Back in the UK the night before my flight, I had plenty of time to think through how I imagined today would be. In my imaginings, I saw a blazing hot day. I pictured myself wearing a pretty, full-skirted dress, probably in a sherbet colour, pink or lemon, and I saw myself scampering through the streets of Chicago in heels until I found the church. This fantasy didn't budge, even when I carefully reread the invite and realised the wedding wasn't actually taking place in the church. The vows were to be exchanged at the hotel, but I couldn't quite adjust my fantasy to accommodate that fact. Martin would be standing outside, handsome in his morning suit. He'd be flanked by 2 or 3 distinguished but slightly less handsome groomsmen. As I approached, they'd all notice me and gape in open awe, impressed by my joie de vivre, my self-assurance and my stunning good looks. In my fantasy, I looked a lot like Reese Witherspoon, which was odd because I'm not even blonde. But I'm not unrealistic. Even in my fantasies, I allowed for the fact that this reconciliation was to take place in Chicago, and so, because it's late April, blazing sunshine's not guaranteed. I constructed an alternative fantasy with less clement weather. In the second version of events, I imagined that the sky would be full of powerful bruise-coloured clouds. I'd be wearing a vampy black number, practically spray-on and with a plunge neckline. When I arrive at the church, thunder would clap and lightning would flash. It would be extremely gothic and passionate. Martin would still be flanked by handsome groomsmen, all of whom would be mesmerised by my sultry good looks and sexy determination. Think Angelina Jolie. My best fantasies rarely feature me as me. Disappointingly, when I pull back the curtains, I am greeted by a mostly grey, overcast sky that holds just the smallest suggestion that it might turn an insipid blue later on in the day. But basically, the outlook is flat and bland, bordering on the dreary. I almost feel sorry for Martin's fiancée. This isn't the sort of weather any bride imagines for her wedding day. Not that this is going to be her wedding day, I remind myself. I was surprised when I woke up to discover that it was already 3 in the afternoon. Jet-lagged, I didn't know whether to eat breakfast or lunch, and then I decided I was way too excited, or nervous, to stomach either. I tried to make myself a coffee, but the coffee-making machine defeated me by having a huge variety of buttons and choices, so I settled for a glass of tap water and seriously wished I'd eaten more yesterday. I carefully pull my outfit from the stiff cardboard bag. I really ought to have hung it up last night, but I was too beat. We selected a poppy-coloured sleeveless classic Calvin Klein dress. Neat, understated, but somehow all the more sexy for that fact. Dean steered me away from the girly frocks. Too mumsy, too sweetie pie. If you're going to do this, you need to be taken seriously. And vetoed the more obviously seductive numbers too. You'll give the vicar a heart attack. His voice rings around my head. It was determined and manly most of the time, but when I emerged in the poppy-coloured Calvin Klein dress, it turned to treacle and I had to lean close to him to hear him properly. Knockout. I hope he's right, as knocking out the competition is exactly what I have to do today. We bought some suede killer heel nude sandals too. They have a strap around the ankle which gives a hint of the vixen. If ever there was a moment to hint at the inner vixen, this is it. I shower using the hotel's sensuous shower gels. Then I apply about a dozen moisturizers. It's been 5 years since I last saw Martin. Not especially kind years. My skin has decided to embrace the inevitability of science and has started to accept gravity. My mind is less willing, which is why I continue to apply moisturizers and hope. Will Martin think I've aged terribly? I stare in the mirror and I'm surprised not to see the jet-lagged hag I was expecting. Instead, I find that I'm glowing. I smile at myself and my cheekbones spring out to greet me like the long-lost friends they are. I practice another smile. This one is less playful, more hesitant. My eyes sparkle. I continue to play this game as I put on my makeup. I'm surprised to find that I look, well, good enough. It's easy. Whenever I smile, I think of Dean. Dean's face when I spilt my drink on him, exasperated, firm but not unkind. Dean waiting for me by the taxi rank. Dean biting into his hot dog. I wonder what he's up to today. He mentioned that he usually spends a couple of hours in the gym on Saturdays, or sometimes goes to the park with mates to play a casual game of baseball or shoot some hoops. He's very active, but he's exhausting to just think about. Exhausting and exciting. I wonder what he is up to at this exact moment. Probably reaching for his phone and whizzing through the names of his various not-too-serious girlfriends. He isn't likely to want to spend a Saturday evening alone. I imagine some woman picking up her mobile, seeing his name flash up on her screen, and her face splitting with the most enormous grin, thrilled to receive his call. It is a good thing I've learned that raw sexual attraction is never, ever linked to something more meaningful. It is a good thing I've learned that raw sexual attraction is never, ever linked to something more meaningful. I've accepted that fancying someone is virtually inversely proportional to being happy with them. Martin is my best chance. That said, when my phone beeps, my first thought is that I hope it is Dean texting. This is stupid, not least for the fact that we didn't do anything conventional like swap numbers. I pick up the phone and see from caller ID that it's my sister. The disappointment that it's not Dean is as unaccountable as it is overwhelming. I apathetically let it go through to voicemail. Okay, I'm all ready. One last check in the mirror. Pretty good, even if I say so myself. And I have to say so myself because, as ever, there's no one else here to say it.
30. Eddie. She stayed all afternoon. I didn't expect that. In my experience, lovers expect too much of one another, and it's a trap I've always tried to avoid. only falling into it once. With her, of course. Just the once. Fact is, I thought she was in the bag. Back then, all that time ago, I thought she would leave her husband for me. I never doubted it. Yesterday, when I said as much, she asked about the kids. But Eddie, what about the children? How could you have expected me to leave my children? I never thought about it, Clara. I had to be honest. With her, like my son, there was no point in starting to lie to them now. She sighed, disappointed. I find it boring when people try to express their disappointment in me. I see it as their fault, not mine, and I think they are hopeless not to know as much. She wouldn't be disappointed in me if she didn't expect things of me, expect better. Why would she do that? I never was better, never pretended to be. Shall we do the crossword now? She asked, as she always had when she wanted to change the subject. She bent forward to reach into her handbag that lay on the floor and unintentionally treated me to a view of her cleavage. The cleavage hasn't weathered as well as her face. She spent too much time in the sun, plenty of foreign holidays, no doubt. And the curve of her tits puts me in mind of prunes rather than peaches now. Still, her collarbone made me gasp. It was still as beautiful. For a moment I forgot the pain in my body and I just felt pleasure. It was a treat after the hospital sheets, bed baths, needle pricks, blood transfusions, chemo and stuff to just feel something that men are supposed to feel. Most of our past was secret moments and snatched minutes, glued together to add up to something that might have passed as a relationship. But if we ever had time to languish, we would smoke a cigarette together and complete the broadsheet crossword. She was very good at anagrams and fair at the cryptic clues. I was better at both. Yesterday I noticed her paper was the freebie given away at tube stations. I loathe that sort of paper. Hold it responsible for the demise of proper journalism and the decline in book reading. Told her so. She said it was chatty and distracting, although she complained that the crossword was facile. I found it hard. It is getting more and more difficult to stay focused, to concentrate. Practically impossible. Still, she patiently read each clue 2 or 3 times if necessary and guided me to the answers. Pretended I was doing better than I was. I wonder who will come today. The lad? Any of my other kids? It isn't such a remote possibility. This dying business is turning out to be more interesting than I imagined. I should have done it sooner. It's good that I can still make myself laugh through it all. They've upped my painkiller dosage. Not enough, it still hurts. My bones ache. It feels like they're being squeezed into 2 tight places, crushed. My muscles ache. They're being chewed, consumed. My back, head, jaw ache. It all hurts like hell. How much more does the body have to endure? Will she come back? That's what I'd like most. Her. I suppose it has always been her. If it was anyone. I'm not sure it was, honestly. Anyone other than me. But if it was someone, then that someone was her. 31. Dean. Unlike Joe, Dean had not slept well. He'd lain awake most of the night and considered whether he should call Zoe. She would be pleased to hear he had left Eddie Taylor dying. She'd been furious with him for responding to Eddie's plea in the first place. She thought he was a fool, and she'd been right. Eddie had never asked him to rush to his bedside. Even when he was dying, Dean had not mattered to Eddie Taylor. The thought was sickening. Dean felt a wave of bleakness raging through his body, a dead feeling, a hunger. It surged with a renewed and long-forgotten ferocity. The exhausting craving wasn't at all new. It was always there, and he'd become used to it, almost accepted it as part of his being. As an adult, he'd largely been able to manage the hunger. It could be contained to a throb or a pulse, a dreary, austere lacking. As a teenager, the ravenous loss would not be controlled. It pelted its way around his mind and body, eating up his confidence and trust, shredding and destroying conviction, poise, and any hope he had at future intimacy. He had never given a name to the anguish. Identifying it would have imbued it with more power than he was ever prepared to allow. Better to leave it as a wordless curse. But Jo had spoken so freely about it. She suffered from a different mutation, perhaps, but still the same root. He'd been so lonely for so long. Abandoned by his father, neglected by his mother. He'd made his way. What choice was there? He'd had to. He'd owed as much to Zoe. He didn't like to dwell. What was the point of regurgitating all the old crap, all the old pain? He'd done okay. Better than okay. He and Zoe. He'd held them together, and they'd risen above it all. He was fine. Just fine. His only mistake was going back. Peeking behind the curtain. Now, when he thought of his father, he didn't think of the raven-haired bastard who had walked out on them for some bit of skirt. He thought of the rasping chest, the cracked lips, the filmy eyes. He still thought he was a bastard, though. His father had managed to humiliate him, reject him, day after day, year after year. And then, right at the end, it was almost too much to comprehend. He nearly cried in front of the fucker. The thought made him leap up from his chair and punch the sitting room wall. Shit, 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 that hurt. Jesus, Jesus. He rushed through to the dark grey, clinically trendy kitchen, flung open the door of his empty, oversized fridge freezer, and plunged his hand in the icebox. He used to punch things and people all the time when he was a kid, when it was needed, to protect Zoe, to take away the pain, to let some of it out. But it had been a while. He'd become civilized. He'd forgotten how much it fucking hurt to punch a wall. His father had said he was surprisingly pleased that Dean had pitched up. But what was that? What did that mean? Whatever it meant, it wasn't enough. Eddie Taylor hadn't called. It was some agency nurse, some stranger, some do-gooder, some fuckwit who had taken it upon herself. She got involved and made the call, made Dean think he was wanted. The agony being that the call, on some level, a deep and well-buried level, admittedly, but on some level, had made Dean think that he was wanted, that he was loved. But he wasn't. Eddie still hadn't wanted him, never had, never would. The thought pierced. It actually stabbed Dean. A thought caused physical pain. How was that possible? How was he going to get through the weekend, through the next week, the rest of his life? For a moment he was blind with fury and literally couldn't see a way. Blackness engulfed him. His heartbeat quickened, his chest tightened. Was it panic? My God, he couldn't breathe. His chest stung, compressed and deflated. He could not find the air he needed. Suddenly, Joe's face slipped into his consciousness. She was grinning. She had a slight gap between her teeth. People said that was lucky. It was certainly attractive. She had this funny way of crumpling up her face when she was concentrating. It wasn't cute or sexy, but it was memorable. It was endearing. And a bit cute, a bit sexy. He supposed he could admit that to himself. His chest began to expand again, just a fraction. He found the oxygen in the air. He scraped the ice from the box into a tea towel and then, in a ham-fisted manner, wrapped the towel around his injured hand. It was times like this that he understood why people drank. Instead, he hunted around the back of the cupboards and found a Hershey bar. He bit into it, not allowing the chocolate to melt on his tongue, but chewing it swiftly and swallowing hard. It was okay, but nothing topped UK chocolate. He should have loaded up before he left the airport. Then at least some tiny good would have come from his trip. But the thought hadn't crossed his mind when he'd been boarding. He hardly understood why he was thinking about chocolate now. It was ludicrous. He was trying not to think at all. He glanced at the clock. What would Jo be doing? Getting dressed, probably. She'd be slipping on her red dress and those sexy shoes they picked out together. She might be hailing a cab, unless she had come to her senses, which seemed unlikely. It would be a bloodbath. That was the problem with people. They fucked each other up. Loving hurt. But what could he do about it? It was what it was.
32. Joe. The polite and eager concierge informs me that the Luxor is within walking distance, but when I tell him that it is my ex's wedding and show him the height of my heels, he suggests that I take a cab. They might drive you around the block a couple of times to get something worthwhile on the clock, though, he warns. Is that legal? No, ma'am, but it's reasonable. Everyone has to make a living. I don't want to admit that I can't afford to be exploited. I am pleased that he thinks I can. It means that I look the part, at least. The cab driver sails past numerous hip bars and restaurants, and I feel a surge of pleasure that I recognize some of the high-end shopping malls on the magnificent mile, even though Dean and I didn't linger there yesterday. I nervously finger the hem of my dress as the cab passes by the Museum of Contemporary Art, and I remember Dean's advice that I should spend my time there instead of going to the wedding. Crazy. For one thing, it is already closed. We venture past well-preserved 19th century townhouses and other grand buildings that line the tree-shaded sidewalks of this affluent neighborhood, and then the taxi pulls up in front of a magnificent French-inspired hotel. I admit, with a heavy heart, that Martin's fiancée has chosen well. I'd rather hope that she'd have terrible taste than that she'd have plumped for something tacky and obvious. A vampire-themed wedding or one officiated by an Elvis impersonator would somehow be easier to stop than a thoughtful, elegant ceremony. But I have no reason to assume Martin's fiancée has poor taste. After all, she's chosen Martin. Martin and his groomsmen are not languishing by the hotel entrance as I imagined, which is a spanner in the works as far as my plan goes. I pictured myself drawing him aside and having a quick chat. The idea of hunting him down in a hotel is more daunting. I walk through the elegant foyer, hoping to spot him attending to some last-minute wedding stuff, but he is nowhere to be seen. I suppose, thinking about it, this shouldn't be a big surprise. Last-minute wedding adjustments tend to be the domain of the bride. Martin is more likely to be hanging out in the bar with his groomsmen, soaking up the attention and final moments of singledom. I begin to feel mildly panicked. What if he's late and I don't have time to talk to him before the ceremony begins? I won't have the courage to actually stop the wedding once it is underway. Irrationally, I start to panic that I am in the wrong place or it's the wrong day. I frantically dig into my handbag and retrieve the invite to check. A passing bellboy notices me and stops. You here for the Kenwood Page wedding? Sort of. you're a little early, but that just means you'll get a good seat, right? It's that way. They have 2 rooms. The stateroom, where the ceremony will take place, is past the stairs and through the arch, and the reception is going to be in the ballroom on the right. Because I am planning on the wedding not getting as far as the ballroom, I think I'll stop by just out of curiosity and see how the reception room is dressed. I've worked on a wedding magazine for years. Of course I need to know whether she's picked white table linen or a colour. The ballroom is exquisitely glamorous. Breathtaking. Martin's fiancé has opted for an elegant and traditional theme of gleaming white and silver. There is nothing to take exception to, only things to admire. Tasteful vases of fat roses sit on each of the countless round tables. The nameplates are small white, no doubt hand-carved wooden doves. The candles in their gleaming candelabra aren't lit yet, but when they are, the light will be reflected and refracted around the room because of the generous handfuls of crystals that are scattered on the tables. The chair backs are covered in swathes of organza that coat the room with a general sense of fairy tale and romance. The walls are covered in silk. The ceilings are coffered, and the crystal chandeliers are obviously hand-blown glass rather than the cheap plastic sort. The floor-to-ceiling windows are framed with pale, rich drapes that only just hint that there is an intimate terrace available beyond. Somewhere the bride and groom can steal a moment alone during the reception. It is simple, impactful, thoughtful. The perfect setting for the perfect day. For no reason I can think of, or at least no reason I want to think of, tears start to well in my eyes. Of course, I always cry at weddings. Girls who have been bridesmaids 9 times tend to, but usually I wait until the bride is saying her vows, or at least the organ is playing, before I blub. I blink furiously. I do not need smudged mascara. I really don't. I look around. I am alone, other than 3 or 4 waiters who are polishing glasses and lining up the layers of cutlery. I wonder where the wedding party is. Are the bridesmaids upstairs with the bride, sipping on champagne and choking in a fog of hairspray? I wonder whether Martin's fiancée held her bridal shower here too. In preparation for her big day, did she retreat to the sanctuary of the spa and health club? I don't doubt she'll have had a skincare analysis and customized makeup session. Perhaps Martin has enjoyed a hot lather shave and eucalyptus steam. I know from the invite that there are plans for a bon voyage brunch for the guests tomorrow. This event has been planned with consideration, precision, and generosity. I pick up a menu. It is adorned with Martin and his fiancée's names. Gloria. She's called Gloria. Of course, I've known this from the moment that I received the invite. I've simply chosen not to acknowledge that this woman has a name, a face, a body, a heart. Their names are linked by a trail of symbolic intertwined silver hearts. Both names are embossed. Martin's is in matte, Gloria's name shines. I trace my finger across the letters and allow myself to wonder for the first time about the girl behind the name. Gloria. Such a big and bright and hopeful name her parents have saddled her with. What does she look like? I've never thought it through properly. I've thought about Dean's girlfriends, imagined them in high definition, but I've never had the same curiosity about Martin's fiancée. Whenever I think of Martin, I think of him alone, on the football pitch. Muddy, angry and desperate. Desperate for me. Joe? Joe, is that you? As though I've conjured him, Martin is suddenly standing in front of me. But he isn't the Martin of my imaginings. He isn't in tails, as I thought he might be, as I planned him to be at our wedding, nor is he in a muddy football strip as I last saw him. He isn't even wearing black tie as I thought possible, because they do that at American weddings. Instead, he's wearing a dark grey suit, a white shirt and a pale grey tie. He looks stylish and expensive, a tiny bit more sophisticated than I've ever seen him look before. He's had his hair cut, and yes, he probably has benefited from a professional shave. He looks confident, happy and every inch of his impressive height. More confident, happier, and taller than I've ever seen him before. I think I hear my heart crack. "Wow, so you made it after all," he says as he approaches me with a broad grin. "I said I would." I lean in and give him a double kiss. The left side doesn't touch him at all. As I move towards his right, he seems to remember what he is supposed to do, and his lips briefly land on my cheek. Dry. I wait for the spark, the jolt, the justification and authentication. Nothing. "You're looking well," I comment. "Thank you. You too." I beam back at him and sway from side to side, girlishly holding my dress. It must be nerves that force me into performing this ridiculous parody of flirtation, and I hate myself for it. It's some relief to clock that Martin isn't actually looking at me. He's staring at something over my shoulder, a flower arrangement, I think, and hasn't noticed me making a fool of myself. "Those flowers are quite something, aren't they?" He claps his hands together excitedly and then rubs them as though he's warming them up. It is a gesture I remember. He occasionally uses it when he's ridiculously excited about something, when his team won the championship, for example, and when he got promoted at work. This is harder than I imagined. Now I'm in front of Martin, my plan starts to seem hazy, like a mirage, unreal. I need a way into what I've come to say. This is undoubtedly going to be the most difficult conversation I've ever had to have. Probably even harder than calling off our wedding. I'm here to ask him to call off someone else's. "Do you have time for a drink?" "Well, I don't know." Martin glances at his watch. "Gloria asked me not to drink before the ceremony. Her parents have pledged, and whilst G and I obviously still enjoy a glass, obviously, we don't want to appear disrespectful to her parents." It is suddenly very important to me that I get him to have a drink. If I can make him go back on his word to G about something small, I reason that I have a chance of getting him to go back on his word about, well, the whole day. Lifetime. It doesn't sound very honourable put like that, but time is of the essence. Just a small one. It's traditional, isn't it? The groom and his best man have a quick one before the ceremony. But you're not my best man. No, but we could still have a quick one before the ceremony. Martin looks at me oddly, and I can feel a blush spreading up my neck. The double entendre was not intentional. "Where is Harry, anyhow?" I asked to change the subject. Harry has been Martin's best friend since secondary school. He was going to be our best man. I doubt a slight detail like a different bride will have had any effect on that fact. "Harry isn't my best man. G's brother is." Aha! Am I about to sniff out a bossy bride with overpowering demands who has vetoed her groom's choices? "Harry emigrated to Australia 2 years ago. We hoped he'd get over for the wedding, but then last week he broke his leg and he can't fly." "Oh, I see. No demanding bride, then?" "G's brother was one of my ushers, but he stepped up. I'm so grateful." I bet G was pleased that her brother got a promotion in the wedding party. Well, actually, she was gutted. She's been looking forward to meeting Harry for ages. Oh. You know what? She even offered to postpone the wedding until he was fit to travel. Cold feet, I wonder? I mean, what bride would offer to postpone her wedding if she was crazy in love with her groom? "Really?" I murmur. Wasn't that considerate? But in the end, we decided it would simply inconvenience too many people. Besides, after last time, I didn't want anyone... He trails off, looks around him a bit embarrassed. "I didn't want anyone thinking my bride had cold feet. Not a second bride." "I'm sure no one would have thought that," I mutter guiltily. I hate myself. I hate myself for putting him through such hell the first time and imagining, however fleetingly, that it might happen a second time. I don't want Gloria to ditch Martin. I want to tell him I've made a mistake. That he was right, after all. That we were meant for one another. I hunt around for a starting place. The words stubbornly elude me. Martin looks uncomfortable, Obviously, thinking back to our non-wedding is difficult for him. Maybe a drink would be a good idea, he admits. The two of us settle at the hotel bar. We order sherries, laughingly agreeing that neither of us are really sherry drinkers, but it just seems like the sort of drink a couple of Brits ought to drink before a wedding. Martin says, "Bottoms up," and then necks his drink. Is he avoiding the potential difficulty of discussing what we should toast? Fair enough. I am not about to suggest we toast the bride and groom's health and happiness, but anything else seems rude because that's what is expected today. That and nothing else. I'm not used to being rude. I normally strive to be as considerate as possible, a model of good manners and thoughtfulness, thinking about just how discourteous and impolite hijacking a wedding is causes a wave of nausea to flood through my body. I down the strange thimbleful of liquid, but before it even hits my stomach, I know it won't be enough. Martin must have the same thought because he signals to the bartender that we need 2 more. This time we both sip the liquor more cautiously. There isn't a hope in hell that we can hide in small talk. It would waste time, and besides that, it's demeaning to both of us. Martin must know that I'm not here to ask about his health or chat about the weather. I pick up a peanut from the small silver bowl on the bar and then remember some terrible statistic about how many germs those shared nut bowls harbour, so drop it again. So you're really happy? Seems an obvious place to start. If he chooses to, Martin can pretend I've just made a simple observation appropriate to his wedding day. Instead, he dignifies our shared history and accepts I am asking a question. Still, I don't get much from his reply. Extremely. Never happier? This is perhaps unfair of me. I am basically asking him to compare how he feels now with how he used to feel about me. Clumsy, but isn't that why I'm here? It has to get bloody before things can get better. He used to say I made him happy, that he'd never been happier than when he was with me. And more than that, he used to say he couldn't imagine being happier. I have to find out if he was right about himself. He stares at me across his sherry glass. It's a different happy, Joe. What does that mean? I'd have been on surer ground if he'd simply given me a yes, never happier in response, although gutted, obviously, but he didn't say that. Nor did he say he is unhappy. He's chosen to be more considered than that, more truthful. I stare at him as I ponder my next words. He's changed. Besides the smart suit and decent haircut, he is different on a deeper and more profound level. He's grown up. It is attractive. Deeply so, but also alienating. I'm suddenly unsure that I really know this Martin. Martin the man. I was engaged to Martin the boy. Gently, carefully, I pull out the old tricks. I look at him from underneath my eyelashes and ask, Martin, don't you ever wonder what if? He has the good grace not to pretend he doesn't understand me. I knew he wouldn't. He's never been the sort to play games. Isn't that why I'm here? I'm sick of the game playing. I'm looking for someone trustworthy. I'm looking for a keeper. It's just a terrible inconvenience that I didn't recognize him as such before. Well, no, not anymore, he says flatly. But you did? I probe. Of course, for a while. He dips into the nut bowl and scoops up a huge handful. He tips them down his throat. Clearly he doesn't have any qualms about germs. You broke my heart, Joe. Of course I gave our doomed, non-existent future more than a cursory passing thought. I spent quite a bit of time thinking about what might have been. You did? I can't keep the pleasure out of my voice. Yes, but not as much time as I spent on thinking what the hell happened. Oh. Largely I was dealing with the sudden finality of our arrangement. The shock of how it ended. I shift uncomfortably on my bar stool. It's hard thinking about him upset, confused and anguished. This isn't the particular route down memory lane that I wanted to take. I do much better if I reminded him of the good times, but before I can, Martin says, Hey, Why are we talking about this? Where's this going? This isn't appropriate for my wedding day. He points this out with a reasonableness that causes my throat to tighten and the skin under my hair to prickle. It feels a lot like shame. Well, I think we have to talk about it today. It's now or never, I mutter. Never works fine for me. Joe, it's been 5 years. We could have had this conversation any time. Why now? I'm not ready to answer that question yet, so I throw out one of my own that I hope will edge the conversation in the direction I need it to go. Why did you invite me to your wedding? G thought it was a good idea. Sorry? This is not what I was expecting. Why would G want me here? Martin sighs. She thought it would stop people talking, about the wedding that never was. Sometimes her friends or my friends tease me about it. They do? Even now? Even now. All the skin on my body is crawling. Of course people tease him. If I'd ever thought about it, I'd have guessed he'd be the butt of jokes. Yes, Joe, they do. Not often, sometimes, and Gloria's sensitive to it. Mostly on my behalf. She wanted to see the girl who let me go. In her words, to be exact, the lunatic that allowed you to slip through her fingers. I guess she's curious. Human. She wanted to send you an invite, so I thought I'd let her. I don't like to deny her anything. I see. Truthfully, I didn't think you'd come. But I have. Well, yes, and now you are here, I really hope you have a nice day, but there's a favour I need to ask you. I suppose he's entitled to ask me a favour. I owe him, big time, and besides, it's his wedding day. The one day when people are meant to get their own way unequivocally. I don't suppose he thinks I'll deny him anything. He's right, I won't. There's something about the combination of his newfound confidence and his more recognisable, straightforward way of dealing with me that means I want to oblige him. Joe, we can't make today about us. We can't let it be about us in any way. Today is G's day, mine and G's. The words pitter-patter around me. They land softly, causing me less stress or offence than I might have anticipated they would. Had I been expecting this on some level? Is that what I thought he'd say? A declaration of undying love is what I was hoping to elicit, but have I ever really expected it? Have I ever thought that I, Joanna Russell, would finally find a happily ever after? That I'd find it here at another bride's wedding? No, probably not. I take a deep breath and say, I know what you're asking, but the thing is, Martin, there's something I have to say. There's something I just have to tell you. She's brought a date. What? A date? Brilliant, says Martin as he turns in the direction of the interruption. I do too. Dean is standing right next to us. Glorious, gorgeous, in a dark navy suit, clean-shaven and spruced up. Yes, she's brought a date. Me, in fact, he says pleasantly. He holds out his hand to Martin, who accepts it. They shake heartily, and then Dean swoops down and kisses me on the cheek. He slaps the kiss down. His manner is not particularly sexy. The kiss is not loaded or meaningful. It is all about play acting. From the hearty handshake, the broad beam, the chaste but deeply affectionate kiss, I understand which particular scenario he's picked. He's decided we're a happy, confident, probably quite steady couple who are past the first stabs of lust, and yet the kiss sears. I touch my skin and it's tingling. A date? Wow, well, that's really good news. Martin looks delighted. Delighted, and I have to admit this to myself, relieved. Do you know, this is going to sound crazy, he continues. What is? Dean asks. I think he knows that his interruption has left me stunned and I'm struggling to scavenge around for words, so he blithely fills in. Oh, it's nothing, says Martin, shaking his head and chuckling. What? No, go on, urges Dean. For a moment there, I thought she was here to... No, I can't say it. Dean interrupts again. Did you think it was going to be a don't marry her, marry me moment? He asks, guffawing loudly. Martin laughs too, but doesn't deny it. Mental, huh? Dean puts his arm around my shoulder and kisses the top of my head. Absolutely mental. No worries on that front, this baby is mine. I pull away from him, which is harder than it should be. The second kiss, the one he planted on my scalp, felt comforting and pleasant. It acts like balm to my crawling skin, and for a moment I feel soothed. But that feeling is shoved aside by my confusion. He isn't supposed to be here. I know I asked him, but he said no. Besides, he was supposed to be moral support, not a fake date. He isn't helping. I am in the middle of something. He's not the one who is supposed to be pulling the surprises today. Both men turn and stare at me. Martin is full of bonhomie and radiates pure happiness. Now he's sure I'm not here to wreck his wedding, he can relax. He's probably already thinking of a way to work me into his wedding speech. People love to brag that their guests have travelled miles and miles to be at the occasion. It's a way of showing how popular and valued they are. Dean looks significantly more apprehensive. His eyes are full of warning and caution. I scowl at him. What the hell is he doing here? Everything was going to plan. Well, almost. No, not at all. What was I going to say to Martin? How do I really feel about him? Seeing him standing next to Dean, I'm suddenly not certain. Martin's blonde openness is in direct contrast to Dean's moody, dark looks and manner. Dean is a self-confessed womanizer. He represents everything I'm trying to run away from. Cheats and commitment phobics. Not that I have reason to believe Dean cheats on the women he dates, but I'm pretty sure he hurts them. I know that countless women who have ended up in his bed will have been distraught when he asked them to flick out the light as they left. He's just the sort of man women fall for hard and fast. He's beautiful and damaged, and by anyone's account that makes him irresistible. Martin stands in front of me, this decent, handsome, worthy man, and I know, absolutely know, that I'm right. He is perfect marrying material. He will make a wonderful husband. He will be faithful and steadfast, which can't be underestimated and should never be undervalued. And I know, absolutely know, he won't be my husband. He's Gloria's man. I clear my throat. So, as I was saying before we were interrupted, there's something I just have to tell you. I cast a quick glance at Dean, who looks totally panicked. He starts babbling on about getting drinks and asking about the music of the service. If he dared, I'm pretty sure he'd actually gag me right now. I cut through him. I came here to say that Gloria is right. I was a lunatic to allow you to slip through my fingers, but hey, my loss is her gain, right? I beam, making it clear I'm simply sprinkling the sort of appropriate compliment that a pally but balanced ex might make on a wedding day. Martin's face becomes gymnastic. It springs between bemusement and vindication. I'm very sorry that I messed things up, before. But I'm so glad you found happiness now. I just wanted to be here on your big day. This time. She wanted to be here this time. Dean can't resist adding. He's clearly cast himself as a bit of a joker. Maybe he thinks he has to be in order to fake being my date. I lean towards Martin and pull him into a hug. It's a generous hug between friends. I don't try and inappropriately push my breasts into his chest. I don't whisper anything into his ear. I don't make it harder than I already have. And when I let him go, I try not to think of Gloria's words. I try not to think that this is my last chance of happiness, and it's slipping through my fingers.
33. Dean. So we're staying? Dean asked Joe, the moment Martin had excused himself, something about having to check on the whereabouts of the ushers. She nodded mournfully. Good choice. If we leave now, it's going to look weird. He led her to a seat in the room where the service was to take place. Some of the guests had arrived now and were quietly chatting or listening to the 1950s love ballads that played gently in the background. Dean wondered whether the dulcet honeyed tones of the likes of Ella Fitzgerald, the Platters, and Dean Martin singing about love affairs taking place when the world seemed shinier and easier would help soothe Jo or inflame her further. They settled on seats, 2/3 of the way back, on the groom's side. Jo immediately picked up the order of service and pretended to be interested in the details. Dean could tell she wasn't. She was deflated, lost. Thanks for coming, she muttered, clearly embarrassed at how close she'd got to the edge, how close she'd been to jumping. I didn't want to miss the drama, Dean replied with a shrug. It seems to me you came here to ensure there wasn't any drama. Dean wasn't absolutely certain why he was at the wedding. He just hadn't been able to stay away. You did the right thing. Then why does it hurt so much? Jo bent forward and let her head drop into her hands. Her hair fell across her face, effectively stopping Dean from reading her expression. I am such a monumental screw-up. No job, no home, no future. She moaned woefully as a thought struck her. Oh, God, what will I tell my parents? Your parents? One thing Dean had never experienced was a sense of obligation to his parents. Until this moment, he'd never seen an upside to their neglect. But now he accepted that since they crawled around in a pungent dung of failure and inadequacy, at least he wasn't ever plagued by a sense that he could let them down. It would be impossible. My parents are so complete, so happy and perfect. They can't understand how I've gone so badly wrong. Dean wasn't convinced. He didn't believe that happiness and perfection existed, but if it did, and they were so happy, why would they be down on their daughter? Surely they'd just feel bad for her. Jo continued, I should have just married him 5 years ago. Why didn't I? She looked around the room, full of the scent of lilies and the lyrics of love songs. This wedding was certainly set to be as beautiful as Gloria could have hoped and Jo could have feared. It was hard letting it all go. Dean reached out instinctively and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear so he could see her face more clearly. She looked startled. He isn't the one, Jo. You don't even believe in the one. He didn't, never had, but she needed cheering up. He didn't like to see her this way. He paused and then offered, I'm proud of you. Of me? How can you possibly be proud of me? Jo asked with obvious incredulity. 2 things. Firstly, calling off your wedding 5 years ago. But that was just stupid, Jo wailed. I think it was brave. Most people would have gone ahead, but you didn't, because you believed in the one and you didn't think it was him. Whether you are prepared to admit it now or not, at the time you wanted more. But I was wrong. Not necessarily. Maybe there is more. Maybe you're right and I am wrong. Jo moved her head a fraction, trying to bring that idea into focus. She had never considered the fact that calling off her wedding was brave. She thought of it as shameful, embarrassing, and stupid. And other than that fraction of time, the moment before she did actually call it off, she'd never even thought her decision was justified. It was almost impossible to do so, considering the fallout. The expense to her parents, Martin's pain, and her own subsequent endless disappointments. But looking around now, she saw a room full of jubilant guests ready to celebrate a marriage between two people who quite possibly, oh let's face it, quite probably, were much better suited than she and Martin ever were. Maybe, just maybe, she'd been right. She brightened a fraction and straightened her back a millimetre or two. You said two things? She fished for another affirmation. You didn't screw up their wedding today. You came to your senses. Well done. You probably didn't need me here to help you do the right thing. Maybe, but I am so glad you are here, replied Jo with her signature honesty that made him smile. Then she took hold of his hand, laced her fingers through his, and squeezed. What happened to your hand? I punched a wall. I see. Next, she gently brought his swollen and tender hand up to her mouth and kissed it. Her lips were hot and soft. They lingered. The gesture was one of infinite gratitude, and although Dean couldn't swear on this, maybe it was a gesture that hinted at a deeper fervour. She saw the surprise on his face. I'm just staying in character, she explained. For the first time since they'd met, Dean was unsure whether she was telling the truth, but he didn't get the chance to probe, because her phone beeped. She looked at it and sighed. That's my sister. It's the 4th time she's called today. Aren't you going to pick up? What's the point? I know what she's going to say. I take it she's against the whole hijack the wedding thing. Probably. I didn't actually tell her what I was doing, although I suppose Mum's filled her in by now, but no, I can't imagine her thinking this is a good idea. Well, call her. Put her out of her misery. Tell her everything is okay. She's just worried about you. I can't make a call in here. Dean glanced at his watch. We have 15 minutes before the wedding starts. Come on, let's go outside. You can call from there. Outside the hotel there was a small gaggle of smokers desperate for their last nicotine hit before the wedding service began. A tall, leggy blonde beamed at Dean and threw an icy glance Jo's way. Dean smiled back and Jo rolled her eyes as she peeled away to make her call. The blonde was cute. Clearly, she hadn't so much as sniffed a carb for years. She had sharp cheekbones and notably high tits pushing out of a slight frame, and Dean vaguely wondered whether that was a really good bra or surgery. Normally, he'd be able to tell, but he didn't stare for long enough today. His eyes were trained upon Jo. She was chattering into the phone. At first, her face looked relieved, almost animated as she spoke. But then she suddenly stopped talking and her jaw fell limp, hung open. Her colour drained. Dean looked to the pavement, fully expecting her vibrancy to be pooled on the floor at her feet. She'd begun to shake.
34. Jo. Where the hell have you been, Jo? I've been trying to reach you for 24 hours. Lisa's accusatory tone runs down the line and spits out onto the Chicago streets. I look up to the sky. The clouds are clearing and there's the smallest patch of blue sky appearing. I take a deep breath and flirt with the idea that maybe it's going to turn out beautiful after all, despite my sister's furious tone. I'm in Chicago, I reveal. At Martin's wedding? She's incredulous. Yes? Oh, God. Mum said you'd mentioned going over there, but I never thought you'd go through with it. Mum encouraged me to come here. Mum did? Yes. She probably wanted you out of the way. I'm unsure as to what Lisa can possibly mean. I know I'm not always considered a veritable addition to family gatherings, but I don't think my parents ever actively want me out of the way. I decide not to tackle Lisa, but instead reassure her that I haven't done anything crazy. Anyway, look, it's all been a bit of a storm in a teacup in the end. There's nothing to worry about. Jo, I'm calling because don't panic. There's no need for everyone to get worked up. I can guess exactly why you are calling, but I'm not going to try to stop the wedding. No, actually, Joe, I think I got a bit carried away. You know, sometimes, Lisa, and please don't take this the wrong way, it's hard for me. You're so happy. Mark and Katie are so happy. Mum and Dad are celebrating yet another wedding anniversary this weekend. You guys all float around in a cloud of marital bliss, and I'm left out. I haven't pulled it off. I look up and glance around for Dean. I'm fully expecting him to be flirting with the buxom blonde who was eyeing him up as we came outside, but he's staring right at me as though I'm interesting. I smile. He smiles. For a moment, I lose sight of what I'm saying to Lisa. What is it? Something about being lonely, left out? I don't feel quite so forlorn or isolated as his smile settles in my head and soul. I force myself back to the conversation with Lisa. It's not about the big day like people think it is. Because I worked on a bridal magazine. Okay, maybe I did get a bit obsessed. They think that's all I'm interested in, but it's not. Joe, it's more than that. I think I just panicked. I felt sad, a bit lonely. Joe, simply put, I want what you guys have. Joe, shut up! Let me get a word in. Mum's left Dad. What? I have to have misheard. Or misunderstood. Mum has left Dad. The world slows around me. It's as though gravity has just been switched off. I float out of myself, but not in a happy, dreamlike state. Rather, I feel I've lost any sense of order or control. My stomach is churning and my head is foggy. It simply doesn't make sense. I cannot compute what she's saying. I hear the words, but they don't fit together. I can't understand them. That's impossible. She had an affair. What? Years ago. But the guy wrote to her from his deathbed and all hell has broken loose. She had an affair. Get past that. What I'm telling you is that the guy she had an affair with wrote to her saying that simply remembering her broke through the pain of his cancer. Apparently, she had this moment of awakening where she admitted to herself that Dad's love has never been like that and that Dad's love isn't enough. Why not? What does she mean? Dad's love is just fine. I stutter. Well, apparently not. Joe, there's something else. What more could there be? Lisa takes a deep breath. I can hear it all these miles away. My big sister is finding this difficult to articulate. She too thinks the world has tilted. Dad is gay. 35. Clara. Clara returned to the hospital. It horrified her and fascinated her in equal measures that he had still held the same dreadful power over her, but she could not keep away. This morning she had dressed in a hurry and taken a cab to the station to dash to London to be by his bedside. She was drinking him up, a thirsty woman after a drought. He was not the vital, vivacious man who had seduced her unequivocally, unreservedly, unconditionally. He had lost his looks, his health, and any vague hope that they had a future together, however slight that chance might have been. They were all about pasts now. But still she could not do anything other than return to him. It used to be about her body, back then. She used to ache for his touch. She'd felt actual pain if days went by and they could not find a way to be together. Her breasts ached, her groin ached. He'd soothe her, the relentless licking and kissing, and having soothed, whether it was in the back of a car, in a stranger's office, or on a bed in a discreet hotel. Now it was about her soul. She needed to understand this man who had shaped her life because she still ached. The pain was no longer in her breasts or groin. The pain he caused her was in her head and her heart. Tim had called her on her mobile several times since Thursday night. Of course, she had taken his calls. They weren't silly, love-struck kids who sulked with one another and played attention-grabbing games. They never had been. That was the point. He'd called to ask whether she was settled into the spa. It was a peculiar sort of breakup when the wife left details of her future accommodation with her ex, but Clara had felt it was the most polite thing to do. After all, Tim would be paying for the room. "It's very nice. It's quite comfortable. Thank you for asking," she'd assured him politely. And then, because there was an awkward silence, she added, "Much the same as all my other visits." "Well, hardly." He'd sounded irritated. Clara had regretted her tactlessness. "No, I suppose you're right. It's not the same. It's just the rooms are the same." He'd suggested she eat a good supper and get some rest. He clearly thought she was suffering from some sort of mental instability, a breakdown. Like the other time, she wasn't. She was very cool, calm, and collected. When she tried to tell him as much, Tim became more panicked, not less, so she gave up and instead let him think she was out of her mind. He'd called again on Friday morning. He'd inquired as to whether she'd had a good night's sleep. They talked about the scrambled eggs she'd had for breakfast. She'd commented that they were a little sloppy for her, more to his liking. "And perhaps next time you visit the spa, I'll come with you," he'd suggested. "If you think it's to my taste, we should probably be doing more together. Maybe that's what's at the root of this problem." Clara did think that her husband and wife ought to do plenty of things as a couple. Shared hobbies did have their merits, but indulging in mini manicures and pedicures together would only exasperate this particular situation, surely. Tim had called again when she was at Eddie's hospital bedside. She'd taken the call and lied. She'd considered saying she was shopping, but thought the hospital sounds might expose her, so she told him she was seeing her own doctor about the possibility of finding a counsellor. He'd believed her and supported her wholeheartedly. "I can come too, darling, if that's what it takes." "Maybe." She'd remained non-committal, quickly made her excuses and promised to call him back later. "Just like old times." Eddie rasped out his comment, but still managed a sly grin. "How so?" asked Clara as she switched off her phone and buried it deep in her handbag, out of sight, out of mind. "Me lying in bed, you lying to your husband." Clara remembered the guilt and shame and her inability to fight it. "Not quite. For one, we weren't plagued by mobile phones," she pointed out brightly. "True, it was easier to be bad then." "Well, now it's all tracked and traceable. I don't know how anyone manages to have an affair nowadays." Clara jokingly pretended to sound outraged on behalf of the adulterers, but it was not what she believed. She liked to think of herself as a sort of accidental adulterer, not someone who sought out trouble or got a kick out of the subterfuge of drama of an illicit affair. It had almost killed her. "I managed," Eddie informed her. So there were women after her, before her, probably running alongside her, women other than his wife. Why did it still hurt? Not as much as it had, of course. Then it was agony, a ripping out of guts. Now it was more of a sharp twinge akin to banging your funny bone. Not so funny. "You didn't go back to your wife then?" Clara had often wondered. "No." "Or the children?" "Married again, had more children, 2 girls." "Oh, well, that's okay, then." Clara could not quell her sarcasm, didn't even want to. They fell into a miserable silence. There was nothing to do but listen to the sounds of the hospital, other visitors chatting, talking about the weather or who they might vote for on Saturday night's latest talent show, the hum of the various machines that monitored and maintained, and his heavy breathing. Eddie broke the silence. "Don't be like that, Clara. I know it's not ideal, but it is what it is." "So, where is your second wife?" Clara looked around the hospital ward as though she imagined the second wife might suddenly materialize from behind the plastic curtain or from under one of the beds. "Divorced me." "Because same old, same old?" Clara hated herself for being part of this long list of women. She could see them in her head all too clearly. They were trailing through the room in nothing other than tiny panties, the way they had trailed through Eddie Taylor's life. Plump women, thin women, young women, mature women, sane women, insane women, black, white, and golden-hued women. She felt undignified. She was sure she ought to be too old to be jealous. No, not another woman as it happens. Money, difference in opinion. Eddie pointed towards the water jug. Clara jumped up and poured. She tried to hand him the plastic beaker the moment before she realized he wasn't able to take it from her. Helpless, she sat on the bed, carefully cradled his head in her left hand, and guided the cup to his lips. His skin was hot. Her fingers tingled. She eased him back down, put the cup back on the bedside cabinet, but did not move off the bed. Refreshed, Eddie was able to finish his sentence. I had none. She wanted some. She worked out I was never going to be a big Hollywood screenplay writer. I used up my ambition quite early on. Oh, I'm sorry. Clara wasn't sorry. This divorce seemed less grubby in comparison to the first one, and she was irrationally relieved that the list of women she imagined he'd entranced was not, after all, infinite. Are you on good terms with your children? No. None of them? No. Oh. Well, the boy. Eddie looked momentarily confused. Clara wondered whether he might have forgotten his son's name. Was that the result of his illness or his carelessness? Dean? She prompted helpfully, because she remembered all the details. He came here. Well, that's good. Not really. He came to tell me how angry he is. He came because he's fucked up. Eddie's breath was so laboured that Clara wasn't sure he'd said that Dean had fucked up or that Eddie had fucked up. It hardly mattered. The two things were one and the same in Clara's mind. Angry. Cynical. More cynical than I ever was. Alone. What about you? How are your kids? Clara felt her nose prickle. It took her a moment to realise she was fighting tears. She didn't want to indulge in outward shows of emotion. She always preferred to resist them. Usually she was refined to the point of restrained, but this was the first time Eddie Taylor had ever mentioned her children or asked after their well-being. Oh, they are fine. Wonderful. Grown up. Yes, all grown. University and such. He waved his hand to suggest his inquiry was to encompass all possible accolades children could achieve. Yes, my eldest went to Cambridge, middle one went to Leeds, and my son went to Bristol. Impressive. Two of them are married, happily so. And the other? Oh no, she's a romantic. Clara and Eddie shared a conspiratorial glance. He raised an eyebrow at her joke. They used to tell one another that marriage was no harbour for passion or romance. They'd believed it was only available outside the sanctified union. It was a bit of a sad joke, if you thought about it. Seriously, I think I ruined her, overprotected her. She isn't very realistic when it comes to relationships. Clara could not stop herself confiding her fear to Eddie. Joe was on her mind. Who is? He shot her another look, saying more. Yes, thought Clara. Eddie Taylor was not very realistic when it came to relationships either. His cynicism and aloof detachment hadn't immunized him. He'd simply suffered from another strain of the unreality that her daughter suffered from. Jo was too romantic, too hopeful. She believed entirely in total perfection and expected to find it in everyone she met. For this reason she gave herself fully and was often exposed or hurt. Eddie did not expect to find a glimmer of the good stuff in anyone. He did not expect to have to offer it up. Clara thought that, by contrast, she was realistic. She was the queen of compromise and make-do. Glad it worked out for you, said Eddie. He probably meant it too. Oh yes, they're all fine. It worked out for them. My husband's gay, though, she added. What? When? Well, always, I suppose, but he told me just after I had Mark. Bloody hell. Quite. I'm sorry. Yes. But you stayed with him? I did. Clara almost wanted to laugh. The Eddie she remembered had burst through from the ghostly body of this old man. He looked shocked, animated, and almost amused again at last. Clara? Yes. Why didn't you come and find me? Eddie, you never wanted the children you sired. How could I possibly hope you'd bring up mine? I might have, if you'd asked.
36. Dean. I need a drink, said Joe. Whilst he was not a drinker himself, Dean could recognise the need in others. A Hershey bar wasn't going to cut it. There was no question that they could go back into the ceremony now. Before the phone call, the wedding had represented all Joe believed in but didn't have. Now the bubble had burst. She believed in nothing at all, which Dean knew, through experience, was a considerably harder position to be in. He took her to the first diner he spotted. It was a grungy basement that had never had the benefit of a makeover. The seats were tatty, and the lino was sticky. But Dean was prepared to overlook this, providing the milkshakes were delicious. Somehow, he instinctively knew what she needed. And it wasn't a glitzy restaurant. Joe needed to hibernate, to hide from the daylight, and eat lots of comfort food. She gave him the facts. An adulterous mother, a gay father. Not quite the fairy tale she thought then, after all. She had probably needed to move out of La La Land. But he feared that this was too sharp and a sudden wake-up call. It might rip at the very fabric of this woman's existence. She asked for a glass of red wine, which he ordered, but he insisted that she drink a banana milkshake first. He figured she needed the sugar. She was in shock. She obediently drank the creamy drink as he instructed. She was never the sort of woman to throw out unnecessary objections, and right now she was too beaten to be anything other than entirely compliant. She needed taken care of. She trusted he would do it, and as they sat shoulder to shoulder in silence, he accepted that he would indeed take care of her. He put his good hand over hers and squeezed. The silence stretched for 10 minutes, 20, 30. Dean was genuinely okay with silences. But Joe, being so quiet for so long, was unnerving him. She'd struggled to hush up for 30 seconds all day yesterday. He was worried. He'd ordered poached salmon, fries, and a tomato salad, because on the flight she'd told him it was her all-time favourite meal. When it arrived, she automatically thanked him and the waitress, but didn't pick up her fork. Come on, Joe, you need to eat something. Her gaze dropped to the plate in front of her, and she seemed genuinely surprised to see the food. He wondered where she was, where her thoughts had taken her. He wanted her to come back to him. He forked up some fish and held it to her mouth. Silently, she parted her lips and allowed him to feed her. After half a dozen mouthfuls, she said, I hate my parents. No, you don't. She took the fork off him, picked up her knife, and started to reluctantly feed herself. Dean turned to his own meal, a burger, but was surprised to discover he wasn't as hungry as usual either. Joe's upset was catching. How could they? How could they what? How could her mother have left her gay husband? That didn't seem a tricky one to Dean. He was struggling with the question of how could they have lived a lie for all those years? Why would they? But he wasn't sure what Joe was thinking, so he trod carefully. How could they be so different from what I thought they were? She said with an enormous sigh. Oh, that's easy. They're human. They held hands when walking down the street. Do you think that was an act? No, not necessarily. And their bedroom? She looked confused. The enormous bed. I thought it was a faintly embarrassing embodiment of their uber-romantic existence. But in fact, They probably have such an enormous bed so they don't have to touch one another. I'm such an idiot. I've nothing now, absolutely nothing. No job, no home, no plan as to who I should marry, and now, apparently, no history. At least not a real and dependable history. I've based everything I am, everything I wanted to be, on what I thought they were. And they never were that. Joe looked horrified, terrified. You're right, Dean, there's no such thing as true love. There are no happily ever afters, no soulmates, no chances. 2 big fat tears slipped down her face. They splashed onto her salmon. Shh, don't say that, Joe. What? I'm wrong now because I'm agreeing with you? She turned to him, and for the first time he saw a flash of genuine anger swipe across her face. This was old news to him. Disappointment led to anger, finally to bitterness. He knew as much, had always known. Hadn't he tried to tell her, to warn her? But even he had not banked upon her disillusionment coming in this particular and sudden form. He'd fully expected her to be rejected by the tall guy she used to date. He'd expected that to sting. Wasn't that why he'd turned up here today? To mop up as necessary? He had thought that she'd find out that guy wasn't for her and that she'd be sad about it for a while, but eventually pick herself up, brush herself down, and fall in love all over again. He'd sort of depended on it. The strange thing was that while he had not expected this complete and utter disintegration brought on by her parents disappointing her in such a raw and fundamental way, he had expected, predicted, foretold that this strange woman, who lived in a dream world, would wake up in a nightmare. And yet now he was stunned to find this was the last thing he wanted to witness. The erosion of Joe's faith was disastrous. Suddenly he realized with a sickening certainty that he wanted to be wrong. Deep down, buried below any and all of the pain and disappointment he'd endured, he wanted to be proved wrong. That was why he was so happy his sister was married. Publicly, he'd always appeared a little skeptical, a little satirical. He joked that her marriage was a matter of hope over experience, but secretly, so secretly, he hadn't known it himself. It thrilled him that Zoe had nurtured a little dot of hope that had blossomed into a fully functioning relationship. Jo was an extreme. She believed in a better world that was so glossy and golden that it had hurt Dean's eyes to look at it. He laughed it off, dismissed it as a fantasy, and yet he'd been seduced by the idea. It was heartbreaking to watch her glossy golden world rust, then disintegrate. But disintegrate it must if Jo no longer believed in it, because only she could keep it alive. It seemed that if Jo didn't believe in the happily ever after, then no one could. Jo's tears were flowing quite swiftly now. They slipped down her face and splashed onto the plate, making a puddle in among the discarded bones and silver fish skin. Her mascara, which had helped her to look so glamorous and appealing earlier, now served to make her look foolish and vulnerable as it ran in black tributaries down her face. She didn't seem aware, or if she was aware, she didn't care. All at once, Dean felt desolate. Her pain, unbelievably, was his pain. He did care. He cared about this woman who he had initially dismissed as whimsical and misguided, who he'd thought of as a novelty. Last night, he'd admitted she was interesting, but perhaps only in the way an exotic zoo creature was interesting. He'd wanted to watch her to see what she'd do next. But now he wanted to rescue her, revive her. He didn't want her to be permanently ensconced in La La Land. That would never do. But he wanted her to retain some belief in the good stuff, even if he had none. In fact, he needed her to. He didn't understand why it mattered quite so much, but he knew that it did. Mentally, he stooped down, grasped the mantle, and then with enormous effort held it aloft. Do you wish that they had continued to live a lie? I wish they hadn't had to lie, snapped Joe. Your dad is gay, Joe. I don't think he has much choice in the matter. Things are what they are. Do you wish they hadn't told you? That they continue to treat you like a kid? Is that what you are saying? Joe glared at him, furious, because in truth, she was unsure what she wished for the most. Living a lie hadn't been too bad, at least not for her and her siblings. Even thinking about it for a moment, she had to see that it must have been hard for her parents. Difficult. I just mean if you'd never been told about your mother's ancient indiscretion or your dad's sexual preferences, would you still love them as much today as you did last week? Well, yes, of course. But I do know about them. That's the point. Joe, the thing to focus on is that they are no less as parents just because you know a bit more about them as people. She's still the same woman who held your hand when you cried, picked you up when you fell over, changed your sheets, cooked your food, mopped your brow, fought with other mums at the school gate on your behalf. All that mum stuff. Dean paused and waited for Joe to respond. She didn't. You can't be angry with her, he pleaded. And your dad, he's still the guy who has worked his arse off so you could have a private education and tennis lessons. The guy who read to you every night, who ferried you to and from parties and loathed spotty boyfriends because they let you down. All that stuff you told me about your childhood, the jewel-coloured fruit, the itchy picnic rug, it all still happened. And I'm just supposed to forgive them. There's nothing to forgive. They haven't done this to you. You hate your dad? Joe spat out the accusation like venom. And you never even talk about your mum? Why do you get to hate if I'm not allowed? It's different for me. Dean turned away from Joe. He picked up the laminated menu with faded, dated pictures of Knickerbocker glories and waffles laden with whirls of artificial cream. Is it? How so? Joe demanded, irrational and angry. Unexpectedly, she was sick of being the one who shared all her secrets and thoughts without getting anything in return. She had thought she'd enjoyed being listened to. But now she felt as though she was in a hot seat and she resented the one-way interrogation. I don't like talking about it, replied Dean evenly. I got that, Joe snarled. She reached for her red wine and took an enormous glug. Dean suddenly snatched the glass off her and slammed it down on the table. Some of the wine splashed out over the rim and landed on his hand. He rooted urgently in his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and threw a bunch of notes on the table. Even in Joe's distressed state, she could see he'd overpaid by about 100%. Come on, let's get out of here. Enough wallowing underground. We're going for a walk. "39. Dean. Dean wished he had some groceries in. Joe had obviously taken the pledge since he had told her about his mother being an alcoholic, which was sweet of her, but now they were back at his place, he'd have liked her to accept a drink. Not because he was trying to get her drunk, but because he had no other form of hospitality to offer. They hadn't finished their food in the diner. In fact, they'd left a trail of half-eaten meals behind them ever since they'd met. He dimmed the lights and turned on the trendy hole-in-the-wall gas fire, which immediately roared into action. The room looked as he'd designed it to look, a lair for seduction, but suddenly he was unsure whether that was the right vibe for tonight. "We can order in," he suggested. "I'm not actually all that hungry." Joe shrugged and collapsed onto his enormous grey corner sofa. She kicked off her high shoes with evident relief, instantly transforming from minx to kitten. Dean was a bit staggered to note he found her equally as beguiling when she started to inspect the emerging blisters, as he had when her high heels had showcased her calves. "I have milk and maybe some biscuits," he proposed. "Perfect," she beamed back. He went into the kitchen and rummaged. Normally, if he was entertaining a woman, he'd maintain constant flirtatious banter. He prided himself on witty, loaded one-liners. But tonight, he didn't have the energy or the need. He remained mute until he settled down next to her with the tray of goodies. How close should he sit? Were they going to have sex? Normally, it would be a no-brainer, but with Joe, it would not be a one-night stand. Was he ready for more? Was he able? She had one stray hair in her otherwise immaculately plucked eyebrow. It was grey and wiry and stood out against the darker hairs. The rogue hair seemed to represent all that was quirky and vulnerable about Joe. She wasn't as young as she wanted to be, or as polished. He liked it, as he liked the small mole on her earlobe. He managed to unearth a large packet of peanut M&Ms as well as some Oreos. She beamed as though his hospitality was worthy of 5 Michelin stars. "So you were not sad then?" he asked carefully. Joe turned to him and looked confused. "About Martin's wedding going ahead," he clarified. "Oh, God, no." She waved her hand dismissively, as though they were talking about ancient history, which in a way they were, even though the wedding had only taken place a matter of hours ago. "No, Gloria is welcome to her wedding." Joe glanced at her wristwatch. "Do you know what? I'd never really thought about the actual wedding night. The sex." She leant towards him and whispered the word in a giggly manner. "I mean, right now, they are probably rolling around on a king-size bed, draped in 2 zillion thread-count linens, getting all tangled and hot and sweaty." Or they might be opening their wedding gifts. True. Either way, I don't mind. Joe paused. "I guess I should have thought about that before I spent my last 10 quid on the flight over here. I'm not jealous of her. I'm not into him in that way. I think I should have been." Dean nodded. She should have been. However, right now, he did not regret the fact that Joanna Russell had spent her last 10 quid on the flight where they had met one another. "Ah, so once again you believe that it is all about the chemistry, the tightening in the front bottom." She elbowed him in the ribs because she knew he was gently mocking her. The eyes meeting across a crowded room. Dean noticed that Joe suddenly couldn't get her eyes to meet his across this empty room, even though they were sitting right next to one another, and her gaze would only have to travel the length of a ruler. "You need the chemistry, but you need other things too," she muttered. "You have a moustache." Joe looked horrified. "Oh God, no, I wax." Her hand instantly sprang to her face. "A milk moustache." Dean rushed to clarify before she revealed any more of her beauty regime. "Oh!" She rubbed her face clean. That exchange hadn't done anything to help her meet his gaze. They silently watched the flames flicker in the fireplace. Dean wondered whether he should put on the TV, but he thought it would alter the mood too dramatically. It would be like inviting other people into party, and it would break the intimacy of the evening. He found he didn't want to do that. He considered putting on some music, but he knew that would up the ante, Love ballads or even slow ambient music would inevitably place them in a position where they could no longer pretend this was all about just being friends. And he wasn't sure he wanted to do that either. He was stranded somewhere he'd never been before. "We have chemistry," Jo suddenly blurted. She turned to him and stared at him with a clear and undisturbed honesty. "Don't we? You felt it too. On the aeroplane, and last night at the restaurant whenever we touched. Today when you kissed me in front of Martin. When I kissed you at the club." "Yes, we do. I did." Whispering, he added, "Look, Jo, I want you to know that normally I would try and have sex with you right now." Jo smiled. "Normally you wouldn't have to try too hard." "But we're friends, right? So we can't go there." "Yes, friends," she confirmed. "Just friends." "Well, friends who tell each other everything and help each other through very difficult times and—" Dean had no idea what she was going to say next, but he didn't give her a chance. He pushed his mouth on top of hers, and this time there was no question about it. The kiss was not a kiss between friends. Her lips felt warm and plump under his. They yielded and fitted exactly. She gently touched his cheek, and whilst the touch was feather light, he felt pinioned, strapped to her. He put his hand on the back of her neck and drew her in, tighter. He kissed her, and, with equal enthusiasm and expertise, she kissed back, untamed and ferocious. Dean had done a lot of kissing in his time. A lot. So, as he kissed her, he fought the thought that somehow these were particular and special kisses, more significant and consequential than he'd ever experienced before. He left that sort of sentimental claptrap to the likes of Jo. Yet, he had to admit that her kisses felt as startling and interesting as his very first kiss, but as erotic and assured as any he had ever enjoyed. Swiftly, he moved his hands over her. He put them everywhere he could, speedily, expertly, naturally. He knew how to touch women, how to hold and please them. And this time he pulled out all the stops. He enjoyed the feel of her under his fingers, her neck, shoulder blades, ribs and tits. He swept over her, under her and through her. They were exposed and left with nothing other than their desire and requirement of each other. He could not remember it ever being this defined and unambiguous before. He wanted her. He wanted to please her, to take her, to have her. He sensed that she was on the same page when she stood up and demanded, "Where's your bedroom?" Dean briefly wondered whether this romantic woman needed clean sheets or candlelight. His bed was scrambled, sheets crumpled by his own restlessness last night. But as the blind was not pulled, the lights of Chicago's buildings and streetlights lit up the room like sparkling stars on a black sky, and it was enough. It felt amazing. It felt imperative and vital. It felt truthful. She groaned and trembled, and he roared and quaked. It was tumultuous and rapid and staggering. Dean's body meshed with Jo's, and they fitted so profoundly he lost sense of who was who. Whose pleasure he was experiencing, whose pleasure he was creating, whose pain he was blocking. The cavernous sense of being alone eased.
37. Jo. Dean grabs hold of my arm and yanks me out of the booth. He was holding my hand, which was comforting and even a bit erotic. Well, more than a bit, if the truth be known. Despite my trauma, I couldn't help but notice how good it felt when he squeezed my hand, gently caressing me with his thumb. I'm not getting the same vibe now as he strides across the road, his grasp firm to the point of painful. I totter after him in my high heels, the tight skirt of my dress not allowing me to match his long, determined strides. He marches down the crowded streets, oblivious to the colourful graffiti and the other rushing pedestrians. He dashes across the hectic roads, not noticing that cars have to honk and swerve to avoid hitting us. He is resolutely unaware that he's causing any commotion. He's a man on a mission who obviously has a destination in mind. I follow, too stuffed with self-pity to really care if we do get mowed down. He races through Millennium Park, seemingly insensible of the couples lolling on the lawns, kissing and laughing in the evening sunshine. He does not notice frenetic bladers and skaters who narrowly miss colliding with us on at least half a dozen occasions as we charge along the promenades. And he's blind to the exhausted-looking young parents who are battling with willful toddlers who seem to continually run into our path like out-of-control missiles. He does not slacken his pace until we reach a part of the park that is signposted the Lurie Garden. Unlike the rest of the park, which is kept cropped and clean, oozes modernity and throws up surprising urban art sculptures that please and puzzle in equal proportions, the Lurie Garden is a wilderness. I'm stunned by the oasis of colour which offers instant respite from the surrounding hurly-burly. Purple lovegrass and coral bells teem with the flutter of butterflies and birds. The scent of mountain mint and giant hyssop drifts on the air and instantly soothes. It is living art, a moving, breathing palette of texture and colour. I feel a smidgen better. I turn to Dean. He looks worse. Agitated, torn, distressed. Okay, so you want to know my story? I settle on a park bench, but Dean continues to pace backwards and forwards in front of me. Yes. Okay, Princess, you asked for it. It is the first time he has called me anything other than Joe. I get the distinct feeling that Princess isn't a cozy little pet name indicating we've reached a new level of intimacy. It's not meant as a compliment. Where shall I start? For a moment, he looks genuinely at a loss. He's been so eternally in control since the moment we met that I'm unsure how to respond. I realise that he needs me to give him something. A launch pad. Well, tell me where you're from. When we were talking about ambitions, you said you wanted to be a footballer, a fireman, a cowboy, but you said your overriding ambition was to be rich and certainly to get away. Away from where? Away from wherever they put me. Who put you? I ask carefully. The social workers. I spent a lot of time in care. Don't pin too much on the name. There wasn't anything careful about my childhood. Dean snaps out his reply. He stopped pacing, but he keeps his back to me. I'm sorry. I am. I'm so utterly, utterly sorry, and I don't know what else to say. Words are always pitiless and inadequate in the face of a real calamity. Sorry has been used by too many badass footballers talking to their wives and fans after some tawdry sex scandal, or by politicians after a couple of billion has been cut from a healthcare program. As a word, it has lost its potency. I wish I could think of something bigger to say. So my dad left. You got that much, right? Yes, when you were very young. I was 5. He left and then vanished. We heard nothing from him ever again. Nothing. The word has never sounded so bleak or so powerful to me. At first we managed. We didn't thrive, but we managed. Dean comes to sit next to me on the bench, but he still doesn't look at me. He stares straight ahead, avoiding my gaze. Sometimes my mother held it together. There were weeks in a row when she washed and ironed our clothes, remembered to buy and even cook food, and we were okay. Never happy. We were never relaxed enough to just be happy because things never stayed the same for long, but we were okay. Like I said, we managed. He rolls the word around his mouth before he's able to spit it out. I begin to get a sense of how hard it is for him to tell me his story. This is not a matter of pride or a penchant for secrecy. This is a personal hell. He carries on. However, inevitably, something would happen. A friend of hers would get married or have another baby. Her latest boyfriend would ditch her, or she'd hit a birthday and it would trigger a crisis. She'd remember that there was a great, yawning gap between what she'd hoped her life would be and what it was. So she'd hit the bottle. He shrugs. A tiny, defeated gesture that hints he has accepted the facts and at the same time has been defined by them. What she forgot to do, we mopped up. We learnt how to put clothes in the washing machine and to hang them on the line. And on Tuesdays, we'd walk her to the post office to cash the child allowance check, no matter if she was hungover or smelt of booze. Often she bought a bottle or two and then we'd head home. On Tuesday nights when she was getting drunk, I'd sneak into her bag and take back what was left of the child allowance. It wasn't stealing from her, it was ours. He sounds defensive and I want to tell him it's okay, but I daren't interrupt. I fear that if I do, he might never be able to finish what he's trying to tell me. First time Zoe and I went shopping alone, we bought crap. 4 cans of Tab, Cherry Lips, Cola Cubes, and countless packets of Space Dust and Doritos, if I remember correctly. Dean counts off the shopping list on his fingers. He clearly does remember correctly. He smiles gently, the memory of the illicit feast somehow breaking through the terrible anguish. Obviously, we made ourselves sick, so the next week we bought fish fingers, Finder's pancakes, and Arctic roll. It's not exactly the most nutritious meal ever, but an improvement. Over time, the guy in the corner shop started to pick things out for us to try. Good value, reasonably healthy stuff. He gave us discounts on food that was nearing its sell-by date. People saw what was going on, but they didn't get too involved. People didn't in those days, thank God. That was how we wanted it. I want to reach out and hold his hand as he held mine in the diner, but as I inch towards him, he senses what I'm going to do and he folds his arm across his chest. I freeze, knocked out. Going to school in clothes that hadn't been ironed wasn't the end of the world. Of course she missed stuff, school plays, sports day, even parents' evenings, but no one cared about that much. Well, no one other than me and Zoe. Sometimes a teacher with a leaning towards efficiency might grumble that our parent consent forms weren't signed for a school trip, but after a particularly officious cow made Zoe miss out on going to a city petting zoo trip, we quickly learnt the value of forging Mum's signature if she was too blind drunk or had passed out and was incapable of doing it herself. Dean sighs. I'm not sure if it's at the memory he's just relayed or in anticipation of something he has yet to reveal, but it became more difficult when it was no longer just about the neglect, when that pushed over to what they call abuse. She hit you? There's a lump in my throat the size of a continent. I fight the tears. I have no right to cry. He isn't. No, not us, but she did smash things up. Dad's stuff at first. The books he'd left behind she tore and wrenched. She shredded his clothes with a kitchen knife. It was a futile gesture. He'd taken everything he really cared about. Clothes he left behind were the ones he no longer deemed fashionable enough to be seen in. Dean shrugs and lets out a cold, sharp sound that is, I think, supposed to be a laugh. Like his family no longer needed. She ripped up his photos, and then, when there was nothing more of his to break, she broke our stuff, her own stuff, herself. She'd scream and yell and rant and rave. We'd creep down the stairs after a tempestuous night and not know what to expect. She might have passed out in amongst the shards of plastic, glass and crockery. Sometimes she was cut because she'd lain heavily on the broken bits. Other times she might have made it back to her bed or to the bathroom to be ill. Not that she always got there in time. I had to clean her vomit from the side of the bathtub, from sheets and the stairs. When she shat in her pants, I refused to touch her. I wouldn't let Zoe do it either. I left her stinking. Went to school, told my teacher, and they took us away that night. I think of the young boy, too small to be a man, let alone a hero, struggling to protect and support his sister, dealing with the fact that he could no longer shield his mother from the world, forced to betray her to the authorities. Dean is so still. A yellow butterfly lands on his shoulder. I can't take my eyes off it as the world seems to shrink to just the 3 of us on this bench. Dean, me, and the tiger swallowtail. I think of my ham-fisted attempts as a child to catch butterflies in nets, With my parents, my siblings and I would run through the fields, making too much noise and commotion to have a hope of a successful hunt. I don't think my parents ever really wanted to go for the kill. Sunlight drips through my memories. It glistens on the paddling pool that we splashed in. It shines on the icing of our home-baked birthday cakes, and another light flickers there too. The candles, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 35. Because yes, even last year my mum baked me a cake and my dad lit the candles. My childhood is all about songs and light, laughter and love. I hardly dare breathe. Care homes were a disaster. I didn't help myself, I suppose. Dean nibbled his thumbnail. I waited. I'd learnt about breaking things too by then. I smashed, burnt, wrote obscenities on the doors of the girls' bedrooms. Anything to release a bit of pain? Dean shrugs. Anger. He's trusting me with so much here, but he can't quite trust me with a hint of weakness. Not even weakness he might have felt when he was a child. Did you ever run away? I ask. No. I might have, but there was always Zoe. She was of the mindset that we should just sit it out, that it would get better. Hey, and it did, right? He turns to me, and for the first time since he started talking, he looks into my eyes. He's changed during the conversation. I can no longer see the cocky seducer who can only promise a woman one thing, that he won't call. Now I see the boy who has endured neglect beyond my imagination. One who has had to become resilient and self-sufficient to the point of being chilly and closed. But besides that, I can also see the guy who wants to help me to hold on to my dreams. The guy who has risked exposing his shameful, painful past so that I will value my illustrious, indulgent one. Right. Zoe knew what she was talking about. I agree, because I know that's what he needs me to do. Obviously things are better, but I wonder, can it ever be good enough after what they've been through? Will Dean ever stop feeling the lack of what he's missed as a child? His hands are still folded across his chest, but I force him to unclasp and I place his arm over my shoulder and slip my hand around his waist. 30 minutes ago, I thought my world was falling apart. I thought I'd never recover. I felt hideously sorry for myself. Now I see that I will recover. I might even become a better person, the way Dean has. Whatever. None of that matters right now. All that matters is Dean. And in this moment, like Alice biting the eat-me cake, I become bigger. I grow up. Okay, my friend, it's been a rough day. There's only one thing we can do now. What's that? Dean looks at me as though I have all the answers, and for a moment in time, I do. Take me dancing. 38. Joe. Dean glances at his watch. It's just past 7 p.m. A little early for dancing on Saturday night, but I know he'll pull something out of the bag. He won't let either of us down. This is a man who scrabbled his way out of his deprived childhood so that he could bungee jump from the Altavilla Tower in Brazil. He's up to the challenge of finding us a club to strut our funky stuff. As I predicted, he suddenly looks as though someone has lit a match behind his eyes. Hey, I know, let's put your salsa lessons to good use. Let's go to a Latin club. What? A hot and heavy Latin club. This is not the moment for me to lose confidence. I grin and nod manically. The downtown salsa club is everything I could have imagined. The polished parquet floor is scratched, tattooed with good times, and the room is dim, heavy red velvet drapes with generous gold tassels blocking out the daylight. However, the ambience is bright because of the frequent flashes of toned and tanned legs balanced on spiky high heels. Glamorous women with big bottoms twirl impressively around the room with passion and finesse. Uncompromising-looking guys in black t-shirts and jeans turn into gods in front of my eyes as they stamp, pout, throw, turn and rumble with their floral-clad partners. The place is throbbing, pulsing. It's alive. It's sweaty out there on the dance floor. It is, Dean agrees. He looks happier with the situation than I am. Look at the way they move. There is nothing discreet. The men are broad and big, the women sultry. The club is rammed with the type of people who live a full and out there life. I wonder what I should do, who I should be. Who am I now? Am I Joe, the hopeless romantic? I know that Dean needed me to keep the faith back in the park. Having spent the last 24 hours claiming he thinks my ideas on relationships are ridiculous, it was clear he suddenly, desperately needed to believe in a world that was slightly better than the one he imagines we are in, or at least he needed me to continue to believe. And following his shocking but heartfelt confidence, I knew I had to appear to be okay. I rose to the challenge. But do I still believe? I look up. Unsurprisingly, Dee is already on the floor. He's not one to lose a moment. He's taken off his tie and jacket. No doubt he's carelessly flung them under a table or on the back of a seat. He's undone his top button and he's now already having the balsero explained to him by a gaggle of willing, exclusively female, volunteers. He looks magnificent. The lump the size of a continent that was stuck in my throat has not gone away. It swells. But it's no longer anything to do with sadness or pity. It's fed by admiration and, I might as well admit it to myself, a very deep longing. My stomach lurches. It's a good feeling. I ride the tide of emotion as it souses my entire body with feelings of anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, possibly for the first time, I know who I am. I am Joe, the romantic. It's weird, but somehow a gay dad and an adulterous mum has confirmed rather than denied that for me. When I return to England, I'll hear more from both of them. I'll try to understand the choices they made, and I'll try to support them both because, however bizarre and misguided the situation seems, I am sure they thought they were doing the right thing. They thought they were doing the best for us kids, for each other. That's love. Messy, unpredictable love. Even hearing about Dean's brutal childhood hasn't taken away my belief in the happily ever after, because look at him. He's amazing. He's the most determined, positive, spirited, beautiful man I have ever met. And even if he doesn't believe in his happily ever after, I do. More than ever. I eye the dance floor. It looks inviting. It looks overwhelming. Despite taking salsa lessons, I have never actually been to a salsa club. Ridiculous, I know. No one ever invited me, and it has never crossed my mind to go alone. I rarely dance nowadays, except at other people's weddings, but then I am most often very badly drunk, and so I dance forlornly with 2 or 3 other single girls, not actually around our handbags, but around our trampled self-esteem. I decide that I won't drink anymore tonight. It seems insensitive after Dean's story. Besides, when I drink, details smudge and blur, and I already have a feeling that I want to remember every single second of this evening. Dean catches my eye, and without any more hesitation, I run to him. And so we dance. I twirl and turn, shake and shimmy. I dance hard and well. I allow the music to flow through me, take hold of me. I don't block it with concerns about whether I've mastered a step or how silly or sweaty I might look. I just dance. I let it all go. The club is hot and stuffy, which makes me feel younger than I normally feel. I dance until my body is clammy, until my damp hair sticks to my neck, my makeup melts down my face. I feel a blister pop up on my toe, but still I don't stop. I just throw off my shoes. I want to be exhausted. I want my limbs to ache with satisfying exercise fatigue. Dean is a complete natural at salsa. And whilst he doesn't technically know all the steps, he shakes his hips in an extremely effective way and moves his feet with enough style that before long there's a crowd of women vying for his attention, all desperately trying to bag a dance. He doesn't dance with any of them. He seems oblivious to their luscious dark locks flowing down their backs, their muscular legs that slide and glide and go on forever. He doesn't appear to notice their plunging necklines, heaving bosoms, or brilliant smiles. All he notices is me. He doesn't take his eyes off me. I try to look away but fail. I am conscious of him in the clearest, most absolute sense of the word. I am aware of every muscle in his body as it stretches and contracts. I can see every pore on his skin, every hair that trembles. I feel him breathe. I feel him be. And under his gaze, I become my best self. Unself-conscious, I pulse to the tunes, thoughtless, careless. I flick my hair and move my shoulders like a fun, happy person. Someone with hopes and possibilities and a future. Other people dance around us. I am part of it, not an onlooker. The night wears on. I remain at the epicenter of the dance floor and his focus. We occasionally pause in our dancing to drink some water, but once refreshed, we immediately return to the floor. We don't talk to one another much. We limit ourselves to swapping the odd silly comment or joke. There have been enough serious words exchanged for now. "Sit on that rhythm," cries Dean. I laugh. The phrase is bonkers and almost otherworldly, but from his lips it is simply funny, as he intended. "I feel spaced out, drunk on the dancing," I yell above the music. "Careful, you might lose control," teases Dean. From his grin, I know he'd like me to. "Worse still, I might take it," I laugh. Dean laughs too. "Go hard or go home, Joe," he encourages. Instinctively, I reach up and cradle his face in between my hands. I draw him to me, and without thinking about it, I kiss him full on the lips. It isn't a long and lingering kiss. It isn't necessarily a sexual kiss. It might just be a kiss between friends. It might. Good, very happy friends. It is a firm, warm, and full kiss. I let him go before he drops me, just in case, and then I start to twirl and turn and dance again. "That's so cool," yells some guy who is dancing next to us. Dean has been chatting to this guy over the music from time to time tonight. I've seen them laughing together. I think Dean bought him a drink. He's huge and handsome. His ebony skin shines and his muscles bulge. He grabs my hand and whirls me around as though I'm a doll. "You sure have some moves," he comments. "You're a great dancer." "I think I love you," I laugh. He takes it in the spirit I intended, playful, not loaded. Tonight I don't have a whiff of cougar about me. My new friend nods towards Dean. "He's sick, your man." The phrase clearly means that he respects Dean rather than thinking Dean needs any medical attention. "Awesome guy. Lots of fun." "He is fun, but he's not my man. He's just a friend," I explain. "Oh, come on, lady. Don't try lying to Rudy. I know these things. He's your man." I stare at Rudy, amazed and afraid that he's articulated what I've known but not wanted to admit. Dean is my man. Or at least, he should be. Could be? The truth is that all the while I was plotting to bring down Martin's wedding, I've been fighting fantasies of getting down with Dean. But he's dangerous. A path I've trodden so often before. He's too handsome to have learned to care or to stay. It shouldn't be that way, but it so often is. Suddenly, Dean is at my side again. I'm aware of this even before I turn towards him, because tonight, despite dancing my heart out in the crowd, I've always known where he is. I've known if he's sitting, standing, dancing. I've known when he's drinking or laughing or still or looking at me. He's done that a lot. "Joe, I'm going to make a move." "You are?" Momentarily, I misunderstand and my first reaction is delight. Then I realise that he means he's leaving. He has his jacket flung over his shoulder. His tie, shoved in his trouser pocket, trails down his leg. I think my jet lag is finally kicking in. My heart sinks. It's a good job the music is so loud or else people might hear it crashing to the floor. I should go too. I need to see if there is a room at the hotel for tonight. I only booked one night. I thought... Well, you know what I thought. I left my bags with the concierge. Dean looks at me quizzically. I'll swing by the hotel and pick them up on the way back to mine, he says firmly. My heart leaps again, jumps right up into my mouth. I feel deliriously irresponsible, infatuated, and irrational. I adore him.
Chapter 39. Dean. Dean wished he had some groceries in. Joe had obviously taken the pledge since he had told her about his mother being an alcoholic, which was sweet of her, but now they were back at his place, he'd have liked her to accept a drink. Not because he was trying to get her drunk, but because he had no other form of hospitality to offer. They hadn't finished their food in the diner. In fact, they'd left a trail of half-eaten meals behind them ever since they'd met. He dimmed the lights and turned on the trendy hole-in-the-wall gas fire, which immediately roared into action. The room looked as he'd designed it to look, a lair for seduction, but suddenly he was unsure whether that was the right vibe for tonight. "We can order in," he suggested. "I'm not actually all that hungry." Joe shrugged and collapsed onto his enormous grey corner sofa. She kicked off her high shoes with evident relief, instantly transforming from minx to kitten. Dean was a bit staggered to note he found her equally as beguiling when she started to inspect the emerging blisters, as he had when her high heels had showcased her calves. "I have milk and maybe some biscuits," he proposed. "Perfect," she beamed back. He went into the kitchen and rummaged. Normally, if he was entertaining a woman, he'd maintain constant flirtatious banter. He prided himself on witty, loaded one-liners. But tonight, he didn't have the energy or the need. He remained mute until he settled down next to her with the tray of goodies. How close should he sit? Were they going to have sex? Normally, it would be a no-brainer, but with Joe, it would not be a one-night stand. Was he ready for more? Was he able? She had one stray hair in her otherwise immaculately plucked eyebrow. It was grey and wiry and stood out against the darker hairs. The rogue hair seemed to represent all that was quirky and vulnerable about Joe. She wasn't as young as she wanted to be, or as polished. He liked it, as he liked the small mole on her earlobe. He managed to unearth a large packet of peanut M&Ms as well as some Oreos. She beamed as though his hospitality was worthy of 5 Michelin stars. "So you were not sad, then?" he asked, carefully. Joe turned to him and looked confused. "About Martin's wedding going ahead," he clarified. "Oh, God, no." She waved her hand dismissively, as though they were talking about ancient history, which in a way they were, even though the wedding had only taken place a matter of hours ago. "No, Gloria is welcome to her wedding." Joe glanced at her wristwatch. "Do you know what? I'd never really thought about the actual wedding night. The sex." She leant towards him and whispered the word in a giggly manner. "I mean, right now, they are probably rolling around on a king-size bed, draped in 2 zillion thread-count linens, getting all tangled and hot and sweaty." Or they might be opening their wedding gifts. True. Either way, I don't mind. Joe paused. "I guess I should have thought about that before I spent my last 10 quid on the flight over here. I'm not jealous of her. I'm not into him in that way. I think I should have been." Dean nodded. She should have been. However, right now, he did not regret the fact that Joanna Russell had spent her last 10 quid on the flight where they had met one another. "Ah, so once again you believe that it is all about the chemistry, the tightening in the front bottom." She elbowed him in the ribs because she knew he was gently mocking her. The eyes meeting across a crowded room. Dean noticed that Jo suddenly couldn't get her eyes to meet his across this empty room, even though they were sitting right next to one another, and her gaze would only have to travel the length of a ruler. You need the chemistry, but you need other things too, she muttered. You have a moustache. Jo looked horrified. Oh God, no, I wax. Her hand instantly sprang to her face. A milk moustache. Dean rushed to clarify before she revealed any more of her beauty regime. Oh! She rubbed her face clean. That exchange hadn't done anything to help her meet his gaze. They silently watched the flames flicker in the fireplace. Dean wondered whether he should put on the TV, but he thought it would alter the mood too dramatically. It would be like inviting other people into party, and it would break the intimacy of the evening. He found he didn't want to do that. He considered putting on some music, but he knew that would up the ante. Love ballads or even slow ambient music would inevitably place them in a position where they could no longer pretend this was all about just being friends. And he wasn't sure he wanted to do that either. He was stranded somewhere he'd never been before. We have chemistry, Jo suddenly blurted. She turned to him and stared at him with a clear and undisturbed honesty. Don't we? You felt it too. On the aeroplane, and last night at the restaurant whenever we touched. Today when you kissed me in front of Martin. When I kissed you at the club. Yes, we do. I did. Whispering, he added, Look, Jo, I want you to know that normally I would try and have sex with you right now. Jo smiled. Normally you wouldn't have to try too hard. But we're friends, right? So we can't go there. Yes, friends, she confirmed. Just friends. Well, friends who tell each other everything and help each other through very difficult times, and Dean had no idea what she was going to say next, but he didn't give her a chance. He pushed his mouth on top of hers, and this time there was no question about it. The kiss was not a kiss between friends. Her lips felt warm and plump under his. They yielded and fitted exactly. She gently touched his cheek, and whilst the touch was feather-light, he felt pinioned, strapped to her. He put his hand on the back of her neck and drew her in, tighter. He kissed her, and, with equal enthusiasm and expertise, she kissed back, untamed and ferocious. Dean had done a lot of kissing in his time. A lot. So, as he kissed her, he fought the thought that somehow these were particular and special kisses, more significant and consequential than he'd ever experienced before. He left that sort of sentimental claptrap to the likes of Jo. Yet, he had to admit that her kisses felt as startling and interesting as his very first kiss, but as erotic and assured as any he had ever enjoyed. Swiftly, he moved his hands over her. He put them everywhere he could, speedily, expertly, naturally. He knew how to touch women, how to hold and please them, and this time he pulled out all the stops. He enjoyed the feel of her under his fingers, her neck, shoulder blades, ribs and tits. He swept over her, under her, and through her. They were exposed and left with nothing other than their desire and requirement of each other. He could not remember it ever being this defined and unambiguous before. He wanted her. He wanted to please her, to take her, to have her. He sensed that she was on the same page when she stood up and demanded, "Where's your bedroom?" Dean briefly wondered whether this romantic woman needed clean sheets or candlelight. His bed was scrambled, sheets crumpled by his own restlessness last night. But as the blind was not pulled, the lights of Chicago's buildings and streetlights lit up the room like sparkling stars on a black sky, and it was enough. It felt amazing. It felt imperative and vital. It felt truthful. She groaned and trembled, and he roared and quaked. It was tumultuous and rapid and staggering. Dean's body meshed with Joe's, and they fitted so profoundly he lost sense of who was who. Whose pleasure he was experiencing, whose pleasure he was creating, whose pain he was blocking. The cavernous sense of being alone eased.
Sunday, 24th of April, 2005. 40. Clara. Clara arrived at the hospital at 9 o'clock. A young nurse with plump, pink flesh informed her that visiting hours didn't start until 11. Clara locked her eyes onto the skinny band of the cheap engagement ring that the nurse wore. A small cluster of tiny sapphires. It was almost lost within the copious folds of her flesh, but Clara sensed that it was a dearly loved ring. "I'm his wife," she lied. "Oh, we didn't realise." The nurse's cheeks turned a shade rosier. The embarrassment dripped down onto her neck, too. "We haven't seen you until this weekend, and there's no mention of you on his records." "We're estranged, but..." Clara paused, hoping to give the impression that it was all too difficult to talk about. She didn't consider whether what she was saying was immoral or even illegal. "There's so little time left," she added. Whilst Clara was always perfectly polite, she had the sort of beautifully crisp voice that intimidated most people, and so she found that her requests on trains, in theatres, shops, and the dry cleaners were usually met with agreeable acquiescence. It was the same in the hospital. The nurse could not imagine that anyone so well-spoken could cause a problem, let alone tell a blatant lie, because she hadn't ever paid much attention during her history lessons, and so Clara was allowed to go to Eddie's bedside. It didn't matter to him anyway. He was not conscious and did not wake up even when she repeated his name, gently shook his arm, or finally hesitantly kissed his forehead. She decided to stay. If he woke up, she didn't want him to be alone. She thought she owed him this much. She wasn't sure why she might believe this, but people did tend to think they were responsible to and for Eddie Taylor. He elicited more loyalty than he deserved. She was not able to stay away, and yet her visits did not make her content. He had disappointed her again, in a profound and unforgivable way. Physically, he had changed beyond all recognition, but emotionally, he was unaltered. Eddie Taylor was still the man she should not choose. He was still the man who did not deserve her, the one who would not make her happy or look after her. It was devastating. Rationally, it might have been worse if he had metamorphosed. Then she would have had to deal with the fact that if she had chosen him all those years ago, he might, just might, have been what she needed. They might have been blissful together. But he was still as selfish, brutal, and unaware as ever. What she had to accept was that her entire life had been shaped by this man who did not deserve her, who would never make her blissful, who wouldn't even try. She'd got it all wrong. Yesterday he had told her a little more about his children. The youngest two didn't bother with him beyond Christmas cards and a more often than not late birthday card. He showed a similar level of commitment, although he did speak fondly about when they were little girls taking horse riding lessons and mastering the ability to tie shoelaces and plaits. He had been involved to an extent, and for a time, he felt a level of possession, but it did not stretch to a full-blown sense of responsibility. There were always limits with Eddie Taylor. According to his account, the younger two were cheerful and well enough. They had a mother who'd had the sense to move on with her life when her disappointment with Eddie Taylor could not be suppressed. She'd remarried. Eddie said her husband was a decent enough bloke. Girls like him. Lousy handshake, though, probably not much in the sack. But the other two, Dean and Zoe. Clara had shivered when she listened to Eddie's story about the son visiting. Eddie said he was an angry and unforgiving man. Narrow-minded, he surmised. Clara recognized that he was a bruised and wounded child. Extremely hurt, she'd suggested. Well, yes, but so long ago. Eddie did seem embarrassed to admit that the children had ended up in care. You'd have thought someone would have told me. He blinked twice and then closed his eyes. Clara felt the terrible guilt about and pity for these two children. It ran through her being and settled like a concrete mass in her stomach. She had not been able to eat breakfast this morning. She did not know them. She'd never met them. She hadn't even seen a photo. Eddie had never been the sort to proudly or even deceitfully display a family portrait on his desk. But she felt responsible. Clara was the sort of woman who had enough time to be ostentatiously charitable. She now worried whether she'd only ever be ostensibly charitable. She organised an annual ball in Mayfair, one for which her friends spent a fortune on dresses and haircuts and donated a little more to a cause. And she arranged regular cake bake-off challenges where her competitive time and cash-rich pals paid an astronomical fee to bake in front of one another and display their skills for public acclamation. The monies raised bought underwear for children in war-torn countries whose own pants had been blown away with their houses because an adult had detonated a bomb. She was energetic and persistent in her fundraising, and had twice been invited to the House of Lords, where she and other well-intentioned do-gooders were thanked for doing their bit to put right some of the world's injustices. She thought that perhaps her next fundraiser ought to be for a shelter for homeless children or an awareness campaign about the number of children in care who were in need of foster parents. She sighed, aware that she couldn't help Dean or Zoe personally. It was too late for that. 41. Joe. Right, I am starving. We are going to have to send out for something now, said Dean. I'm still okay with the biscuits and sweets if there are any left. I think I can indulge. We must have burnt loads of calories. I giggle. Flashbacks to last night sear my memory, and I inwardly blush with total delight and unembarrassed excitement. You mean all that dancing? Dean snuggles into my neck and gently nibbles my ear. As he tugs, something low in my belly responds. I really enjoyed the dancing. I laugh, although that wasn't what I meant, and I think Dean knows as much. We've made love 3 times now. 3. After the first frenzied and fabulous time, we did it again, carefully and gently. The third was slower still, but I suspect that was biology rather than anything else. Dean kissed and caressed me with real tenderness. His touch restored me and reassured me, lit me up and excited me with a passion I didn't know I was capable of. The sheets smell of our hot bodies, and I can feel his breath on my forehead as I'm curled up under his arm. It's raw and intimate and blissful. It's different. I know I've made mistakes in the past. I'm famed for my misjudgments, my hasty judgments, and my downright lack of judgment. But all that said, I can't help but believe that this is different. Not just because of how he makes me feel, but because of the effect I'm having on him. I'm pretty certain that for once this exciting, sexy, unobtainable, damaged man is taking notice of me. How did last night's salsa club compare to those you usually go to in London? I've never been to a club in London, I confess. But you said you took lessons. I do, but I've never danced Latin anywhere except inside the dusty town hall where the lessons are held. Dean pulls away a little to stare at me with disbelief. I force myself to meet his gaze. Without having to spell it out, I know he understands why I haven't had the confidence and opportunity to take my dancing out of the town hall. Gently he murmurs, Joe, you have to stop living a half-life. By which we both know he means a life where I only take up hobbies if I think they will lead to finding a boyfriend, a life where I only travel if I'm travelling with some guy, ditto going to hot and sweaty nightclubs and visiting interesting and improving galleries or even fun shops and shows. I know. I know, I see that. I'm trying. I've started. Dean doesn't look reassured, but I have started to live a whole life. I got on the plane to Chicago, which was a brave and impetuous thing to do. Okay, so my motivation may not have been 100% admirable, but the outcome has been thrilling and wonderful. I know I've spent a disproportionate amount of time looking for love, but right now, snuggled under Dean's heavy, muscular arm, it's hard to think that it has been a bad plan. Because you really can't pin your happiness on someone else, he adds. I inwardly pause, falter. My nerves contract an infinitesimal amount because that sounds a little bit like a warning to me. I've heard enough warnings in my time to recognize them in whatever form they come. The morning after distancing is something I'm far too familiar with. I'm a bit too tied up this week to make any firm plans. I'm working towards a promotion. I'm not sure I can do a relationship justice right now. Or, the worst one of all, the one where he doesn't hand over his phone number but takes mine and says, "I'll call you." He doesn't. I don't have Dean's number. He hasn't even asked for mine. I freeze. It's interesting that I've listened to dozens of morning after excuses in my time, but this is the first time I've actually heard one. Perhaps since I discovered that my parents' marriage hasn't been exactly a bed of roses, I've woken up a little and become a touch more realistic. I glance at Dean. He's smiling at me. It's a broad, open beam that envelops his face and makes it all the way to his eyes, the ultimate test. The momentary panic, fear and doubt recede once again. Yes, I can hear his caution and reserve, but I can also understand it. This man has lived his entire life keeping his distance because no one can stab, slash, or cut you from afar. He's not creating morning after distance because he's a prick. He's creating morning after distance because he's conditioned to protect himself, because he's afraid. Yet, despite the audible caution and possible distancing, I also recognize and value that he has opened up to me, trusted and confided in me. That has to count for something. That has to mean something. I can take control. I can draw him in and teach him to trust. I know I can. I have enough optimism for the two of us. I don't mean that I want to chase, conquer, and have him through some misguided blindness or due to a faulty stubbornness as I might have done in the past. But I want to draw him closer, with an acceptance that this man has reason to be doubtful and cautious. He's never expected much from love, but I can change that. I guess your mum's biggest mistake was pinning her happiness on your dad, right? You could say that. I pause and don't rush to fill the silence that sits in the room. I'm rewarded when Dean adds, "She let this void develop, a void between the life she led and the life she once thought she'd lead, and it grew to such an enormous cavern that it destroyed her." He broke off. "Look, I'm just saying that I think we should all be responsible for our own happiness. It doesn't make sense to me that you take salsa lessons but won't go to a club unless someone asks you to. I'm sorry about the lecture, but I care." I kiss him, leisurely, gently, but taking care to push my naked nipples up against him so it's not too chastely. He cares. He's scared, cautious, but he cares. It's enough, for now. I'm more realistic. He's more trusting. Perhaps we can meet in the middle somewhere and make this work. I sense that he needs me to change the subject for a while. I mustn't rush in at this like a bull in a china shop. "Thanks," I say when I eventually pull away. I suppose I can see why Dean might be preaching to me about the importance of taking responsibility for my own happiness. My parents have separated. My dad's just been shoved out of the closet. I'm homeless, jobless, one step away from a soup kitchen, and I have a collection of invites to other people's weddings that is so hefty my postman might sue me for his chiropractic fees. I probably should be worried. However, this morning I can't help thinking that maybe what I have in front of me is not a great big fat turd of a life, but an opportunity for change. There's something about Dean that makes me believe that things can get better, that they will do. He's proof positive that we are in charge of our own destinies. Okay, let's make a list, I say brightly. A shopping list? Well, we need pretty much everything. Eggs, juice, bacon. No, a bucket list. Things I have to do before I die. Dean looks surprised, but grins. Good idea. He delves around in the bedside cabinet. In among the loose coins, odd cuffling, and the Durex box, he eventually finds a pen. I need something we can scribble on. It's obvious that he doesn't want to get out of bed to find paper. I'm glad. I like to feel him folded around me, and I like it that he wants it too. I'll write on the Durex instruction leaflet, he suggests. Is there room? I'll write small, there's a border. We lie on our sides, facing each other, the instruction leaflet between us. Dean holds the pen poised. Our feet are still entwined. Okay, fire. He stares at me with eager expectancy. I don't want to disappoint him, although I probably will, as my mind is blank. What do I enjoy? What do I want to do with myself for the next 40-odd years? I look at Dean, hoping he'll help. Any ideas? Would you like to learn to ski? I shake my head. Or go wakeboarding or zorbing? Nah, that's hysterical, he suggests. Do they have to be so active? I surprise myself by not wasting time pretending to like his hobbies. No, I suppose not. No, not if you don't want them to be, says Dean. I rack my brains and then almost yell, I know, I'd like to stay in bed all day and eat junk food, an entire day. Dean looks sceptical. That's not exactly a to-do, is it? It's more of an avoid doing. However, he writes Joe's to-do list in the margin of the leaflet, alongside the warning to check the expiry date on the condom wrapper before you use it, and adds, 1. Lie in bed all day and eat junk food. I'd like to try jellied eels. Well, I wouldn't actually like to, but I sort of think I should, I offer. People are always saying they're an East End delicacy, aren't they? And I'm a Londoner, so I feel almost obliged. Go on then, you can have that. I'd like to drink cherry milkshake. All your ambition's going to be about food? Possibly. And you should be specific. How about you go to the award-laden Fossilmans in the LA suburb of Alhambra? They serve amazing milkshakes. How do you even know that? I know stuff. I make it my business to know stuff. The double chocolate malt is one of my favourite treats ever, up there with eating macaroons at La Durée in Paris. What? Where? This guy, Monsieur La Durée, opened his bakery on the Rue Royale in 1862. Later, his grandson invented the double-decker macaroon, 2 shells of meringue-like pastry held together by creamy ganache filling. Superb. Dean smacks his lips together to suggest how delicious these cakes are. I'd like to try those. Add that to my list. Nope. What? No. You have to think of your own, Joe. You're just saying what you think I want you to say. I scowl, but accept he has a point. I must have my own ambitions, my own desires, ones that are not to do with food. I just must have. After what seems to be about 2.5 years, I excitedly pronounce, I know. I'd like to be an extra in a film. A proper film. Something directed by Scorsese or Spielberg or someone. Good one. Dean scribbles it down. I'd like to plant a tree. What sort? Cherry blossom. Where? In my garden. So you'd like a garden? Yes, I would. I'd like a home of my own. More scribbling. Now you're getting it, encourages Dean. I take his comment to mean that he thinks I'm getting the hang of writing a bucket list rather than I'm getting more sex, although that would be lovely. Where? Where what? Or where would you like your home to be? Dean keeps his eyes on the leaflet, and although I'm really trying not to be too like my old self, the self that projects as far as the birth of our second child even before we've shared a packet of cereal, I can't help thinking that his question is a little loaded. I'm not sure. In a city? I like London, but I could go further afield, I suppose. Sydney, New York, maybe here. I add, elated at the thought of the trains that crisscross the city, endlessly taking busy and useful people to exciting and important places. I can imagine making Chicago my home. So far my experience has been that this city is awash with sparkly lights and dazzling smiles. What do you like about Chicago particularly? Asks Dean with a cough. Him. And it strikes me as an energetic, electrifying and ambitious city. I like the look of Lake Michigan. Must be great to be somewhere urban that also benefits from miles of beach. Hey, don't worry, I'm not suggesting I move in. Well, not straight away. Joke. I'm just talking about what might work for me. It's a coincidence that it works for you too. I glance shyly at Dean to see if he looks totally and utterly horrified. He doesn't. He doesn't even look fazed. I'd like to milk a cow, I add. Dean nods and jots that down too. I'd like to stay in the ice hotel in Sweden. It's made entirely of ice. Can you believe that? The walls, the beds, the plates, the loos. Have you heard of it? Dean nods. Have you stayed there? Dean hesitates but decides not to lie to me. He nods again. I can see he's worried that he's stealing my thunder, but he's not. I'm impressed. Wow, you really have packed a lot in. I told you, had a slow start, but I've been catching up ever since. I'd like to gallop a horse along a beach. That's a stretch because I can't ride a horse and I'm not that confident around water. Dean laughs. In which case, that one is perfect. Maybe I should think about travel journalism. I need a break from tiered cakes and posies. It takes nearly 2 hours, but the list has 41 entries by the time we are scribbling around the small print that explains how each batch of latex is tested and certified. Dean says he'd have liked a neat 50 points because he likes round numbers, and he really doubts whether peel an apple keeping the skin in one long string is worthy of the list. But all in all, he seems satisfied with my ambitions, and I'm thrilled by them. Just the process of writing them down is exciting. I can't wait to get cracking. What about you? I ask. Do you have a list? I don't need one. He folds the paper and hands it to me. Well, you can't have done everything, I protest. Although I do remember him saying he liked snowboarding, mountain biking, grass sledging, water skiing, skydiving, bungee jumping, rafting, and swimming with sharks, which does sound pretty comprehensive. No, of course I haven't done everything. There are 1 or 2 things that I might put on the list, but when opportunities come along, I never hesitate in taking them. In fact, I actively hunt them out on a regular basis, so I don't need a physical list. Right now, you see, I have the opportunity of having more amazing sex with a very beautiful woman, and I think we should stop talking and seize that opportunity. He grins, pulls the duvet over his head, and starts to make his way down my body, leaving a trail of searing kisses as he goes. I find it impossible to disagree with him, and that has nothing to do with the fact that I'm in the habit of fitting around other people's plans and falling in line with their suggestions. It's just that it is a genuinely brilliant idea.
42. Dean. Dean was staggered to comprehend how he had spent the day in a montage from a romantic chick flick. A genre he was very familiar with because those sorts of movies were often the preferred choice of various women he passed time with. They'd agreed to start working through Joe's list immediately. Joe had expressed an interest in doing something with boats. Dean had imagined her gaining her RYA coastal skipper qualification, chartering a boat and eventually sailing around the Indian Ocean. But it turned out that all she wanted to do was stand on the bow of a ship, spread her arms wide, and be held from behind while she sang "My Heart Will Go On." So they'd set off to Navy Pier. There, they spent an hour on the tall ship Windy, a 148-foot schooner modelled after a traditional trading ship. The tour guide was obliging and let her sing as many verses as she could remember, as well as encouraging the other passengers to join in the chorus. They also enjoyed the spectacular views of the Chicago skyline from the water, helped raise sail and relayed traditional sailing commands, although Dean wasn't sure how much of the boating history and tales of courage from the golden age of sail Joe actually absorbed. It seemed that she was most intent on running back through their brief relationship, minute by minute, and piecing him together. At first, I was puzzled as to how and why you reconciled being an obvious womanizer and a strong belief in fidelity. It's because of your father, isn't it? You might have a rotating bedroom door, but it's always one at a time, right? Fidelity isn't the issue, commitment is, she said, just as the long-suffering tour guide was trying to scare the tourists with ludicrous stories about spirit ships and haunted harbours. Dean was pretty sure most of the other passengers were more interested in Joe's conversation too. I guess. If she'd wanted him to update his thoughts on the rotating bedroom door, she didn't say so, and therefore it didn't occur to him to elaborate. Which was probably a good thing, because he wasn't sure what he could say. 29 years of distrust don't dissolve overnight. Dean was uncertain as to whether he could be a different man. He pushed the difficult thoughts away and stayed in the moment. As they rode the Ferris wheel, dangling their legs and nibbling candy floss, Joe gasped. The movie? On the plane? You were touched by the begging scene not because you were thinking about the lengths fathers should go to for their kids, but having the electricity turned off. Yes. She had candy floss in her hair. He picked it out, careful not to pull. When he did a victory dance after securing 5 consecutive holes in one on the crazy golf course, she smiled indulgently. He knew she understood why he needed to win at everything. He was a survivor, a fighter, a victor. He had feared that after confiding in Joe, she would harp on about his childhood in a pitying way. But during the day, it became clear that was not going to be the case. It was obvious that she was rapt, but what she felt for him was far from pity. Her eyes shone in admiration. She understood his strength and determination. She accepted, perhaps even forgave, his cynicism. Her intense interest in him was not at all irritating. It made him feel fascinating, wanted. Of course, women had tried to work him out before. They had scratched and scratched at his impenetrable exterior and broken their nails and hearts in the process. But none had ever got close. He hadn't allowed them the chance to do so. He hadn't given anyone else the key to the puzzle. The miserable childhood had been a secret between him and Zoe until yesterday. He'd let Joe get past the shiny, affluent, sexy man and closer to the murkier depths, and she didn't seem put off. The surprise for Dean was that not only had he found himself in the romantic montage cliché of sailing boats, Ferris wheels, and crazy golf, but he also discovered that he liked it there with Joe. She was fun. Her naivety had melted and they were left with a less irritating, childlike enthusiasm, which he had to admit he found appealing. She saw the world in such a sparkly light. It was impossible not to be dazzled and brightened in her presence. He was forced to question his long-held belief that the world was entirely populated by selfish bastards, that it was foolhardy to trust anyone. She was scrupulously and refreshingly honest. When they inevitably talked about their sexual histories, she frankly relayed endless stories that made her appear desperate and deluded. But she did it so in a way that was hilariously self-deprecating and comedic. Almost adorable. Besides, she was clever. Much cleverer than she allowed people to believe. She had clearly benefited from a broad and classical education, and so was not only well-read, but also curious. He always thought that polished and effervescent, privately educated girls were, frankly, silly. Capable of a strong serve in a game of mixed doubles and identifying several soft cheeses, but not much else. Joe, however, knew a lot of stuff about the American War of Independence. And when she talked of Tisset, she meant the 19th century artist, not a brand of watches. Dean thought that she was the sort of woman who might make gallery visiting interesting, and gallery visiting was not normally his thing. The pity, like most, was that she did not waste time and energy on games. She seemed physically incapable of playing hard to get. She could not keep her hands off him, and she made it clear. He had feared in the IMAX theatre that she might actually follow him into the loo. Instead, she had to be satisfied with hovering outside, and she practically leapt into his arms when he emerged. "Let's go home and have more sex," she suggested. How was it that this woman had been single for so long? Mused Dean. You know, we really should do some of the ordinary stuff at some point. Like? Like I need to unpack, put on the laundry, buy groceries? Really? No, not really. I like your idea better. He was only flesh and blood. Dean thought sex with Joe was great. Really particularly good. True, maybe he had more athletic sex in the past, enjoyed better toned bodies and done dirtier stuff with various other women. But then he'd also had less energetic sex, bedded women with flabbier bodies, and had very straightforward, not too exciting sex as well. The point being, he had had lots of sex with lots of women, and he had been pretty confident that he knew the range of experiences available. But the sex he had with Joe was surprising. It was. And it killed him to admit this, even to himself, different. It was more. More than sex. It was possible, he was certain, but there was a chance that for the first time ever, Dean had allowed himself to make love. He'd always thought the expression was ultimately a euphemism. The preserve of married couples who wanted to believe that what they had was special, or middle-aged spinsters who were too prudish to call a shag. But now he understood. What he and Joe had created was affectionate. It was loving. Dean was not saying that he was in love. No, he would not say that. Because whilst he was unconcerned about leaping out of small aircraft from a height of 5,000 feet with only a thin circular sheet of nylon for security, or diving over a waterfall with rapids gushing beneath him, and only an elastic rope tied around his feet to save him from certain death, those leaps and falls were child's play in comparison to making the leap from loner to partner. A piece of cake in comparison to falling in love. And yet, he was finding it impossible to think of anything other than Joe's lips. Until she slipped out of her clothes. Then he thought about her body. She had a good body. Full, inviting tits, as he'd imagined back on the aeroplane. Slightly rounded stomach and thighs. But he'd known that about her before she'd taken her clothes off. He liked her shape. It was extremely feminine. She also had just a bit of cellulite. He knew the moment he spotted it that he would never admit as much to her, even if she asked him. He would say she was as smooth as a peach. Who would have known that ribs and elbows could be so attractive? After the lovemaking, he found himself telling her even more. Now he'd taken his finger out of the dam, he couldn't stop the flood. He didn't even want to try. For the first time, he understood, rather than simply remotely admiring, Zoe's intimacy with her husband. It was a relief for someone who had not experienced the heartache to hear about it. He had spent a lifetime denying the horrors. Now he wanted to let the monsters climb out from the shadows. He took a perverse but definite pleasure in seeing her shocked face. He felt vindicated. It had been awful and wrong. Joe agreed. He hadn't exaggerated or indulged. He also liked listening to her stories, her glittering ones. And even though it was obvious that with her retellings she was now questioning her memories, re-examining everything in the light of her parents' revelations, she still valued her golden childhood and, most importantly, recognized it as such, no matter how confusing things were right now. He knew he'd helped her preserve that, and he was proud to have done so. So tell me about visiting your father. How did it go? She asked. She was lying on her side, curled towards him. Dean could practically hear the cogs in her mind whirring. He sighed and turned towards her. Badly. I thought the reason he got in touch was that he might be able to explain things, even, I know this is mental, justify them, but he couldn't. In fact, it turned out he hadn't actually wanted me there, not even at the end. His hand slipped below the duvet again and homed in on her bum cheek. It was soft and warm. He was addicted to stroking it. He found confessing to his father's unrelenting indifference tough, even confessing it to Joe. It was still shaming, incredibly painful, relentlessly damning. He sighed so deeply he wondered whether there was any air left in his body. The angry, spiky man was not how I'd imagined a dying man should be. I'd expected more calm, more resignation, some answers. I wanted to yell at him, I'm the one entitled to be angry. You know, I offered to get a photo printed off of Zoe's kids for his bedside, his grandchildren. He said no. Dean turned to Joe, outrage plastered across his face. Joe considered. How long would that have taken? What? It might have just been an issue of time rather than indifference. You'd have had to leave the hospital to get a print. Maybe he didn't want to waste any more time by letting you out of his sight. Dean thought about her suggestion. It was possible, but not probable. Still, it was possible. He smiled at her. Do you think you can teach me that trick of yours? What trick? The one where you insist on seeing the best in people. I could try. Dean let the possibility seep into his brain. He'd previously been impervious to any suggestion that he might be able to think better thoughts or believe in more advantageous, pleasing scenarios. Was it achievable? Hey, there was one big thing. What was that? I found out I have 2 more sisters. Really? Dean knew that Joe was stuck for words. He appreciated the fact that she didn't assume he'd see this as delightful news, especially as she probably did think a bigger family was a bonus. She had the sensitivity to understand that he might be a little more cautious. Will you get in touch with them? Maybe. But I'm not sure how much we'll have in common. Dean didn't want to get his hopes up. They're kids, really. One is still a student, the other is in her early 20s. How old is your father? I don't know exactly. Less than 60? Youngish, then. I don't imagine he is ready to go. No, I don't imagine he is. For once, he must want to stay. How ironic. Dean tried to gather the determination not to be dragged down by the facts. Mentally, he had to shrug this off. He had to. I'm beginning to wonder whether it even matters anymore. Whatever he said, it couldn't have changed anything. An explanation as to why he left wouldn't give me back a normal and stable home. An explanation wouldn't allow me to be a different man. Joe gasped. Thank God. I wouldn't want you to be any other man. Well, that was good then. It was a fool's errand, a wasted journey. No, it wasn't. It had a purpose. Dean read her urgent and insistent gaze. We met. Exactly. It was fate, and don't say you don't believe in fate. I wasn't going to, said Dean, kissing her. He didn't believe in fate, but he'd always valued opportunities. He was relieved that she hadn't tried to pacify him with ill-informed consolations. She did not suggest that his father must love him deep down. She did not presume to know more about the situation than he did. She simply listened quietly and carefully. He put an end to the discussion, but for no better reason than he wanted to kiss her more and more and more. As Dean ran his hands over her waist, her hip bones, her thighs, he began to wonder. Could he make the leap? He was self-aware enough to know that if he were ever to draw upon his own to-do list, a list requiring him to move outside his comfort zone, to confront his fears and add a new dimension to his already successful, action-packed, adventurous, although somewhat insular life, there would be just two things written on it. 1, tell someone about my mother. 2, fall in love. The only two things he'd never tried. Dean watched as Joe reluctantly climbed out of bed, searched around for something to wear, and then went to the kitchen to forage for a drink. She settled on his scruffy sweatpants and a saggy t-shirt. Other than the light from the hall and the skyline, the room was dark. Dean was losing sense of time, but a glance at the bedside clock informed him that it was nearly midnight. The day had scurried away on a breeze of endless smiles, laughter, and conversation. He spent a few minutes enjoying it for a second time, then Joe returned to the bedroom carrying 2 mugs. I unearthed some tea bags from the back of your cupboard, but we've used up all the milk, so we'll have to drink it black. She handed him a mug. Careful, it's boiling. I don't want you blistering your tongue. Her smile was at once concerned and wanton. It was an irresistible combination. They were both aware of what she wanted from his tongue. She tentatively perched on the edge of the bed. Dean was already familiar enough with her to know when she wanted to say something but was struggling to find the right words. So, my flight home is tomorrow evening. Right. Then you'll finally have time to food shop. Dean didn't know how to reply. He hadn't really given much thought to tomorrow, or the day after, or the one after that. It wasn't his habit. However, it now started to dawn on him that he might need to make it his habit. If he was hoping to have a relationship with Jo, then planning would be required as she lived a continent away. He was pretty sure he was hoping to have a relationship with her. It was clear she was hoping to have a relationship with him. He wasn't being especially vain, but women invariably wanted a relationship with him. And Jo had done nothing to hide her enthusiasm about relationships in general, him in particular. There would be complications, of course. He'd need to look into that Skyping business he'd recently read about, and his phone bills would no doubt go through the roof. He wondered whether he had any more European business trips planned. It didn't really matter. He could afford a couple of flights anyway, and he had a mountain of air miles that he could use. It would be a start. He had a vague sense that they ought to talk about the logistics, about the future. I was wondering whether... He coughed, surprisingly unsure of exactly how to phrase it. Whether we should swap phone numbers, he concluded. It was woefully inadequate, and he was aware of as much. He looked at Jo, concerned that she might find him lacking. It was strange to suddenly be so unsure around a woman. Definitely. Actually, I've just updated the contacts in your phone. I've already plugged in my phone number, but mine is a company phone, and I guess they'll soon realize I have it and insist I give it back. I'll need to set up a new email account too. And because people are always losing their phones, I've jotted down my sister's number on that notepad by the fridge. And, her address, in case you wanted to write the traditional way or send flowers, she smiled sheepishly. I left my parents' number and address as well, although God knows who lives there now. I want you to be able to reach me, and losing touch is so easily done when there's no fixed abode. Dean burst out laughing. His laugh hit the wall and ricocheted around the room. He loved this woman's honesty. Who else would expose themselves in such a way? She'd left herself open, emotionally naked. So much more daring than physical nudity. She put herself at his mercy. She'd done so because she trusted him. Jo grinned back at him. Her grin pushed through her blush. She was blushing as she too was considering who would expose themselves in such a way. Dean shook his head in wonder. Even if keeping in touch was going to be a logistical nightmare, he was sure she was worth it. He kissed her again, a long and lingering kiss. "So what shall we do tomorrow?" he asked. "Don't you have work? It's Monday." "I'll bunk off, say I'm ill." "Won't you get into trouble? What if someone finds out?" "Well, I'll take holiday then." "You'd use up your leave to go souvenir shopping with your new girlfriend?" "So you're my girlfriend, are you?" Jo hesitated. "Well, love interest, then?" "Love interest?" Dean mocked gently. "Where do you find these phrases?" "Do you know, you can be objectionable. What would you like to call me?" "Actually, I'm okay with girlfriend or love interest," he admitted. "Although I am a bit worried about souvenir shopping." Jo grinned back. It was a face-splitting smile. She yanked off the t-shirt and wriggled out of his sweatpants and clambered back under the covers. Dean realised that she needed to be fortified by tea and clothes to have that conversation. Now she relaxed and smudged back into him. They lay silently for minutes, and he brushed his hand over her silky hair. It felt good. "You know what I was just thinking about?" she said. "What?" "Your mum." "Oh. I mean, okay, you are at a dead end in your relationship with your dad, literally. Oh yeah, sorry." Jo looked as though she didn't know whether to laugh or cry over her lack of tact. She rushed on. "But what about your mum?" "It's too late for a relationship with my mother." "Don't say that. Tell me more about her." Jo turned her sun-kissed, or, more likely considering their location, wind-kissed face towards Dean. She looked vivid and healthy. She possessed a luminosity that he hadn't seen in her before. She had an air of excitement around her, the sort of excitement that comes with experimentation. She was experimenting with life, and there was nothing finer. Dean knew this from his very many adrenaline rushes. He decided he too needed to take the plunge. The dim, warm room that smelt of sex cocooned him. Her brilliance lit his way. She was once a very beautiful woman, certainly on the outside. She had to have hooked Eddie Taylor, who, from all accounts, even my mother's reluctant one, was quite a catch. I can't remember far enough back to know with any conviction whether she ever glowed on the inside. I suppose that it's quite possible that she did, once upon a time. I don't know. If so, he snuffed out any lightness or beauty that she may have possessed. When he slammed the door closed, we all fell into darkness. I suppose it's equally possible that they were both always irredeemably bad, and like had simply drawn to like. I hardly know which would be worse. I don't understand why there was no support, why nobody else stepped in. Weren't there any other relatives? Someone who could have taken you in or at least helped out before things got so dire? My mother was an only child, and she lost her parents not long after she married Eddie. I suppose I have to recognise how hard it must have been for her when Eddie left. She was isolated. Drinking was a comfort and a substitute for company. There was a great aunt at one point. I don't know what happened there. Maybe she died. Or maybe my mother drove her away. She did that to a lot of people. What about your paternal grandparents? They bailed on us too. I don't know why. I don't know whether they were ashamed of their son's behaviour or whether they backed him. Maybe they loathed my mother. Or perhaps 2 young kids were simply too much work. Our relationship had degenerated into 2 parcels each a year, Christmas and birthdays, by the time we were taken into care. They visited the children's home that first night, of course. They had to. The social services called them. But I can't remember them visiting again. It doesn't sound like your mother had much help. No, she didn't. Eddie must have known that when he left us for the rich bitch. A woman who ultimately was so in love with her husband, so bound up with her own family ties, but she didn't even want my father. Dean could not hide the bitterness. When did you last see your mum? Years ago, Joe. When? I was 14. Oh, Dean, I think you should call her. Joe looked animated. She was awash with the radiance of the newly in love. She didn't believe any hurdle was insurmountable. She didn't believe there was a hurt that could not be forgiven, a wound that could not be patched. I can't, said Dean flatly. Of course you can. Don't be stubborn. I bet she's dying to hear from you. No. Just pick up the phone. Joe grabbed the handset of his landline and was holding it out towards him. It was unlikely that he knew his mother's number off by heart, but she was too excited and animated to consider such practicalities. Things are always salvageable. Think back to the last time you visited her. Really, was it that bad? I remember it very clearly. With horrible clarity, he remembered the interior of the little red Toyota that the social worker drove. It was an old car, but she kept it clean. It smelt of pine air freshener, and there were always imperial mints in the glove compartment. The social worker invariably offered them. Zoe would accept, Dean would refuse. He didn't want anything from the social services, not even a sodding mint. He wasn't going to cooperate by allowing her to think she could make him feel even a tiny bit better, as if a mint could do that anyway. On the infrequent and chaperoned visits to their mothers, he'd keep his hand on the door handle for the entire journey. The moment the car started to slow, as it pulled up outside his mother's tiny council flat, he'd hastily fling open the door and jump out. He remembered doing exactly the same thing that last time they'd visited. His mother had moved to Epping by then, into a scruffy, insignificant place. She was lucky. At least this new flat had a minute, neglected outside area, although the reality was no one felt comfortable describing the scrubby patch as a garden. She got this perk on account of her having children. The idea was for their time there to be made as pleasant as possible. Dean remembered thinking that they'd need more than a few shrubs and a thin covering of scorched grass to make the visits bearable. That last time, he'd noticed that the outside space had been cemented over, suggesting that even the council had given up on the fairy tale that he and Zoe would ever benefit from the fresh air. He'd noticed that weeds had already sprung up through cracks in the cement, and he'd almost admired their tenacity. There was a lean-to shelter bolted onto the outside of his mother's ground floor flat, a dubious home improvement that was the legacy of a previous tenant. The roof was made of corrugated plastic, which had yellowed with age. Dean could see piles of junk stacked inside, waist-high towers of cardboard boxes and cheap weekly magazines. He also remembered that there was a cracked plastic sledge propped up against the back wall. He'd wondered who it belonged to. He knew it had never belonged to him, and there was the inevitable upturned supermarket shopping trolley. He thought, well, at least she's eating. But in the next moment, he realised that the trolley was just as likely to have been used to bring home booze. In the garden, there was a skeletal Christmas tree. It was May. It had probably belonged to one of the neighbours. His mother hadn't celebrated Christmas for years. He'd run down the path before Zoe had even fastened her seatbelt. The social worker thought it was keenness to see his mother. It wasn't. He just wanted to check the state of his mother and the flat before Zoe was confronted with either. Just a fraction of a minute was usually enough to work out if Diane was drunk or sober. If the flat was just a pigsty or a distinct health hazard. He always hated pushing open the back door. His mother was not the sort of woman who got much company. That much was betrayed by her eternally grubby cardigan, her lack of makeup and her self-conscious stance. The air in the rooms was always stale, smeared with sweat and cigarette smoke. "She's dead, Joe." Silence. There were no words. She killed herself. A cocktail of sleeping pills, vodka, and her own vomit. There's some question whether it was intentional or not. It doesn't matter, does it? I was the one who found her on that last visit. She often forgot to lock the back door, too drunk to care, too poor for anyone to want to steal anything from her. He'd pushed open the door with the vigour and force of a 14-year-old boy. It cracked against her head as she lay sprawled on the floor. He'd smelt her vomit and her death instantly. "No." Joe reached out for Dean's hand and brought it to her lips. She gently kissed his fingers as he fought the memory of trying to use his too thin, too young body to block Zoe's view. His shoulders simply hadn't been broad enough. I almost missed her at first, as weak and pathetic as she'd been, almost. Dean looked embarrassed to admit as much. Then there was more ferocious and extreme anger, but eventually I got past blaming her and hating her. I recognized that she was simply helpless and hopeless. I blamed my father more, loathed him. But he's dying now too. "So it's all over," suggested Joe. Was Dean free to love now he could stop hating? It might have been until he told me that there was a particular bitch he left us for, and she's become the villain of the story. Now I find that even as a grown man, I'm still angry. Ever since my father mentioned this woman, I've been consumed with such hatred. I hate someone I've never met. Someone I didn't know existed until this week. It's not civilized. He broke off, unable to say the words, "It's unfair," without sounding like a child. He allowed Joe to slowly kiss his shoulder, his neck, and his jaw while he tried to barricade the memory of Zoe's hysterical screams as he scooped her up and carried her away from the back door. She kicked and sobbed, punched out, not at him, but at the unreasonable cruelty. He let Joe gently, tenderly kiss his chest, his belly, and his cock. He let her climb on top of him and make love to him as he tried to block out the vision of a fly settling on his mother's cold blue vomit-smeared lips. And he let her see him cry. Afterwards, when they were spent, they lay on their backs, staring at the ceiling, holding hands. They were too clammy with exertion to spoon. Dean's eyelids felt like lead as he started to drift into what promised to be a deep sleep. He was exhausted by his own memories and emotions, but in some ways he felt lighter, safer, more free than he had ever been before. Jo wasn't as close to sleep. Her mind was racing. The more details she heard about Dean's childhood, the more respect and admiration she felt for him, and the more grateful she felt for her own easy start in life. Of course, she was still shocked and confused about her parents' revelations, but she'd put that part of her life on hold for now. Their fairy tale falling apart didn't compare to the nightmare Dean had endured, or, more importantly still, to the relationship she and Dean were forging. She was beginning to realise that the past wasn't what mattered. What was important was what would happen next. She thought about his choice of favourite books. The books you like, they're all about orphan boys who make good. She murmured into the darkness. Rudyard Kipling's Kim, Pip in Great Expectations, Harry Potter. That's right. She could hear the drowsiness in his voice. Dean, you know, I think I was right after all. He was on the very edge of consciousness. I think it is all about dramatic moments. A quickening of the pulse, then knickers and scents being thrown to the wind. I thought love was like in the poems, songs and films, and it is. It's that and more, she whispered into the blackness. Dean, I think I am falling in love with you. In fact, I know I am. I love you, Dean Taylor. She waited to see what he'd make of that, but the only response was a solid silence. Minutes later, he started to snore. Joe couldn't be certain whether he'd heard her and chosen not to reply, or whether he'd already fallen asleep when she said it. It didn't matter. She'd have plenty of other opportunities to tell him. Because what they had was good and honest and decent. What they had was a future. 43. Eddie. Dying has turned out to be more interesting than I anticipated. The pain has been crap, obviously. Every time they stop one thing aching, another starts up. But not now. It's gone now. These latest drugs they are giving me are the big guns. It's all drifting. It's fine. I'm nearly there. At least there's been entertainment. I've had my memories to keep me company. And the real people too. The lad? Not bad at all. Not all bad. Clara, patient, remembered me.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
It became clear that I was still something to her. Had always been. That's a comfort. A pleasure to think about. She has been coming here for days now, I think. Quiet, elegant, talking to me in her low voice, even though I can no longer talk back. Asked if I remembered that weekend in Manchester, the one stopover that we ever managed to steal. I do. I remember it all. The train on Friday afternoon, full of loud northerners who worked in London during the week, returning to their families, keen to get drunk before they had to hand over their wages. We shared a drink with them, bottles hidden in paper bags, fooling no one. Quaint. The station was bustling. We walked to the hotel. Sunlight bounced on the pavement, shone up the back of her legs. I carried her bag. Then later we had pre-dinner cocktails, potent and unfamiliar. Not to her. She knew her cocktails, her wines, her French menus, and the names of all those cold meats they served up at breakfast. Posh bird, I used to tease her. She had it. Class, and I liked it. Wanted it. I was going up to Manchester for work, researching a documentary I was penning. She told her husband that she was going away for a shopping spree with girlfriends. Documentary about the crisis in mass manufacturing affecting the northwest of England. Very bad. The inner city was hemorrhaging inhabitants. Unemployment was rife. Run-down houses everywhere. An industrial wasteland. Factories abandoned like frigid wives. Crawling with out-of-work residents. We didn't talk about it, but I think she'd have preferred Paris. She'd said she wanted the works, not just the bedroom. So I'd booked us into the palace, took a suite on expenses. Dinner reservations at I forget his name. An Italian. Authentic. Decent. We were quickly drunk, couldn't finish our food. Giddy with the excitement of just being with each other without having to look over our shoulders all the time, without having to check the time. Couldn't wait to get back to the hotel. Didn't wait. Had her in an alleyway. There weren't cameras everywhere in those days. Ruin a man's fun, CCTV can. I'm glad I was young then. Wasn't a weekend, though, not in the end. Just one night. She missed her kids too much. Felt too guilty. Turned moody and funny on the Saturday morning. We shared breakfast. She said the coffee was too weak. She insisted we got an earlier train back to London. I should have known then. Still, it was good of her to come here, to throw me back in amongst the tangled sheets rather than let me wilt in these hospital ones.
Monday, 25th of April, 2005. 44. Clara. Clara knew that she had to ring Joanna. She'd spoken to her other children, and their reactions to her leaving their father were largely as she'd expected. They were both horrified and hurt. It was obvious that Lisa agreed with Tim. She'd suggested that Clara must be suffering from some sort of nervous breakdown. She'd muttered about the power of stress, but then added that she couldn't imagine what Clara might have to be stressed about. Lisa had barely acknowledged the fact that Tim was gay. Clara could not decide whether her daughter had long ago guessed as much and had been quite comfortable with the in-closet situation, or whether she was blanking the uncomfortable truth. Clara couldn't blame her if this was the case. After all, wasn't that exactly what she herself had done for years? Lisa repeatedly asked, "But how will you manage?" Then explained that with 3 children, a demanding career, and her sister sleeping on her sofa, she really couldn't be expected to do much to help. Clara accepted this as being at once very true and a little selfish. Lisa was the type to assess a situation from an entirely practical point of view. Mark had been still less sympathetic. He obviously found the whole situation extremely embarrassing and made it clear that he just wanted the status quo re-established as swiftly as possible. He'd comforted himself by continually repeating to Clara that she would no doubt change her mind soon and go home, thus saving his father and the entire family from a huge amount of unnecessary difficulty. Clara disagreed with him. It had been such an enormous effort to leave. She couldn't imagine summoning up the energy to return. But she didn't contradict him. Despite their lack of sympathy, she understood Lisa and Mark's reactions. They were frustrated and fearful. They each loved both of their parents and naturally wanted them to be happy. But they had not been brought up to expect that their own happiness might in any way be compromised by their parents' pursuit of contentment or cheer. Hadn't that been what she'd hoped to achieve all these years? She'd wanted to give her children a sense of entitlement to bliss. She knew her bid for happiness, or at least independence, was a great inconvenience to them. It crossed her mind that when they were children, she should perhaps have focused more on them taking turns. But how much worse would Joanna's reaction be? Lisa had called her and given a succinct update, even though Clara had begged her not to. She would have much preferred it if Joanna had been left to enjoy her little break in Chicago, and then on her return, Clara could have explained things face to face. Joanna wasn't a clear thinker at the best of times, far too idealistic and romantic, and Clara hated the idea of her dealing with this extraordinary situation all alone in a strange city. Lisa had reported that Joanna was devastated. The word had ripped at Clara's heart and conscience, just as Lisa had intended it to. Clara knew her eldest daughter well enough to know that it hadn't been spite that had motivated Lisa to call Joanna in Chicago. It was Lisa's belief that her sister had a right to know what was going on, that she ought to know what was going on. Lisa had never agreed with Clara's policy of protecting Joanna from the harsh realities of the world. So now Clara had to call Joanna. She left Eddie's bedside and went to the day room, which was open to visitors as well as those patients who were well enough to move around. The room was painted in a beige colour that Clara thought had been wiped from the face of the earth at least a decade ago. The pine chairs were scuffed and covered with thin school uniform green cushions. They didn't look comfortable. Not that Clara would sit in them, as she felt squeamish about how many sick people must have done so before her. Could chairs carry diseases? Whilst it was impossible to believe that anyone could have smoked inside a hospital for at least 20 years, the room was haunted with the smell of ancient cigarettes, specifically cigarettes hungrily smoked in desperation, boredom, or fear. The TV was permanently on, the volume turned up quite high for the benefit of the elderly, hard-of-hearing patients. Clara hated the room and so went outside and made the call from the busy London street. She pressed the number on her mobile phone, and after just 3 rings, Joanna picked up. Clara was relieved. She'd feared her daughter might have refused to speak to her. "Hello, darling, how are you?" asked Clara in a rush. "Fine," replied Joanna, and although she was whispering, Clara could hear a distinct smile in her voice. It was the last response she was expecting. Hang on, I have to take this in the kitchen." Clara waited and puzzled as to where her daughter could be. Whose kitchen? She'd assumed Joanna would be staying in a hotel. She didn't have any friends in Chicago, other than Martin, and no matter how accommodating and welcoming Martin's new bride was, Clara couldn't imagine her opening her home to an ex-girlfriend while they went on their honeymoon. "Where are you?" she asked with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Even though her daughter was a fully-fledged adult and Clara had called to talk through her own emotional situation, she sensed that Joanna might have embarked on some sort of dalliance, as she invariably did, and so she braced herself for another complication and yet more problems. I'm in a friend's kitchen." "Friend? What sort of friend? A man friend?" "Yes, I'm in a man's kitchen," laughed Joanna, acknowledging her mother's shock and indignation. But there's nothing to worry about. He's very clean. It's a very clean kitchen. Are there knives? Guns? Who is he, Joanna? Clara's anxiety rose. You can't just latch on to some stranger, some American stranger. He's British, actually. Not that I see what his nationality has to do with anything. Did you read American Psycho? No, I didn't. Did you? Yes. It was extremely frightening. Hideous. It was about a wealthy New York investment banker who hides his alternative psychopathic ego from his colleagues and friends. All I need tell you is that there are a lot of dead women by the end. Well, my guy is a lovely man, and we're in Chicago, not New York. And he's an advertising executive, not an investment banker. And I don't think he's hiding anything from me. Again, Clara could hear a definite smile in her daughter's voice. Besides, you're talking about fiction. What I'm talking about is real. Real? Joanna didn't normally place much emphasis on what was real. Be careful, darling. Clara lived in terror of one of Joanna's casual dalliances ending up in something far more fatal than a broken heart. You know, Mum, it's okay. I met him on the plane coming over here. He's been a big help. He stopped me doing anything stupid at Martin's wedding. For the record, I never intended you to stop their wedding. I don't think you were listening to me. I just wanted you to have a break. Find closure. Well, I have, thanks to my new friend. Oh, Joanna, are you in love again? Clara could not keep the fretful apprehension out of her voice. I'm having a really wonderful time. He's the most interesting, courageous man I've ever met. We're having a lot of fun. Clara was stunned. She had expected Joanna to be a vulnerable, weeping wreck at best, or a furious, resentful accuser at worst, but she seemed to be brimming with confidence and oozing satisfaction. Clara wondered whether she was doing drugs. It was a possibility. She was certainly behaving out of character. Clara had never heard Joanna describe any man solely in terms of his mental attributes before. She could only think of one reason why her daughter might be sounding so sanguine. Joanna, darling, don't tell me you've done something ridiculous like eloping. You're not in Vegas, are you? No, I'm not in Vegas, laughed Joanna. I hadn't thought of that. Joanna not having thought of marriage within the first 48 hours of meeting a new man prompted Clara to ask, Does he look like Quasimodo? No, he's really... Clara could not see her daughter glancing at a photo of Dean that was pinned to his fridge. He was on a boat and had his arms round the necks of a couple of other guys, all beaming like crazies. The reason for their jubilation was apparent. One of the guys was holding up a fish the size of a sack of spuds. Clara had no way of knowing how Jo felt as she caressed Dean's cheek on the image. He's really handsome. Clara thought the choice of adjective was suspicious. Very old, then? No, in fact, he's younger than me. Is he legal? Shots of fear ricocheted through Clara's body. Mum, he's just a year younger than me. Married? Mum, he's beautiful, legal, single. He's perfect, okay? Just perfect. Having spent 3 days at Eddie Taylor's bedside, Clara doubted the authenticity of a perfect man. Her mind whirled and she quickly rationalized that there were 3 other explanations as to why Joanna might not be hysterically gabbling on about wedding dresses. 1, she might have decided this man was out of her league and might be simply enjoying wild, hedonistic sex for a weekend. 2, he might be gay, hardly an explanation either woman could ignore right now. Or 3, she might be reeling from the shock of her parents' split after all and have been jolted completely out of character. None of these were comfortable lines of conversation to pursue, so Clara simply said, Well, just perfect sounds wonderful. Joanna laughed. It is. Clara heard her take a deep breath. Anyway, I can't imagine you've called to discuss my love life. Well, no, I haven't. Clara hesitated. I know Lisa has filled you in. Yes. A silence descended down the phone line. Clara instantly missed the intimacy and camaraderie that she had been enjoying with her daughter just a moment ago. She longed to talk about the perfect man again, or Martin, or even the in-flight entertainment, but she knew she couldn't. "I'm so sorry, darling. I know this must be very hard on you. I don't imagine it's been easy for you either, has it?" Clara nearly choked on surprise and relief. Joanna's words were the first she'd heard that in any way acknowledged Clara's own relentless pain and sacrifice that had occurred over many years, and the enormous difficulty of making the choice to finally leave. "I thought you'd be very angry." "More sad." "I'm sad too," Clara confessed. She breathed the words down the line, hardly daring to give them any volume. They were powerful enough as they were. She wondered if Joanna would actually be able to hear her as the traffic roared past. It seemed that Joanna not only heard, but understood. "Are you sure?" "That your father is gay? I'm quite sure." "I more meant, are you sure you'll be happier alone?" "God, I don't know, Joanna," Clara admitted frankly. "I think so. Maybe, but eventually." She knew she didn't sound convincing. She wasn't certain. "I'm staying at Blue Colt Spa, although I haven't actually spent much time there. I've been in London, mostly." Joanna didn't ask her what she was doing in London, and Clara found she couldn't confess to sitting by the bedside of her old lover, no matter how surprisingly sympathetic Joanna was being. "It is surreal, being there without my pals or a calorie-controlled menu. I'm booked in for a week, but I'm not even sure I'll manage that. It's not much of a plan. I haven't really thought about the long term. I need time to work things out." "What does Dad think? Are you speaking to one another?" "Yes, by telephone, all the time. Last night he said that he thinks I should move back home. He thinks we're good friends. We are good friends. He says that's enough, especially at our age." "But you don't agree?" "It was enough, or at least for a long time I thought it was enough. After all, so few marriages are ideal. Then I received this letter from your old lover." If Jo found it difficult to say that word to her mother, Clara certainly found it difficult to hear. She squeezed her mobile so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and she closed her eyes at the same time. After all this time, she was still trying to block out the shame and the pain. But besides that, she was still trying to hold in the tremendous, unparalleled, exquisite beauty of her affair. It was confusing. Was she making a fuss? Was it too much, too late? "Were you in love with him?" Joanna prompted. Clara still didn't know how to answer this question. She never had. "I couldn't leave you and Lisa," she replied. It was the most honest explanation she could give. "Are you hoping to strike something up with this man after all these years?" Clara could hear the incredulity in her daughter's voice. It was a bizarre exchange of roles. Joanna clearly thought Clara was being unrealistic about her romantic expectations and that she needed some sense talked into her. Under less dramatic circumstances, Clara might have been amused. "Lisa said he's ill. Dying. I mean, Mum, it's an impractical, improbable plan." Clara thought of the old grey man who probably only had days, hours left. "No, I'm not hoping for anything with him. It's not about him so much as the effect I had on him. In his letter, he said I eased the pain of his cancer. He said that thinking of me eased his pain. Can you imagine that, Joanna?" "Yes." "It was so wonderful to hear that I've ever made such an impact on anyone." "But you have made an impact, Mum. On me, Lisa, and Mark." Clara thought it was kind of her daughter to try to rally her. "It's not the same thing. You understand. Suddenly, I feel resentful that my life has flown by and I've never experienced such superb intensity since then. Clara was confused as to how she'd been plunged into this world that seemed to be wholly about feeling. She'd always been exclusively concerned with what she ought to do, what was being done. She felt disorientated. Dad loves you. Yes, I know he does, but not in that way. However, in answer to your question, I don't have any intention of starting anything with Eddie Taylor, but I don't want to spend the rest of my life lying to myself either. What did you say his name was? Did you just say Eddie Taylor? Joanna interrupted. Yes, darling. Was he married? Joanna demanded. What? Was the man that you had your stupid little affair with married? Clara didn't understand the sudden change in her daughter's tone. Joanna had been so understanding, so sympathetic and rational, but now in a split second she sounded half crazed and ferociously angry. Well, yes. It never sounded good. Did he leave his wife for you? But there was some silly madness and offer. And his children? There were children. Clara was embarrassed and reluctant to say as much, even now, especially now. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. 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 Joanna, normally so mild-mannered, well-spoken, and such a people-pleaser, cut her mother off in a torrent of expletives. The line went dead, and Clara was left stewing in complete bewilderment.
45. Dean. Dean woke up and automatically stretched his arm out towards Jo. His first instinct was to pull her into a hug. His hand floundered on an ocean of cold sheets. He rubbed his eyes and then stretched his hands above his head. He felt relaxed. A glance at the bedside clock told him that it was after 11. Clearly his body had required a marathon sleep after such an emotionally and physically demanding day. But he was irritated with himself. He sat bolt upright. He hadn't meant to sleep in. He wanted to soak up every moment of the day with Jo. He flung back the duvet and leapt out of bed, calling her name as he did so. He didn't waste time hunting around for a robe, but strode, naked and confident, around the apartment. She wasn't in the kitchen or the living room. There was no sign of her in the shower. He banged on the loo door. Jo? Silence. He was not unduly worried. He assumed she'd nipped out to buy them some breakfast. Right then she'd be deciding between coconut and passion fruit yogurt or traditional strawberry flavour. She wouldn't be able to choose between chocolate or plain croissant. She'd probably bring both. That would be just like her. Caring, thoughtful. He wished she'd hurry back, though. He was hungry, but mostly for her body to be next to his again, rather than for pastries. He sniffed under his arm and pulled back from the stench of his own sweat. He decided he'd have a quick shower so that he'd be fresh and appealing on her return. He spent a long time in the shower. He hadn't planned to, but the hot streams of water hammered down on his shoulders, and it felt good. He found himself singing a tuneless rendition of the latest pop song that was getting far too much airplay at the moment. He took time to shave because he thought Jo would like it, then cleaned his teeth, flossed and even clipped his toenails. When he emerged from the bathroom and padded into the bedroom, barefoot and damp, looking for clean underwear, he glanced again at the bedside clock and noticed that it was nearly midday. It was only then that he started to feel uneasy. Just how long did it take to buy a croissant and a paper? Could she have got lost? He called her phone, but it immediately went through to voicemail. He didn't want to sound flustered, so he left a cheery, jokey message telling her to get her beautiful ass home. He hung up and waited another 10 minutes, but the cold fingers of panic that prodded him began to tighten their grip. Had she been knocked over or mugged? Was she lying injured on a hospital trolley in some corridor somewhere while an administrator tried to check who she was, and whether she had healthcare insurance. He doubted she would have. Did she know to take her passport with her when she roamed around a strange city so that in the event of an accident she could be identified? He should have told her to do that. Dean felt ferociously protective of Jo. Oh God, maybe she wasn't awaiting treatment. Maybe she was already cold in a morgue. It was a bleak, hideous thought, and Dean quickly shook his head to dislodge it. He tried not to be so negative and pessimistic, but the horrendous idea persistently battered his brain. He'd only had Jo in his life for a matter of days, but as he looked around the empty flat, he was already pretty sure he couldn't imagine her out of it. He started to search the rooms. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. A note? Her bag? Where'd she put her bags? Time was ticking on. She had an evening flight. She'd have to leave for the airport in a couple of hours. She couldn't have gone shopping on her own and simply lost track of the time, could she? It was possible, but she seemed so excited about their plans to shop together. She seemed as keen to spend every moment with him as he was to spend every one with her. Why hadn't she woken him up? Besides, she didn't have much money with her, so it seemed improbable that she'd gone on a wild spending spree without him. Last night, she'd asked if she could borrow some cash off him to buy gifts and souvenirs. She'd said she'd leave him a post-dated cheque. They joked about what date she should put on it. She'd suggested the 25th of the 12th, 2050. A sort of long-term Christmas gift, something to look forward to. She'd said she hoped that by then her cheques wouldn't bounce. Dean dashed to find his wallet. He knew it was in his jacket pocket, and his jacket was hanging over the stool in the kitchen. The moment he walked into the room, he spotted the open wallet on the breakfast bar. He wasn't sure why he hadn't noticed it before. Probably because he hadn't been expecting to see it. It was empty. Next to the wallet, there was a cheque for $140, the exact amount the wallet had contained. It was not post-dated to a future Christmas. Rather, it had next week's date on. Jo was obviously hoping to replenish her bank account with sufficient funds to cover the loan by then. What did this mean? Had she gone shopping on her own? If so, why had she left the cheque now, rather than just giving it to him on her return? The post-dated cheque had a miserable finality about it. It felt like a full stop. It was only after he'd carefully studied her signature, for quite a few moments, that he noticed the third object on the breakfast bar. His father's wedding ring. Oh no. 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 He slapped his hand against his forehead in a dramatic and slightly painful way. No, no, no. He instantly pieced together what had happened. He could see it with awful clarity. Jo had been hunting around for his wallet, no doubt intending to go out and buy them a delicious breakfast, as he'd first surmised, and she'd rooted through his pockets. She'd come across his father's wedding ring. She'd jumped to the incorrect conclusion that he was yet another rat who had slipped off his ring just before he'd slipped between the sheets. It was horrifying. Dean felt his usually taut and powerful body turn to liquid. It poured away from him, and he felt like a melting candle, formless, powerless. For a moment, this usually resourceful man floundered. A desolate, vicious understanding of the situation caught him in a vice-like grip. She had not trusted him. She had not kept the faith. She was not all she seemed. His bloody father had ruined things again. He called her number again and left a second message. This one was not cheerful or playful. He simply asked her to call him. Then he called Zoe. Dean didn't know where to start with Zoe. He had yet to tell her that he'd left their father dying, that he hadn't been there at the end because she was right. There was no comfort or consolation to be gained from Edward Taylor. Should he tell her that they had two sisters they hadn't previously known about? He had no clue as to how Zoe would greet that news. Anyway, he found that what he wanted to talk about was the woman he'd met on the plane. The woman he'd trusted enough to share their terrible past with. The woman who had just left his apartment in an unfair hurry, leaving a huge gap. He couldn't trust himself with any of those subjects, so he passed a few moments asking after the children, pretending to take his usual interest in their small but wonderful achievements with footballs and crayons. He asked after Zoe's health, her husband and her dog, but she knew him too well. "Okay, so why have you really called? Is he dead?" "Maybe. Dunno," he replied, somewhat abashed by her bluntness, but not really surprised by it. "You didn't stay with him?" "No." "I'm not going to the funeral when he does die, if that's why you're ringing." "It isn't. I feel the same. You were right. There is no happy ending for us there. Our relationship with our father is what it is." "Not much." "Exactly." "I'm sorry." He wanted to hug her. "I'm sorry too." They both knew that they were sorry that they'd had a spat, and more, they were both sorry there had been no resolution. "That's not why I called, though." "So why did you call?" "It's a long story. You have time?" "For you? Always." Dean held nothing back. He told Zoe about meeting Joe on the aeroplane. He explained that she'd irritated him with her naivety and her ridiculous, ill-considered plan to stop her ex-boyfriend's wedding because she thought he was her last chance at happiness. He told her about the fun, impromptu shopping spree, the hot dog meal at Millennium Park, the jazz band playing in the background, and about the surprisingly warm evening that had oozed through his bones and seemed to exist especially for them. He then admitted that he had not been able to allow Jo to embarrass herself by stopping the wedding. "I mean, it would have been an enormous mistake." "I see." "So I turned up at the hotel and pretended I was her date. But it didn't matter, because she'd worked it out herself. She'd decided it wasn't the right thing. She knows all about doing the right thing. She's very moral, very sweet." "I see," Zoe repeated. Then he told her about the adulterous mother, the gay father, and the salsa dancing. "I never had you down as a salsa dancer." Zoe did little to hide the amusement in her voice. "You know me, sis. I'm prepared to try anything once. So then we—" He paused. How was he to explain it? "Had sex?" "Several times." "There's more?" "There's Ferris wheels, candy floss sharing, and mini golf playing." "You like her?" Zoe sounded in equal parts incredulous and delighted. "Don't rush ahead." Dean told his sister how he had revealed the details of his mother's death to Jo. Zoe was breathless with delight and exhilaration. "Wow, Dean, you don't just like her, you've fallen in love with her." He didn't deny it. He just stated flatly, "She's gone." "Sorry?" He brought Zoe bang up to date with the morning's events. Zoe was astounded. "You don't think you've just been served, do you?" Dean thought of all the times he'd made quick exits from various women's apartments, not waiting for breakfast or a debrief because he simply wasn't that into them. He felt momentarily guilty, the sand shifting beneath his feet. But despite his discomfort about his past form, he did not think he was being served a cold dish of karma. "No, I don't think so." At the risk of sounding arrogant, I'm pretty sure she was really into me. Maybe it was because you told her about our mother. People get freaked out about alcoholism and suicide and things, said Zoe matter-of-factly. They did. She knew it. She wasn't freaked out. She was really sympathetic, but not in a do-gooder way. Both siblings hated do-gooders and knew there was no greater condemnation. In an extremely sincere way. But there was no note? No. There was only... Dean hesitated. Eddie Taylor gave me his wedding ring. He didn't know how to call Eddie Taylor anything other than Eddie Taylor to Zoe. His wedding ring? From his marriage to our mother. He kept it all this time. It was in my jacket pocket and she found it. She was going through your pockets? For cash. For cash? Are you sure she wasn't just some con artist? No, I told you, she's sweet and sincere. Dean could clearly imagine Joe's slim fingers flicking through his wallet. He liked her fingernails. She wore them short with clear varnish. Very moral, I told you, she's truly romantic, in a good sense. You know, she really believes in that entire knight in shining armour, true love conquers all stuff. She was a little bit lost. I thought I'd found her. She wasn't stealing from me. She was properly going to buy breakfast, but then she found the ring, and now she thinks I'm married. Can you believe Eddie Taylor has fucked this up for me as well? He's still ruining my life. I'm the last person likely to defend him, but I honestly don't think this is his fault. Not this one, said Zoe. Why didn't she wake you up to ask you about the ring? It's sort of her fault for jumping to the wrong conclusions. Yes, but she's a 35-year-old single woman living in London. She's programmed to think men will be cheating. I suppose. I don't know, Dean. Something about this doesn't add up, mused Zoe. There was one other thing. What? Last night she told me she loved me. And what did you say? I pretended to be asleep. Oh, big brother, I am so proud of you. Dean knew his sister was rolling her eyes in exasperation, as she often did when they talked about his romantic life. It was all moving so fast. Not anymore. I'm hurt that she could think so badly of me. Look at it from her point of view, Dean. A self-confessed commitment phobe shags her senseless, ignores declaration of love, and secretes a wedding ring. Put like that, it doesn't look good. What should I do? You know what to do. You have to find her. Explain you're not married if that's what she thinks. You have to sort it out, stated Zoe, applying her signature no-nonsense view of the world to this problem. It was this approach that allowed her to be a successful accountant, a faithful, loving wife, and a devoted and reliable mother. But if I fly across the Atlantic for her, aren't I sort of showing my hand? I mean, it's hard to come back from that position. I'm kind of all in committing then, aren't I? I thought from everything you've just told me that you have committed to her. Dean fell silent. Zoe sighed. It was a big sigh. It seemed to fill the thousands of miles that separated her noisy, cramped kitchen in Winchester, populated by her children's clothes, creative endeavours and noise, from his chic, neat, but empty loft apartment in Chicago. You just have to decide, do you love her or not? Dean remained silent, although he was pretty sure his sister was hoping for a definitive answer. You know, I hated the fact you went to Eddie Taylor's bedside, but I thought it meant that you had learnt something. What was I supposed to learn? That you are capable of love, and that you deserve it too.
46. Joe. The flight back to Britain from Chicago could not be more dissimilar to the outward-bound flight. Returning, I do not benefit from a lucky upgrade or, more poignantly, fascinating company, and there is no hint of misplaced hope or any sense of anticipation. Instead, I am steeped in a solid feeling of utter devastation. How can it be possible that in the very weekend I finally understand what love is and meet someone I believe might love me too? I also have the opportunity blasted right out of the sky. The unfairness and impossibility of the situation hits me with such a weight that I feel it physically. My lungs struggle to breathe. I'm crushed. I understand the true meaning of the flip expression. I'm trampled, flattened, compressed, because I am certain I am less without Dean. I'm smaller. I do believe Dean was beginning to feel something for me, something major and true. This is not another case of self-delusion, otherwise why would he have confided in me all the terrible details of his childhood and the loss of his mother? There was a flicker of a chance. More than that, there was hope for us. Not that any of it matters now. How he did feel, how he might have felt is irrelevant, because the woman he hates most in the world, the woman who is indirectly but quite definitely responsible for his mother's death and all his childhood deprivation and devastation, is my own mother. He would never be able to recover from that. Walking away from Dean is the hardest thing I have ever had to do in my life. I feel I am paying for every single moment of my sunny childhood in this one terrible action. When I first realized that my mother was Eddie's lover, I tried to imagine a way we could get through this. I stood over Dean's bed and feasted my eyes on his beautiful body and wished with every fibre of my being that things were different. That Eddie Taylor and my mother had never met. That Eddie hadn't decided to leave his wife. That Dean's mother wasn't an alcoholic. Any of those things would have saved Dean from the terrible trauma of feeling eternally alone. And if none of that could be the case, then I simply wished that I'd never pieced it all together. Yes, I'm that shallow and selfish that I would have had Dean and my mother rub shoulders for an eternity if only they could have done it in ignorance. I briefly considered whether I could simply hide the fact from Dean. I'm certain my mother won't be in a hurry to tell everyone this latest gory twist to her grubby story. And my father, well, he's clearly very able to keep secrets. But I'm not. I could not betray Dean in that way. I respect him too much for that. He has been honest with me from the moment we met, and he expects truth in return. If I didn't reveal what I know, I can see what would happen. Inevitably, further along the line, when we were even closer, even more committed, there would be a moment of disclosure, and he'd guess I'd known all along. I can't betray him in that way. I considered waking him up and telling him who she is, who I am, but I didn't have the courage. I couldn't watch his vision of me disintegrate. Over these past few days, I've seen real love shine out of his eyes. I know the way I've never known before, even after spending 4 hours with Martin, that this is it. This is what they all talk about, the elusive otherness. When someone makes you feel better and you make them feel better, when you trust one another and lust after one another, when the hairs on their arms are precious to you, fascinating to you, almost as fascinating as their stories and hopes and fears. I love Dean Taylor, and he loves me. I was quite prepared to watch the exciting spikes of lust and new love settle into something more prosaic and comfortable in time. Old love. I was looking forward to as much, but I could not watch the love in his eyes turn to loathing. He would despise me. How could we sustain a future when every story I told him about my past would torture him? Every time I talked about picnics on tartan rugs, with bumblebees buzzing past my ear, he'd have to be thinking of the fly that settled on his dead mother's cold lips. If I talked about family days out visiting castles, energetically yomping up the hills in a playful competition to reach the ruins before my brother or sister, he'd have to be thinking about Zoe, who is so scared of the world that she wet her bed until she was a teen and still sleeps with the light on. And for the stories about smudging my face against my mother's gingham apron, wiping off the jewel-coloured fruit stains, while he'd be thinking about the day he chose to no longer clean up his own mother, the day they were first taken into care. It's too uneven. It's unforgivable. I can't be a constant reminder to him. Not after he's worked so damn relentlessly and spectacularly to put it all behind him. I won't be the one who dredges it all up. So I left the beautiful man sleeping, accepting that this is true love after all. Turns out I was right all along. Oh yeah, they laughed at me, but I was right. With Dean, I had the quickening pulse, the gorgeous butterflies and slackening in my body. And I had the steady stuff too, a sense of duty, loyalty, decency, and friendship. The bit I wasn't aware of was the sacrifice. And so now I know, and my chest has been ripped open. As soon as I land, I call my sister, and she tells me that Mum has given up on the spa. She was lonely among the pampered and preened, even though she has often been comfortably counted among their number. So she is now staying at Lisa's. On my couch? I ask. Actually, it's my couch, replies Lisa with a hint of exasperation. But no, in fact, we've given her one of the kids' beds. Charlie's sleeping with us. Not that any of us are getting much sleep. She adds wearily. Oh, this whole business is so disruptive. Tell me about it, I sigh. How are you, anyway? Fine, I lie. I don't give her any details. In the past, I've been far too garrulous about my problems, especially those of a romantic nature. But this time I can't find the words that will cover it. It's too big. It's too raw. Lisa must hear despondency in my voice, because she makes an effort to almost hide her reluctance as she adds, So the couch is still here. If you want it, it's yours. The thought of living in such close proximity to my mother right now is too much for me. I don't want to have to explain. I think I'll go and stay with Dad. He's probably lonely. I'll go straight there from here. Good idea, agreed Lisa with a little too much enthusiasm. There are plenty of spare beds at the parental home. I can't wait to get out of the airport. I decide I hate airports. I resent other people's excitement as they speed off to wonderful holidays or to invigorating business meetings. And now that I am at the centre of my own very real drama, I can't see the allure of other people calling out welcomes or phrasing difficult goodbyes. The shops are beneath my notice as I gaze around the terminal, no longer curious as to how many momentous events are occurring at this very second. The sound of my own heart breaking drowns out all the other declarations of love.
47. Eddie. I'm going to close my eyes now. Enough.
Tuesday, 26th of April, 2005.
48. Dean. Dean decided to hire a car. It was quite a journey to Islington, and it would no doubt have been quicker and certainly cheaper if he caught the tube. But he didn't feel he could dredge up the effort required to negotiate the tube and then find Joe's sister's home on foot. He wasn't familiar with that part of London, and he was shattered. 3 transatlantic flights in 6 days was insane. He told work that he had to deal with urgent family business. It wasn't quite a lie. He did not know what time zone he was functioning in, nor was he sure if the uncomfortable ache in his body was the result of tiredness, hunger, or loss. He feared it was loss. It was a loss tinged with anger, as so many of Dean's losses were. He was nipped by bouts of irritation and disappointment with Joe for being such an idiot. She should have had more faith, or at least sense. If only she'd woken him up. How could she have thought he was married? After all they'd talked about, after all they'd done. A flashback as to exactly what they had done seared his brain. Thoughts of her perfect smile and her fingernails, her peachy arse and her optimism mingled and clashed about his head. Hot images of him kissing and licking her, stroking and entering her, cut through his anger. She should have trusted him, but he'd sort it out. He'd explain and reassure, and eventually they'd laugh about this, wouldn't they? Dean was buoyed up by an inner confidence, despite the vanishing act. He did not think it was likely that Jo had simply fallen out of love with him. Women didn't do that to him. Jo wouldn't do that to anyone. The house was, as Dean might have imagined it to be, if he'd taken the time to imagine, a 3-story early Victorian family home in Islington. It was built in an attractive grey stone, imposing in its day, but now shabby enough to appear comfortable and inviting. He climbed up 3 steps and rapped on the door with the enormous silver knocker. It thudded against the shiny navy paint. He'd expected Jo to be home alone. He'd thought that her sister and brother-in-law would be at work and the kids would be at school or nursery, so he was surprised when a woman in her late 50s flung open the door. Her face was initially hopeful, then momentarily disappointed. Finally, she efficiently rearranged her expression into a picture of polite serenity. It was the show face that allowed Dean to guess that this woman must be Jo's mother. He knew enough about her life to deduce that she was used to and capable of putting on a best face when needed. He grinned, and for the first time in his life, his grin did not have the effect he was hoping for. Rather than succumb to his evident charm, Mrs. Russell suddenly turned pale. She looked bewildered and nervous. "Hello, can I help you?" she asked cautiously. "I'm looking for Jo Russell." "Joanna Russell doesn't live here," Mrs. Russell stuttered. "Yes, I know that. I realise this is her sister's home. It's Lisa, isn't it? But I thought she was staying here." Jo's mother remained rigid and wary. Dean got it. People who lived in big cities generally gave little away to surprise visitors. He took on the responsibility of putting them both at their ease, pulling out his best Sunday manners. "You must be Mrs. Russell. How do you do?" He stretched out his hand. "I'm Jo's friend from Chicago." He smiled, and this time he took care to flash his most appealing and winning one. "I'm Dean Taylor." Mrs. Russell's hand had been reaching forwards to shake the one Dean proffered, but on hearing the name she pulled her hand to her heart as though she had been shot. Dean thought that Jo must have told her mother all about him, and that she too thought he was a married scumbag. "I'm not married, Mrs. Russell. Please let me explain." "Did you just say your name is Dean Taylor?" "Yes, but I can explain about the ring." Dean put his foot on the threshold so that she couldn't close the door on him and lock him out. She looked as though she wanted to. "It's not my ring, it's my father's." Mrs. Russell looked more confused, not less. "I know Jo thinks I'm married, which is why she left in a hurry, but I'm not. Please let me explain. I've come all the way from America to explain." Mrs. Russell had now turned so pale she was almost transparent. He was sure that she was going to slam the door in his face, but she didn't. She held it wide open and with a sigh muttered, "You'd better come in."
49. Clara. Clara made tea. She was British and clearly slap bang in the middle of a crisis, and so, of course, she made tea. She needed time to think, to process and understand, so she left the handsome man alone in Lisa's sitting room. He perched keenly on the edge of a chair, desperate to offer his explanation. Clara knew that she'd be the one delivering explanations, and she was considerably less keen to offer up hers. She hovered in the kitchen while the kettle boiled, occasionally sneaking into the hallway to peek through the open sitting room door and steal a look at him. Dean Taylor was so especially beautiful. She saw more of her Eddie in him than she had seen in the dying grey man whom she had visited for these past few days. He had the same eyes, eyes that could raise and expose a woman's soul in an instant. Deep, endlessly deep eyes that sparkled with possibility. He had the same dark, brooding looks that Eddie had once possessed. He was big, broad, muscular, and athletic. Yet he was not exactly like Eddie. Dean Taylor exuded a confidence, but not an arrogance. He had a fragility and wariness about him, the like of which had never touched the older Taylor. She didn't see any irresponsibility or lust in Dean's gaze. He was more about hope and nervous excitement. She hadn't thought it possible, but here was a man who was more attractive than Eddie Taylor. She fully understood why her daughter had fallen in love with him. Clara wished that Lisa had cups and saucers rather than just mugs. Mugs were more intimate than Clara felt ready to be with this young man. She did her best to bring some protective formality to the situation, although she feared it would only be a matter of minutes before the whole thing collapsed into a swamp of emotions and retributions. She made the tea in a pot with leaves rather than in the mugs, using mathematically shaped tea bags, and she put a jug of milk and a bowl of sugar on the tray, along with spare spoons. People seemed to forget that one spoon was required for tipping, another for stirring. She hunted around and unearthed a packet of chocolate chip biscuits. She put half a dozen on a plate, wondered if that looked stingy, and then added another 2. She wished she'd baked this morning. Lisa never baked, but Clara didn't like offering shop-bought produce. As she carried the tea tray into the sitting room, she was aware that she was shaking because the tray rattled tellingly. Dean Taylor must have assumed she was struggling under the weight. He jumped to his feet and offered to take it from her. "I'm quite all right, I can manage," she said firmly, her tone harsher than she'd intended. It was her nerves making her sound officious, when really she simply didn't want to trouble him. They sat opposite one another, but not looking at one another. Neither one felt it was the moment to throw out the usual quip that he was sweet enough. Clara glanced at him from under her lashes. He was, though. There was no doubt about it. "Biscuit?" "No, thank you." Then, actually, yes, please. Thinking about it, I am hungry." He took a biscuit, but Clara noticed he didn't bite into it. She wondered whether he'd accepted it to be polite, or because he was tense too, and having a biscuit in his hand meant he'd have something to play with. Clara never snacked between meals, but she found herself taking one as well. She didn't know where to start. "So, you're the young man my daughter met in Chicago?" It seemed as good a place as any. "Yes, we met on her flight over there." "And became lovers?" Dean was at that moment sipping his hot tea and so spluttered it over his knee, a little spraying onto the carpet. Clara's directness clearly shocked him. She hadn't been aiming to shock, she simply wanted the facts. Dean obviously wasn't ready for that level of confidence and would only confirm, "Oh, we became close. Very close. But on Monday morning she found a wedding ring in my pocket." He reached into his pocket and dug out the fat gold band. He held it between his thumb and forefinger, briefly examining it as though it was an object from outer space before throwing it onto the coffee table between them. Clara gasped at the sight of it. The ring spun for a moment and then clattered to a standstill. The sunlight caught it and winked. Neither of them could tear their eyes away from the damn thing. Clara had always found Eddie's wedding ring horribly compelling. Dean continued, "She thought it was mine, but it isn't. It's my father's. He left it to me. He's dying and he left me his wedding ring." Clara closed her eyes, but it was too late. She could not shut out what she knew to be unequivocally true. His looks, the familiar-looking ring, his father dying. There was no room for doubt. She'd wanted it all to be a coincidence, even his name. But it wasn't. It was evidence. She could feel tears under her lids. She remembered the call with Joe on Monday, the abrupt way the conversation had ended. Joe had showered the line with expletives just after Clara had mentioned the name of her lover. These tears were for Joe and Dean. What had she done to them? She sniffed robustly, in a manner that was quite unlike her usual ladylike one. "I'm so sorry to hear about your father," she said carefully. Thank you, but we weren't close. Dean jutted his chin out a fraction. He evidently did not want to labour under the weight of unasked-for sympathy. He put down his mug and thoughtlessly picked up a tiny toy car that had been left on the floor. He played absent-mindedly with the wheels. In fact, I hated him until very recently, he blurted. I see. The chocolate chips in Clara's cookie had melted. She put it down on the tray untouched and carefully, bravely asked, You no longer hate him? I'm not sure. I think it's impossible to hate someone who is dying. I'm closer to indifference. Well, that's better. Clara meant it was better for Dean. She didn't want him to be ripped apart by hate, not on top of everything else. She hoped he didn't think she was simply a priggish old woman morally judging him. It was clear he had understood her when he admitted mournfully, Not really. I think I've just transferred my hate to another subject. Clara hazarded a guess. His mistress? Dean's head shot up and he stared at her with surprised admiration. He clearly thought she was psychic, or at least especially insightful. How else could she have waded through this quagmire and reached the correct conclusion? I am his mistress, she declared bluntly. Dean's look of admiration instantly changed to one of fear and mystification. What? I'm the woman your father left you for. At least I think I am. Your father was Eddie Taylor, correct? Yes. And he left you 29 years ago? This time Dean could not find words. He simply nodded. All doubt extinguished. Hope with it. I'm so sorry, finished Clara. Of course it was not enough. How could it be? Clara hadn't expected it to be. No longer fearful and mystified, Dean looked as though he wanted to slap her. But a man like the one he'd forced himself to become would never do such an uncivilized thing. He simply glared at her. Blind fury and, so much harder to bear, undiluted agony flooded out of his eyes and bored into her. His cheek muscles quivered. My guess is that Jo worked out as much, and I think that's why she left you. She doesn't believe you're married. I think she simply believed that the two of you could never have a future. So she left. Because of you. I suppose. Clara shrugged. Her gesture wasn't motivated by carelessness or apathy. It was the result of a profound despair. How could it have come to this? She'd spent her entire life trying not to hurt her children, and now there was this. She thought she'd probably made the right assumptions. Oh, her poor daughter. This poor man. What a state they had been left in. Clara was engulfed in a new wave of shame and despair. When would it stop? When would the consequences of her actions cease to have an impact? The ripples seemed to spread endlessly, widening rather than depleting. She dropped a pebble, but the tsunami waves still crashed around them, threatening to drown them all. Because of you, my mother drank herself to death. My sister and I were brought up in children's homes, Dean muttered coldly. I know. Well, at least I knew about you being in a home. How? How could you know that? Yelled Dean furiously. I've been to see your father. We talked about you. Fat, silent tears slipped down Clara's face. Why? Why couldn't you have left him alone? Clara was unsure whether Dean meant now or years ago when the affair began. It didn't matter. Either way, she had no answer. She'd asked the question of herself many times. She bravely met Dean's eyes. I am so deeply and completely sorry for all the hurt I have caused you. She enunciated every word carefully. She'd been rehearsing them all her life. Still, she doubted they were adequate. Dean clearly could not trust himself to reply. He nodded sharply. Clara didn't think it was absolution. She assumed he was simply acknowledging her. She watched as he pieced together the sequence of events, just as she had. "You look a lot like your father." Dean threw her a look that was the equivalent of flicking the finger. She stuttered. I simply mean when I saw you on the step, I immediately started to make the connection, but I thought I was imagining things. Then when you said your name, I knew there was no doubt." "Well, this was a wasted bloody journey," spat Dean. "Because Joe was right about one thing. We can never, ever have a future." Clara looked aghast, desperate. Any beauty she had preserved flooded away in an instant and was replaced by ugly self-hatred. "Why? Because of my past?" "Exactly." "But that's insane, Dean. It doesn't have to be that way," she protested. "It does. It just does. I could never look at you without thinking about him. How would we gather around the table for Sunday lunch or at Christmas or Easter? How would I be able to marry the girl whose mother had ruined my life so that she could selfishly keep her own life cushy?" Dean spat out the words in a blur of confusion and anger. Clara was taken aback that he had mentioned marriage, even if he had done so in the context of saying it could never happen. It was obvious that this man was serious about her daughter. Clara had had just one conversation with Joe since she'd arrived back from Chicago. They'd spoken on the phone last night. Joe had been very quiet and thoughtful, almost pensive. Not her usual self at all. It was as though she had left a girl and returned a woman. The only problem being that she had left as a hopeful girl and returned as a heartbroken woman. Clara had realized this instantly. She had thought that Joe's seriousness and silence was to do with the fact that Martin was married and another avenue had closed. True, Joe had described the new man she'd met as perfect, but she had given this slick endorsement to many unsuitable men before. Clara hadn't thought that Joe was grieving for the perfect man she'd left behind, but now she understood. She understood completely. She knew herself how difficult it was to walk away from these Taylor men. Physically magnificent men. Dark, brooding, big and gripping. Men who crawled up under a woman's skin. Then she remembered Joe had also said that Dean was the most interesting and courageous man she'd ever met. Clara had never heard her endorse anyone else in that way. Something was different. Perhaps this embryonic romance was greater and more advanced than she had imagined. Perhaps it could have consequence and significance. After all, Dean had travelled all the way from Chicago for Joe. And Joe had given him up when she thought staying with him would cause him more pain than it would ease. These acts seemed a lot like love. Clara felt nauseous with the threat of more loss. She scrabbled around her brain, desperately wondering how she might fix this. Was it in her power at all? She stared at the wall, painted a predictable furrow and bull red. The colour caroused with the blood pumping around her body and head. She wished Lisa had picked a soothing vert to tear. Clara always thought very carefully about what she was going to say. This time she was particularly vigilant. "I understand that you are angry that I had an affair with your father. It was very wrong of me, obviously. I'm sorry. But you need to know, I never asked him to leave his wife for me. I didn't want that." "Exactly. It was just a bit of fun to you. An inconsequential little bit of fun, but for me it was a life changer." It wasn't inconsequential. She knew she had no right to justify or offer excuses. "But I just couldn't leave Tim," she explained. "Yet you've left him now." "Yes." "Why now, if not then?" Dean challenged. "Because I couldn't leave the girls then." The words pit-pattered around the room like summer rain. Dean nodded stiffly. That he would understand and respect. Clara sensed she'd caught him. "We both know that none of this would be any better even if I had left him then. There would simply have been more pain, more waste. Dean, Does it make any difference if I tell you I wanted to leave? I wanted your father so much, but not above everything, not above my girls. And I'm sorry that he left you. I'm not asking to be forgiven for my part in your past, but I want you to know that I've paid. I've paid every day of my life, because I did want him. Dean remained mute. Clara hoped he was considering what she told him. They both listened to the sounds of the house. A wall clock ticked. The fridge hummed. You chose to do the right thing, he stated finally. I wanted to keep my family together. Throughout the weekend, Jo had entertained Dean with countless stories about her glittering and happy childhood, and he'd thought he understood. He'd thought he could imagine the privilege and pleasure. However, it was only now that he was speaking with Clara that he began to get a true sense of what it really was. Jo had truly had it all. Besides the music lessons and the tennis camps, the foreign holidays and the home-cooked organic dinners, she'd had this. A parent who put the child's needs first. Something in his face shifted. He looked microscopically less angry. Clara wondered whether a grain of a thought might have begun to occur to Dean. She hoped that he could see that having Clara in his life didn't have to mean he'd always be full of anger and resentment. Perhaps he too could be swept up in her warmth. His in-laws, because possibly one day, why not, would love him too, protect him and value him. He would finally have the parents he deserved and longed for, and his children, they'd have doting grandparents. The thought was a good one. Of course, it all depended on whether he could get past the anger. If Jo's love was enough. If his trust in her and in himself was infallible. I used to spend a lot of time wondering whether meeting your father was for the better or worse, ventured Clara. What did you decide? I still have no idea. I'm not sure life is ever that neat, Dean. She hoped that he could see she was not the devil incarnate. She was an old woman who had made mistakes and then held her hands up, who was trying to put things right. Eddie Taylor had shaped her life too. He was a force, that much was certain. Dean sighed. He looked so weary. What did you talk about when you went to visit him? Did he give you what you wanted? There were no declarations of love, if that's what you mean, replied Clara carefully. Is that what you wanted? I don't know. You? No declarations of love. Dean didn't quite swallow his bitter fury. Clara wished feverishly that she could tell him that whilst visiting Eddie, he'd announced that he was proud of his son, that he deeply regretted leaving him, that every moment apart had been hell. But she respected Dean too much to lie to him. She couldn't heal him that way. My father told me that he'd wanted more than staying with my mother could give him. Dean sighed, threw himself back on his seat and stared at the ceiling. He said that you were his more. Clara realized Dean was offering her a gift by sharing this knowledge. It was hers to do with as she pleased. Perhaps he thought she might find comfort in it, but she was too aware of the reality of Eddie Taylor to do so. Might have been the case that if I had left with him, he would have tired of me too, sooner or later. Probably. Clara decided to take the plunge. She thought he was following her, that she was taking him with her, but she wasn't certain. She had no idea how much had to be forgiven and forgotten, but her love for Jo and her extreme sympathy for this man gave her the courage to push on. Is Jo your more? Dean looked wary. I'm concerned that this is all moving too quickly. We might not be right for one another. I mean, we only met a few days ago, and only then because she was on a plane going to the US to try to marry another man. But she didn't stop the wedding. She fell in love with you. I know, she told me. I didn't know what to do with her declaration, so I just pretended to be asleep. You can't do that any longer. Her life has been so very different from mine. She's coming at love from a totally different direction. That's true, but you could end up in the same place. It's your call, Dean. Dean looked panicked. How do you know that I won't tire of her eventually too? Break her heart? How do I know that? How can you trust me? I don't trust myself. And what if I'm just like him? You're made of better stuff, Dean. You're his son, but you're your own man. Dean let his head fall into his hands, and Clara's mothering instincts made her dash around the coffee table that separated them. She sat on the arm of the chair and carefully put her hand on his shoulder. She wanted to wrap him in an enormous hug, but she knew she hadn't earned the right. She was suddenly so certain that she wanted to gain that right to familiarity. She wanted this man to be in her life, to love her daughter, to visit on a Sunday for lunch. She wanted the chance to make up in some small way. She was grateful that Dean did not shrug off her touch. I set off on this journey to find out why my father left me. Have you found any answers? Not from him. But you do have answers. I realise now that it wasn't anything to do with me. It wasn't my fault. Quite so. Dean paused and then brought his head out of his hands and turned to her. I don't think it was your fault either. It was, he sighed, simply a bad call. His bad call. Clara thought he was a brave and forgiving man. To reduce his life's experiences to a bad call so that she could wriggle away from the guilt that plagued her was beyond generous. Before all of this, she waved her hand in the air, the letter, Joe going to Chicago and me leaving Tim, I'd been struggling to work out whether I'm old. A flicker of shock registered on the polite young man's face. He did his best to hide it almost immediately, but the instant gave it away. Clara smiled wryly. Of course you know the answer. I am old. You don't know why I'm struggling with something so obvious. She wanted to giggle to herself. But my point is, I don't always feel old. Sometimes I feel exactly like the young woman I was when I gave birth to the children, or younger still, the girl I was when I met Tim. However, I admit that other times I feel ancient. It goes by so very quickly, Dean. Time. It's possible not to notice it flying past. I recommend that you don't waste it. Are you going to go back to your husband? Dean had seen what her own children had yet to pick up on. Her fallibility, her good sense. Yes, I think I am. Good. He smiled a brief but definite smile. I don't want my father buggering up anything else. Yes, it is good. We made one another happy in our own way. It's not too late for me to start again. Dean, I've punished myself every single day. Never forgiving myself, never living the life I wanted. Your father was the opposite extreme. He never considered another living soul. He was the cancel and continue sort. There has to be middle ground. You should start living the life you deserve. Today. Now. Trust yourself. If you need me to, I'll stay away. I'll give you both space. I won't hang around to be an eternal reminder, but I won't let you mess this up. You deserve one another in a way your father and I didn't deserve one another. And you can have one another too. You really can. There's nothing to stop you but your own fear. Clara was unsure whether she'd ever before made such a long and emotional speech. She paused to see if it had had the desired effect.
50. Dean. Dean had stared at Clara Russell for minutes, maintaining an absolute silence as he tried to weigh it all up. She'd said there was nothing to stop him but his own fear. He knew she was trying to be inspirational and motivational, but a cold slither of dislike had shimmied up his spine. He wondered, was it permanent? What did she know of his fear? Perhaps she knew and understood more than he was giving her credit for. Maybe she was trying to challenge him because she'd somehow sensed that he was the sort of man who rose to a challenge, the sort of man who conquered and lived another day. But this was different. He thought he had made the biggest emotional leap he'd ever have to make. He'd started down the path of loving someone, trusting someone. But look what had happened. Almost instantly, through no fault of her own, loving Joe had led to this hideous pain. Loving was a risk. He was terrified that he couldn't love her enough. Love led to love, but he hadn't been trained up in it the way she had, the way Clara Russell seemed to be. There had not been enough love in his life for him to be sure. Clara did not seem to be the hellcat he'd imagined. He was grown up enough to admit as much. She was not totally responsible for all his troubles, of course. But would he be able to forgive her fully? Forget it all? It was perfectly possible, even understandable, that at some point down the line he'd start to resent Joe's mother, and then that resentment might lead to hate. How long would it be before he hated Joe too? He imagined the moment. He and Joe would be married and they'd have the 3 kids she dreamt of, that he too would like. They'd be doing fine, very happy. Then one day, not a remarkable day in any way, Clara would pop by to drop off some small, inconsequential but thoughtful treat for the children, a bag of cherry lips or cola cubes, perhaps. And she'd push open the back door, cheerfully yelling, "Yoo-hoo!" But Dean wouldn't hear "yoo-hoo." He'd hear the clunk of a door bashing against his dead mother's head. The thought made him sick. But then he thought about Joe, her optimism, her thoughtfulness, her intelligence, her outstanding performance in bed, and he felt less lonely, less unsure, almost comforted, almost sure. Could they make it work? Was this one of those sorts of moments? The moment before the leap into the deep choppy water or the dive out of the plane was almost the most terrifying. But experience had shown him that it was also the moment ahead of the fabulous rush and the exquisite feeling of triumph. He'd asked Clara where he'd find Joe. She'd beamed delightedly, assuming he'd made up his mind. "She's at home, in Wimbledon. Do you have the address?" "Yes, I do." "Are you going to go to her?" "Okay." "Okay?" "Okay." Dean suddenly saw the moment for what it was. It was one he had to seize. Without so much as a backward glance, he rushed out of the house. The traffic was frustratingly slow. He sat nose to tail, crawling along the London streets. He wound down the window and tried to think whether he knew any shortcuts. Down through Clerkenwell, Waterloo, Clapham, and then on to Wimbledon would take about an hour. He wanted to get to Joe as quickly as he could, while he was this sure and this full. The important thing was not to let any doubts slide into his mind in the next hour. Not to dwell on the contrast between him and Joe, but instead to concentrate on the things they had in common. He could just imagine her face when she opened the door to him. He flicked on the radio for company. He found it interesting that it was a universal truth that rental cars were always tuned in to a local station, the sort that played retrospective music for middle-aged housewives and the retired. Dean hated the sort of tunes they played. He preferred to listen to Radio 1 so he could hear current tunes, or Radio 4 so he might learn what was going on in the world. He started to fiddle with the radio buttons to try and retune. But before he could successfully do so, he heard a blast of "There Must Be an Angel" by the Eurythmics. For a fraction of a second, he smiled at the sunny thought that no one on earth could feel like this. He actually indulged in some pop culture cliché and thought that he, for the first time ever, understood the lyrics. Then he placed the song exactly and it started playing with his heart. It had been the song of the summer of 1985, and just a few short chords brought the summer back to him. It was a typical British summer, insomuch as there were cold, wet patches throughout May and June, but finally, in July, Londoners enjoyed a few weeks of decent sunshine. It was around that time that some blokes started to wear tight trousers, frilly shirts, asymmetric haircuts and eyeliner. That was not a look that Dean experimented with. It wouldn't have been advisable in care. That sort of thing was judged severely. One lad made the mistake of playing a Culture Club cassette in the common room, and besides the fact that he could never again shower in peace, he was forever after known as Gay Fucker. July 1985 was the month when Live Aid made a fortune for starving Ethiopian kids, and Back to the Future made a fortune for Hollywood executives. It was the month his mother had swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills, swilled down by a couple of bottles of vodka, making it very hard for Dean to believe in angels.
51. Clara. Clara went upstairs and repacked her case. She'd packed to leave Tim, unpacked at the spa, repacked and then unpacked once again at Lisa's. This time she knew she was packing for the final time. She was going home. Her marriage to Tim was not conventional. It was not what she'd imagined a marriage to be when she was a child, but it was enduring, worthwhile and loving. They had 3 children and 3 grandchildren together. She hoped there would be many more if Mark and Katie and Joe and, dare she say it even to herself, Dean got busy. She and Tim had a history together. She wanted to go home to him. She could not dash there immediately. Joe and Dean needed some time to sort things out. She'd stay at Lisa's, make something nice for tea for her, Henry and the children. They could eat together and then Clara would announce that her little break was over, that she'd thought it through and was returning to Tim. She'd go home at about 9 o'clock. There would be champagne in the fridge, there always was, and she and Tim could at last celebrate their anniversary. While Dean and Joe would celebrate their fresh start. It took all of Clara's self-control not to telephone Joe. She so wanted to put an end to her daughter's trauma and uncertainty, but she knew that a forewarning call would spoil the impact of Dean arriving on the step in person. Instead, she spent the afternoon imagining her daughter's romantic reconciliation and making an organic beef lasagna. She did call Tim to tell him that she planned on coming home. "Well, that's wonderful news. I'm glad." She appreciated Tim's steely goodwill. Goodwill and manners helped in a marriage. The dinner was cheerful. Lisa and Henry were able to be generous in their hospitality, knowing that their guest was about to leave. They were also delighted that Joe had finally found her happy ending, and grilled Clara for details about Dean. She told them that he was honourable, sincere, and wonderful to look at. She didn't tell them that he was the son of the man she had once had an affair with. She would eventually, but there was a time and a place for everything. And tonight, around the family's large wooden dining table, was neither that time nor place. When the taxi pulled up outside her home in Wimbledon, Clara took a deep breath and inhaled the scent of the garden buds and grass. How could she ever have thought of leaving this place? She was not surprised that there weren't any downstairs lights on at home. Tim's home office was at the back of the house, and it was very possible he was there, working while he waited for her. She guessed that perhaps Joe and Dean had gone out for a bite to eat. She pushed open the front door and allowed the space to settle around her. She let out a contented sigh, slipped off her shoes and turned on the hall light. "Good Lord, Joanna, you gave me a start." Joe was sitting on the bottom stair, surrounded by darkness. "Sorry, Mum, I've been here for hours. I suppose it got dark around me, I didn't really notice." Clara was puzzled by the gloom in the hall and the desolation on Joe's face. Where's Dean? She asked. Dean? Joe was bewildered. Dean's in America, Mum. No, he was here, well, at Lisa's. When? This afternoon. He's here in England. He's come for you. Clara beamed, thrilled to be the bearer of such wonderful news. You met him? Joe's tone did not match her mother's cheery one. Yes, he's lovely. You know who he is then, I suppose, her daughter said glumly. Yes. Clara felt mildly uncomfortable. It would take some getting used to, but she rallied. And he knows who I am, but it's okay. She sat down next to her daughter on the stairs. She considered putting her arm around her and giving her a congratulatory, celebratory squeeze, but she didn't. He loves you. Did he say that? Well, not in so many words, but he was coming here to tell you. He did say that. He never came, Mum. Bemused, Clara looked around the hall as though she was expecting him to suddenly materialise. He would never be able to be happy with me, knowing about you and his father. But we talked about everything. He was reconciled to it. Joe, too, looked around the empty hallway. Clearly not. 2013. Epilogue. Joe thought she was imagining it at first, but Dean was not a particularly common name, and it was all the more distinct for that. The woman sitting next to her on the park bench was repeatedly calling to her son, Dean, be careful, you're going far too high on that swing. Joe followed the direction of the woman's gaze and saw a boy, aged about 6, swinging dangerously high but squealing with the joy of it. Smiling at the coincidence, she turned to the anxious mother beside her. My son is called Dean too. Really? The woman's anxious face instantly transformed and she beamed back. Which is yours? She asked. Joe pointed to her blonde, curly-haired 2-year-old son playing contentedly in the sandbox. She was aware that the box was probably used by all the neighbourhood's stray cats as a litter tray, but she didn't have the energy to deal with the issue at the moment. She rubbed her taut belly. He looks significantly less a handful than my Dean, commented the other mum with a wry smile. He has his moments, laughed Joe. But on the whole, yes, he is very good. And when are you due? The woman nodded towards Joe's enormous belly. Any minute. Joe was amused by the return of the slightly anxious expression that this comment provoked. Don't worry, I'm not having contractions or anything. When I say any minute, I mean in the next week or so. Have you thought of names for this one? It's a girl, and we're still deciding between Eva and Francis. Both are pretty. Thank you. I think we'll wait to see which she suits. Joe thought that the conversation would probably come to a close now. It was a pleasant but unremarkable exchange, similar to dozens of conversations she's had in various parks, cafes and soft play areas since she was first obviously pregnant. Women liked to chat about due dates and baby names. They both sat quietly and listened to children laughing and rowing, teasing and bossing one another as they climbed, swung and ran around the park. The sound of trainers and sandals scurrying across the tarmac and rubber created a pleasant rhythm. How did you pick the name Dean? Did you have a choice of 2 then as well? Asked the mother of the older Dean. No, he was always going to be Dean. He's named after an old friend of mine, replied Joe. My son is named after my brother. That's nice. Joe paused. She wasn't sure what propelled her on. Maybe it was simply the lure of a coincidence. She was interested in the woman who had a child with the same name as hers. Or maybe it was because the woman had a gentle, somehow familiar, open face that invited confidences. Maybe it was simply Joe's hormones playing havoc with her common sense. Whatever the reason, she suddenly gushed, Actually, Dean is named after the love of my life. She allowed the huge phrase to slip out accompanied by a grin, which she hoped might mitigate some of the gravity of the confession. Obviously, I haven't ever told my husband as much, she laughed. The woman smiled sympathetically. Most women had an understanding of that sort of thing. So what happened to the love of your life? The usual. He dumped me. It was complicated. There was a lot of baggage and it wasn't meant to be. It was the briefest of flings, really. Jo felt she had to pull back from her large statement that Dean was the love of her life. It seemed disloyal to Andy to talk of Dean in that way. After all, she'd only known Dean for 4 days, and she'd been married to Andy for 4 years now. Still, that was how she thought of him, even now. The love of her life. I've been with my husband for 4 years, and don't get me wrong, we are very much in love. We're very happy, but sometimes I do think back to Dean, fondly. He was good for me. She had not been able to resist calling her son after the man who had taught her to love for real. The man who had helped her through the most brutal and embarrassing weekend of her life. The man who she had cried over for months and months. The one she had longed for years. The woman on the bench shifted. She rummaged in her handbag and pulled out some imperial mints. She offered one to Jo, who took it. At 8.5 months pregnant, Jo would eat anything anyone offered, even a dusty mint dredged up from a stranger's handbag. Besides, if I hadn't met Dean, I'd never have met Andy. It's strange how things turn out. Were they friends? No, nothing like that. Dean was this very adventurous type, always skiing, snorkeling, or surfing. He thought I lacked interest, so he made me draw up a list of things I'd like to achieve in life. I met Andy on set. On set? Andy's an actor. I was an extra. So, indirectly, Dean is responsible for us meeting. He gave me a lot of confidence and direction. I've carried the list with me ever since. I've pretty much worked through the lot we drew up together, and I've since added more. Mummy, look at me! Both women looked up just in time to see the older Dean let go of the swing chain and fly through the air. Remarkably, he landed on his feet. He laughed hysterically with adrenaline and pride. He is just like his uncle. I'm Jo, by the way. Zoe. The woman did a little wave, even though Jo was sat right next to her. It would have been odd to shake hands in the park. Jo's brain wasn't firing on all cylinders, tired from the pregnancy, and it took her a moment to make the connection. When she did, she didn't think it could possibly be true. Your brother didn't used to live in Chicago by any chance, did he? Zoe looked startled. Actually, yes, he did. Oh my goodness. I don't believe it. Dean Taylor. Yes, that's right. Your brother Dean is the love of my life, Dean. Jo's delight at the coincidence almost cancelled out the embarrassment she felt saying such an exposing thing so many years after the event. She beamed, thrilled to have found him again, albeit indirectly. Well, how the hell is he? Is he married? Sorry, that's really cheeky of me, Jo gushed. But I can't tell you how much I love that man. I thought I'd never get over him. Don't tell him that, will you? She paused. She'd rushed on because part of her still wasn't ready to hear the inevitable. No doubt he'd married an American model. They'd have 4 beautiful children by now, and he wouldn't even remember her name. Jo who? He'd say when Zoe relayed the story to him next time they caught up. Or worse still, Zoe might tell her that he hadn't ever married. He was still stewing, consumed with fury at her mother and his father, unable to move on with his own life. That would be worse than anything. When her mother had come home to Wimbledon all those years ago with the news that she'd met Dean and that he had flown to England to find Jo had allowed herself to hope. For a week or so, she'd imagined that at any minute he might walk up their drive, explain that he'd needed time but was ready now to declare that they could begin again. He didn't come. She'd phoned his mobile dozens and dozens of times, but he'd always allowed her calls to go straight through to voicemail. Initially, her messages were calm and cheerful. Eventually, they deteriorated into undignified pleas. It didn't matter, as he never returned any of her calls. It took months for her to accept that he never would. Years for her to stop wishing that wasn't the case. She had surprised everyone by not falling to bits. She had been determined that she would dignify her encounter with Dean by turning her life around, so she'd applied for countless journalist jobs. After some months, she finally secured a position on a trade magazine as a travel journalist. She travelled extensively since. She'd visited South Africa, Australia, Canada, India, Bali, Cuba, and most European countries. On her trips, she'd nursed baby cheetahs, played the didgeridoo, gone ice skating on a frozen lake. She'd had her face painted with henna, slept on a beach in a hammock, and visited most of Europe's impressive galleries and major museums. She'd learned to accept challenges and welcome opportunities. At first, she did so imagining that one day she'd tell Dean all about her adventures and prove some point or other to him. But as the years passed, she simply got into the habit of relishing opportunities and new experiences in their own right. She allowed the longing for Dean to fade, but she retained the lessons he'd taught her. Falling in love with Andy, a non-identical twin with an unreliable income but a great sense of humour, was one such opportunity, and becoming a mother was her most profound and significant experience. Jo loved being a mother and a wife as much as she'd always hoped she would, and she loved the fact that her work was flexible enough to allow her to maintain a career too. Last year she'd planted a cherry tree in her small but well-kept garden. She regularly peeled apples and maintained one continuous strip of peel. She'd visited the Ice Hotel, and she'd eaten macaroons at La Durée in Paris, even though Dean had never allowed that to go on her official list. Jo owed Dean a great deal. They had not managed to be together forever, but he was always with her. As she made this mental tally, she prepared herself to hear about his no doubt glittering life. "So, how is he?" "He's dead, Jo." Zoe reached out and squeezed her new friend's arm. "Are you—" She paused. "Do you happen to be Jo Russell?" Jo could not speak. The world had ground to a slow, painful halt. No longer able to orbit without him. She had stopped breathing. Unable to find oxygen in the air, now she knew he was no longer doing so. Her heart pounded against her ribs, and the beat ricocheted through her entire body. She could feel it thumping behind her eyes, in her ears, in her nostrils. Deep, deep low between her legs, where she'd always felt him and always would. She could taste metal in her mouth. She could not focus. She'd heard Zoe's words. She'd understood them, but they could not be. They were so very, very wrong. Dean was the most alive person she had ever known. He taught her to live. It was impossible that he was dead. He was immortal. Zoe's words just didn't make sense. They ducked and dodged the part of her brain that should be able to process them, yet at the same moment she knew they were permanently tattooed onto her heart. "Do you happen to be Jo Russell?" Zoe asked again. Jo nodded. "Yes, I was. Jo Doyle now is married name. I changed, not for work, but for everything." She trailed off. She didn't know how her mouth was managing to relay these ordinary facts. How could ordinary facts be when he no longer was? "Oh, Jo, he was coming to you. He crashed his car. He swerved to miss a kid who was chasing a football into the road." Zoe broke off. Although she had told this story hundreds of times, she still found it unbearable. Jo wished she'd stop altogether. She didn't want to hear it. Why was she in this park today of all days? Why were they both on this bench? If Zoe had picked a different park, then Jo would not know this awfulness. If Zoe had even sat further away, or if little Dean had not swung so high and she hadn't had to call out his name, then they'd never have started to chat. Jo didn't want to hear. Hard as it was for Zoe to say, she had the feeling that it would be much more bloody to listen to. Jo wanted to put her finger over her ears, or, more desperately, gag Zoe. Jo swayed. She was sitting down, so she had nowhere to fall, and yet she felt she was slipping down, down, down. Zoe's lips moved. Jo studied them, but she didn't know that Zoe was asking her if she was all right, whether she'd like some water. Zoe scrabbled around in her bag for a second time that afternoon and produced a plastic bottle of mineral water. Jo took it from her but couldn't remember how to open bottles. how to drink. The bottle rolled off her lap and onto the dusty ground. Zoe's eyes oozed concern. He ended up with the car wrapped around the lamppost. He sat in traffic for ages, apparently. Taken some back streets. He was going a little fast, wasn't he always? They told me it was instantaneous. Zoe sighed and looked doubtful. Joe wondered how many nights this sister must have agonized over that detail. Was it fast, or did he suffer? Please, God, not that. Joe's head imploded. She felt it deflate and then fall down her neck, causing a severe pain in her spine. It was right that she should implode, dissolve, disappear altogether because he had. Even though she and Dean had not spoken for years, she had always lived bigger because she'd thought he was somewhere on the planet, sharing the sky and the sun and the moon with her. Now she was in danger of splintering, cracking, vanishing. I'm so sorry, Joe. We didn't know where to find you. Zoe's voice was gentle and even. Joe hated her voice because of the things it was revealing, but she also loved it because Dean had listened to it over and over again. By being next to Zoe, she felt somehow closer to Dean, even though this was their final goodbye. We called all the contacts in his phone, but it took a few days, and by the time we called you, your number was out of use. It was a company phone. Joe remembered this detail because when she'd reluctantly handed back the corporate phone to Loving Bride, she'd been very aware that they might lose touch. She thought that was the worst thing that could happen. She hadn't known the worst thing had already happened. He had the addresses of my family members written on a pad in his kitchen, pointed out Joe pitifully. This was a fact she'd tortured and comforted herself with in equal measures for months after his silence. I didn't clean out his apartment. I couldn't face it. Some of his friends did it for me. They probably thought, Joe jumped in, understanding perfectly, that I was one of the number of women who wanted him to stay in touch. A number of women who he had no intention of staying in touch with. Insignificant flings. Except you weren't that. Zoe squeezed Joe's hand. Joe looked at her hopefully. I wasn't? No. What was I? She thought she knew. She'd always tried to believe it, but she needed to hear it. We talked about you once. I knew immediately that you were different for him. You eased the anger in his soul. You were the woman who taught him to trust and to forgive. You taught him that he deserved love and that he'd get it. Zoe put her arm around the shoulders of the woman swollen with pregnancy, and Joe reciprocated by slipping her arm around Zoe's waist. You, Joe, were the love of his life.
That was The State We're In by Adele Parks, read by Yorna Kimbrook and Michael Fox. Produced by Alex Wilson-Tame and Chris Turner at Jungle Studios. With post-production by Adam Gibbard and Will Chapman. Casting by Rebecca Fortain. An audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Adele Parks 2013. Production copyright 2022 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thank you for listening.